Got it. Okay. So, voice, checking. All right. Sorry for the delay, everybody who's watching this. It took a while to get set up because of Streamlabs being super stupid and not wanting to work on the day that I needed it to work. So I'm just going to be testing some stuff because I'm using YouTube's live built-in sort of broadcast thing. If you can't hear me, please let me know. I need to double check my audio for a number of reasons, for a number of things here. But it looks like I'm talking. I kind of can't tell, actually. So we'll see how this is all working. Testing. 1, 2, 1, 2. I can't really tell if my audio is working. Can't hear anything, but that's not a surprise. I don't have anything to hear right now. Let me just check and test a number of things that I want to see if I can utilize here. Chrome tab, window, or entire screen. Okay, that sounds good. Everything there on that end looks okay. Let's check and make sure that I'm live on YouTube properly and actually functionally where I want to be. Looks like it. Is there a delay? I can hear myself. That's a good sign. Okay. So I can hear myself. Everything there seems to be good. I'm just going to email out my students the link to this bad boy. And we'll get started once people start populating in here. For anyone watching after the fact, hi, my name is Mr. McRitchie. I am an AP Economics teacher out in the DFW, Dallas-Fort Worth area of Texas. I've been teaching this class for about a decade now, and I've been doing these live streams for the better part of the last 5 or 6 years. Basically, every night before the AP exam, I tend to go live to just sort of answer students' questions about the exam and about, frankly, just a whole bunch of other stuff, namely involving the AP Econ exam, various topics, concerns, and a whole bunch of stuff. I got a whiteboard. I've got a digital one that I should be able to stream through this bad boy, and I've got a lot of questions. I don't have all my fancy overlays because I don't get to use OPS for this, which that's a bit of a bummer, but I haven't used that software stuff in like 6 months, so it's not a surprise that it's a bit buggy and not wanting to work exactly the way I want to. So let me quickly send out this email to my students. If anyone's in the chat, feel free to start saying stuff. Say hi if you're one of my students. Start posting questions if you're one of my students. Also, hi, everybody. Pleasure to see you all. Let me just send out this link. It is set up so you can only send like one message every 10 seconds. That's mostly because kids would occasionally sometimes utilize this chat as a way to chat with each other, which I don't need that. You guys have your own group chats that you can use. Don't use mine. Okay. This should work. We'll find out together. I don't see chat anything else on the chat yet, but I'll double check on the YouTube side. Let me see. Okay. Now to email all the students this. Apologies for the delay in getting started, everybody. There was a bit of technical going on that I did not like having to deal with. So I am using a slightly different software. And I had to kind of figure it all out very last second because I did not give myself a lot of time to figure it out because I said I would start at 5 o'clock, which might have been too early. As my girlfriend said, she was like, what? I thought it was 6 o'clock. It's like, no, I'm psycho. It's 5. I'm a completely unhinged, crazy person. Okay, let me check there's the link being sent out properly. Now let me just see if I can't see the chat for whatever reason. That sometimes happens with these kind of things. Let's see. I don't need any of that. I need my channel. There we go. Do I got my live stream? I do. Okay, so that's barely a delay. I don't see any chats yet in the chat. If anyone's typing stuff in the chat, please let me know. If you as a student are typing this in the chat and they're not showing up, please email me because I don't know what's happening. Hey, Akina, there we go. There we go, finally. Oh my God, I was getting so nervous that the chat functionality wasn't working. Perfect, let me move stuff around so it doesn't look like I'm looking at the wrong screen for all of this stuff. Anthony, hello everybody. What's up, gang? I will be bringing the dogs in quite a lot. There's a bed behind me that the dogs tend to survive on. So we will see those buggers showing up, frankly, a whole bunch of times because I will need them to prevent myself from going insane because I will also be doing econ stuff for like 5 hours while a lot of you guys are studying also. What's up, everybody? It's good to see everyone in the chat here. Greatly appreciate y'all. We're already at 22 views. Oh my God. Like, subscribe, donate. I don't really care. I can't get anything in the chat. It's interesting. Chat is working now. We'll see. Alex, test it out again if you can't. But I will absolutely go over the Forex market. There's no way that's not going to happen. I will go through my FRQ predictions. One of the overlay things I can't get to work is an overlay that says like the timing of what I want to be doing. So the game plan for me is to go over my predictions for the FRQ section probably around like 7 p.m. because I feel like that's probably the time where I'm going to have the easiest chance of having as many of you in here as possible. So I'll go over those at around 7 o'clock. So that's about an hour and 40 minutes from now. I know that's a long time, but trust me, this bad boy goes on for a minute and I will be able to go over a crazy amount of stuff in a 5-hour live stream. So let me make sure that I have everything I need on my end going. Everything else seems okay. If you guys are hearing me okay, give me a thumbs up in the chat. Make sure that my audio is working. Yes, please like this video. Weirdly, this video does get kind of popular because a lot of kids end up realizing that they need to study for this exam. Audio is good. Sick. The video quality is really good. Shouts to YouTube for having beautiful quality video coming through my Logitech webcam, which I bought specifically for the purpose of playing Dungeons and Dragons. So good to know that my incredibly cringy habits have become incredibly useful for my students and for everything. Anything that I can edit on this front? I don't think so. Just checking anything else I can play with because, I have not used YouTube's built-in live stream functionality a lot. I usually use a separate thing. Okay, if I can get a question in the chat from one of my students of a thing to go over and a bunch of other stuff. Yes, I do 2 virtual D&D campaigns. One with my friends from mostly high school who are spread out across the world. One lives in Japan, one lives in California, one lives in Wisconsin, and one lives in Austin. We play usually once a month. And then my girlfriend and her friends, we play pretty much every week. And that's all done here. Comparative advantage, Dahlia? Yeah, we'll start with that. That makes as much sense as just about anything. Especially because I'm not going to say that it's likely to be one of your FRQs this year, but it's not been an FRQ for a minute, which as a teacher makes me think like it's in the back pocket. College Board could be funny. So comparative advantage. Formulas you forgot about? Yeah, we'll go over some Unit 2 math. That's pretty classic formula dump of stuff. I'm going to pull up a question on AP Classroom for the comparative advantage thing so that I can just go through all parts of it. Just give me a second to find a question real fast. I hope you all are doing well. I hope everything's going great. I know a lot of you guys are stressing. That's normal. That's standard. Being stressed is a good sign, I would say. It means you are properly thinking about how difficult the class is and are just scared about all of the stuff you could be asked about, which, by golly, there's a lot of stuff that you can get asked about in econ, and you feel kind of dumb no matter how good you are at it, which is a lovely equalizer for even the students that are good at econ. They're still going to feel kind of stupid a lot of the time because your brains get overworked in this class. They make you think real hard. Okay, let's see. Is that a good one? Yeah, that seems fine. Let's do this one. This was from, I can tell which year this exam was from. Is there anything else useful on Canvas right now that we're potentially missing since it's down right now? Thankfully, because I sent out that Drive link about like a week ago with all the stuff from the Super Saturday, and that's in a Google Drive separate from Canvas, that should all be working. So that stuff's all fair play and still useful. AP Classroom is where I put most of our review stuff. So thank God that's not down. Otherwise, we would be in a really bad situation. Okay, here we go. Time to go over a question on College Board. Oh, and it has me in the bottom right for this. YouTube, you did a good job with how you set this up. Okay, so this is a question from the COVID year. I already know this because there's like 20 questions that look exactly like it with slightly different numbers, and that's what happened during COVID. So we've got Canada and Belgium are trading partners. Both countries have the same amount of resources and can produce carrots and or beets. The table below shows the max number of carrots and or beets that can be produced by each country. Assume constant opportunity costs in both countries. Assume that prior to the trade, Canada is producing 2 carrots and 10 beets. What can you conclude about the use of resources in Canada? Explain using a production possibilities curve model. Interesting. So Canada the way to read this table, for those of you guys that are not new, this is I don't believe this is on a progress check. I think this is just a random question I pulled, Jensen. So I don't know if it's on a progress check or anything like that. This question might not have been assigned to any of you guys, but it'll still work for a practice problem for all of us, I think. Let me move this out of the way to make this a little easier to read. Don't know if that helps at all. Can I make my font size a little bigger? No, that's rude. Absolutely rude to me. Okay. So we're producing 2 units of carrots and 10 units of beets. What can I see by that with the PPC? All right. So here's how I'd be visualizing this, gang. I'm just drawing it. I have a whiteboard. I will show you it in a moment. Look at that. Oh, whiteboard. Yeah. Cool. We've got, I'll say, for Canada's PPC graph, they have carrots and they have beets. It doesn't say which axes to put anything on. They want to explain using a production possibilities curve model. That means you could draw it or you could explain it just sort of like verbally using the model. So I'm drawing a PPC for carrots and for beets, which should look something like this. 4 carrots, 20 beets. Can we see this very clearly? Yes, cool. And it said constant opportunity costs, which is why I drew it linear. Now, did I need to draw this graph for this question? No. Does it help me figure out the answer? Kind of. It helps me explain it at least. So the logic here is these are equal options for Canada. 4 carrots or 20 beets. So it'd be like, 0 and 4, 20 and 0, and any combination along the line, right? Now, if I were to chart this out exactly, that 2 and 10 combo should actually fall on my line. Because if they're equally good at making both goods, then like 4 to 20 and 2 to 10 would be like maintaining the same ratio, if you understand what I mean here. Like 4 and 0, 20, 0 and 20, and then 2 and 10 would actually fall along their PPC. So what would I say about their use of resources? Baby, that's efficient use of resources. That is full employment going on in A. They're doing great. Good for them. That's nothing to do with terms of trade or comparative advantage. That's just a quick little like check of like, oh, because that would have been on their line, that is good. How do I tell that math-wise outside of that? Technically, it's like a ratio of like 4x equals 20y or something. There's some ratio-y math you could do for that. Honestly, I would just be visualizing it because the PPC actually does show us that bad boy. Hello, right there. And again, the nice part is A has nothing to do with any of the rest of the problem. So even if you were to miss A, you could still get a 5 on the AP exam here because 80% is your goal for a 5. And that's just 1 out of 5 questions. So goodbye if you didn't get A. B, which country has the comparative advantage in the production of beets? Explain using numbers. They've really become fans of the explain using numbers thing over the last couple of years. Saw it on last year's exam, and I was like, well, explain using numbers. Just means you have to have, in your explanation, numbers have to be present. That's literally all it means, which is funny. Comparative advantage of beets. Time to do some math here. So what we got to figure out is the opportunity cost of producing 1 carrot and 1 beet for each of these guys. Let me see if I can get my digital pen going here. Let's go. You guys can't see what I'm looking at. Beautiful. I'm looking at like my computer desktop right now, making sure you guys don't have to see all the garbage that I have installed on my computer, which is mostly just video games. Baldur's Gate takes up a lot of space on your computer, gang. There's my pen. Can I use you? Can you see it if I use it? You cannot. Dang it. I was hoping you could. Okay. Never mind. I'll use the marker still. Apologies. I'm just copying this table down onto my Expo board. Canada, Belgium, carrots and beets. 4, and then 20, 2, and then 20. Bang! It's my chart. Here we go. Okay. So first, not a question that's on here, but for the sake of reviewing this, just for the sake of everybody that's in the chat right now, absolute advantage is just who can make the most given the same resources, okay? They're both using the same amount of resources here. They tell me that already, in case you're curious. They do say it. Who has the absolute advantage in carrots would be Canada. They can make the most. 4 is bigger than 2. That part's easy. Who has the absolute advantage in beets? Oh, I would say neither. You could say both, but it's kind of like comparing to each other. Neither is better is kind of how I'd be thinking about it. But if you put both, I'm sure they would have given you the credit for that on the AP exam for absolute advantage. Not an answer to the question here. RIP. So, compare advantage in the production of beets. Here's how we do that. Opportunity costs. Hello. There we go. So this is what we call an output problem, meaning the numbers in the table are the amount of things being produced. In this case, carrots and beets. So I got to figure out the opportunity cost of making. Can we see this? A little. 1 carrot for each of these countries. The way I do that, technically, you could do like a ratio and set both sides equal to each other and solve your way down. I don't love that strategy, but you could. The trick we use in this class is on an output problem, OGO. Other goes over. I take the other column's number, it goes over this one. So 20 over 4. 20 over 4 simplifies down to 5. 20 over 2, which simplifies down to 10. I'm going to do both sides of this just because I assume there's going to be something that happens with the other side of this at some point in a question. I could be wrong, but it's always worth looking at, I think. 1/10, 2 over 20, 4 over 20. You do get a calculator on your AP exam. So don't be terrified if you're like, how do I figure out a fraction, McRitchie? It's like, friggin' type it into a calculator and hit enter, my guy. It's not the end of the world. So comparative advantage in the production of beets. So what that means is I got to look at the beets table, the beets side of the table, the beets columns, these guys, the beets by Dre columns right here. 1 beet for 1/5. Look at that handwriting. 1 beet for 1/10. I promise it says 1/10. And who has the comparative advantage in it would be Belgium, right? It's Belgium. Yeah. Because they have a lower opportunity cost. The definition of comparative advantage is who has a lower opportunity cost. So once you've done this other goes over thing to find their opportunity costs, it's whoever has the lower opportunity costs that has the comparative advantage. If you need extra help on that individually with just that process, Jacob Clifford on YouTube, really good econ teacher. I did a training with him 1 year in like 2019. He was a fantastic teacher out of California. He has nice quick review videos. So that's a good one to look up if you need extra help with how to do that process. So comparative advantage is just who has the lower opportunity cost. So Canada would have the comparative advantage in carrots because they give up only 5 beets per carrot, whereas Belgium gives up 10 beets per carrot. So Canada has the comparative advantage. And then we get this. The question everyone's scared of, I think. Now, assume each country specializes in the production of the good in which it has a comparative advantage, and the terms of trade are 1 carrot for 6 beets. Okay, they're giving me a 1 for 6 as their trade. Understood. Will Canada gain from that trade? And explain. Okay, so they're asking, is this trade of 1 for 6 mutually beneficial? I'm going to type this in here because we can actually see what I'm typing. So they're saying a trade of 1 carrot for 6 beets is their trade they're trying to give me, and they're trying to see if this is good for Canada. So here's what I want to do. For terms of trade problems, the general steps are identify who your comparative advantages are, which you in a FRQ you probably would have already done that. But you're doing that so you figure out who makes what. So reminder, we have Canada's the one making the carrots because they have the comparative advantage in carrot production. Belgium's the one making the beets because they have the comparative advantage in beets. So here's what I'm going to write. 1 carrot for Canada, their old opportunity cost of 1 carrot, oh my God, typing's hard, was 5 beets. Meaning, every time they produced, I have no idea if you can't hear me, Jensen. I'm really hoping you can. I'm scared if you can't. I'll mute myself and check. Testing. Let me go. Testing. Okay. Sounds like I can hear me. It might be one of those things where I'm just like turning my head away from the mic to look at a camera while I'm explaining a thing. So if that's the case, let me just position the mic front and center right in the middle of me. That might help make things clearly. Okay. Thank you, everyone, for confirming that I am not crazy, and that is, in fact, a small technical glitch, probably. Okay. The 1, 4, 5. There we go. So 1 opportunity cost of 1 carrot for Canada was 5 beets. What that means is within Canada's own economy, when they gave up 1 carrot, they could get 5 beets. That was the sort of trade they would make within their borders. So the question's asking, is a trade of 1 for 6 good for Canada? The answer is yes, because Canada's the one giving up the beets in this equation, or giving up the carrots. God, the C's are going to confuse me a lot here. Canada's the one giving up the carrots because they're specializing in it. They used to give up 1 for 5. Now they're giving up 1 for 6. That's beneficial for Canada because they're getting an extra beet per carrot is kind of the logic of what's happening. So the explanation would be Canada benefits because they are getting an extra beat per carat. Previously, whenever they produced 1 carat, they would get, or gave up 1 carat, they would only get 5 beats. Now they're getting 6. That's a benefit for them. The general structure of this, in terms of like, how do I find a mutually beneficial trade, is you grab the opportunity costs for each country, which for Canada was the 5, and for Belgium, it was the 10. And a mutually beneficial trade would be any number that falls in between these two numbers. The reason why Canada benefits is if it's greater than 5, Canada's getting more beats than they would get on their own. The reason why Belgium benefits if it's less than 10 is that Belgium's the one specializing in beats here. Based off comparative advantage, here we go. Based off comparative advantage, Belgium's the one doing the beats. So I got to think of this as, from Belgium's perspective, they are giving up beats in whatever this trade that they're offering up here. These are 6 beats from Belgium. So Belgium used to have to give up 10 beats to get 1 carat. Now they're giving up only 6 beats to get 1 carat. Belgium would also benefit from this trade because Belgium is giving up fewer beats to get the same amount of carats. It's kind of the logic. When you're doing these problems, what you want to make sure you understand is who is making what. That'll help you explain it. If you don't have to explain it, it just has to fall in between the opportunity costs. So as long as you found those, you're good. D, suppose the maximum production of carats in Canada decreases. How will this affect Canada's opportunity cost of producing beats? Explain. Ooh, a weird concept question. What I would do here is I would quite simply, I don't think you need to do a practice example here because Belgium makes fewer carats, right, and the same amount of beats. So like if Canada were to make fewer carats, say, I don't know, 2, what would happen to their opportunity cost of producing beats? Well, the opportunity cost of producing beats for Belgium was smaller than for Canada. It was 1/10 versus 1/5. So if they get worse at making carats, their opportunity cost of producing beats would be lower. Think logically, if they're worse at making the carats, them producing the beats won't be as bad. It's kind of the logic of it. You could give them math as an example of like, such as with Belgium, with producing fewer carats, they have a smaller opportunity cost when it comes to producing beats, that kind of thing. An absolutely psychotic question to throw at the end here. Their working age population is 60 million. This is nothing related to PPC, terms of trade, or anything like that. So this is just here to freak you out. Suppose their working age population is 60%. Their labor force participation rate is 75%, and the unemployment rate is 20%. Calculate the number of employed people. I haven't seen any questions like this since COVID, because COVID, we really only could test you through Unit 3. So they really went hard on like a bunch of pretty niche math ideas. And there was only like one FRQ you would have for the entire test, which was psychotic. COVID test was nuts. So here's the way you would solve this is technically formula, like working backwards algebra. Your labor force participation rate formula, which is one of our Unit 2 formulas that Ashlyn was asking about because I know she forgot them because she said she forgot them, is the labor force participation rate, which in this case is 75%, equals the labor force over the working age population. The labor force are your employed plus your unemployed people. So I know of the entire working age population, 75% of them are trying to work. So first find 75% of 60 million. So 3/4 of 60 million, which is 45 million if I'm doing my math right in my head. So we've got, this is just my work for E. I'm just typing this so we can all see it. 45 mil in labor force. Man, typing is so hard on this because there's like a weird delay because of the stream happening and a bunch of other things. And my dogs are whining outside because they want to come in here. I will let them in a moment because that's 75% of 60 million. And then the unemployment rate is 20%. So to find the number of employed people, I would do 80% of 45 million. So that I'm going to want my calculator for because while I could probably figure that out in my head, I'm going to be safe about it. So 45 times 0.8, 36. That makes sense. So 36 mil employed, because that is 80% of the 45 million. The formula there that we're looking at / working towards is, I'll write them on my little whiteboard. The labor force participation rate, which is, again, it is your labor force, which is employed plus unemployed, emp plus unemp over your working age population times 100. But it's a percentage, so I kind of assume that regardless. Employed plus unemployed over working age pop times 100 is your labor force participation rate. And your unemployment rate, which, welcome to a formula that the AP exam loves to use because kids forget it constantly. Your unemployment rate is unemployed over the labor force, which is your employed plus unemployed, times 100. Where can we find the formula sheet that was on Canvas? There should be a formula sheet in that review drive, but also if you just Google AP Macro formula sheet, you'll probably find it. There's a billion of them out there. A couple of the documents that are in that review drive that was emailed out to you guys like last week should have within it, in one of those review documents, a list of all the formulas. Are they consolidated? No. Are they all over the place? Yes. Am I going to get the dogs now? You bet. So let's hop out of that and back to the full screen because it's dog time. Dogs. Oh, I see what happened. I believe I know why the dogs are upset. Is because I think my girlfriend has taken out the puppy on a walk. So this is Murphy. He's staring out the window trying to see my girlfriend taking out the puppy. Hi, Murphy. Murphy is a black Labradoodle. He is great. He is the most well-behaved of all of the dogs. He is the one that is the least likely to cause problems, but he is also the one that has the largest separation anxiety with my girlfriend. So he does this. Dill is out there getting taken out for a walk because I assume he was acting like a psychopath, and that was driving my girlfriend insane. Archer is right here. This is the old man. He is 14 years old now. He is doing great. He is very cute. He is old man. He disassociates heavily and is doing absolutely fantastic. Is the boy. Yes, he is Unk. That is correct. Yes, how about boys? He also hates being held, so this is a miracle that he's not freaked out so far. And there he is. He's freaking out. Here we go. Get out of there. Thank you, Murphy, for reacting exactly how I would have expected you to react whenever Aaron takes Dill out on a WALK. He's 14, a baby age. Yeah, he's a young boy. No, he's 14. He's old. He acts old at this point. He's grumpy, cranky old man. Murphy, stop screaming. You're so dramatic. Is this a throwback to those 2020 video lectures? Almost every time I bring the dog up, it is a throwback to the 2020 video lectures because that is precisely what was happening all the time. Okay, scrolling up to see the next thing that was asked about after absolute comparative advantage. I hope that helps a little bit there, Dahlia. We'll do more than one of those problems tonight, I bet. And this is what happens when you have dogs. They're just so loud. I have noise-canceling headphones, so I don't hear them that well. But you guys, you all get to hear them pretty loudly. The next thing we asked about was the shifters of the demand for money on the money market graph. I love that, Owen. All right. This will take 2 seconds to go through. Stop screaming at me, dog. They're so rude. They are so mean to me. Okay. Money market graph. Quantity of money, nominal interest rate. Be careful with abbreviating your axes if we can't tell what it is. Can I do all the shifters for just supply and demand of ADAS? Yeah, that's easy. Okay. Now, will they start barking? Almost certainly. Okay. Money market, right? Money supply. Shifters are the Federal Reserve. The monetary policies done by the Federal Reserve change the money supply. Okay. The Fed doing expansionary policies, expansionary, bigger, makes the money supply increase. So we spend more because of the lower interest rate. That's why we spend more. Contractionary decreases the money supply, makes interest rates go up, so we spend less. It's kind of the logic of it, right? So money supply increases or decreases, that's done by the Fed. If a scenario says the central bank or the Federal Reserve works, then you're good. Demand for money shifters, like Owen asked about. There's really two to worry about. The third one's very random, and they never really use it because it's confusing for people, I think. But the demand for money is the desire to hold your wealth in a spendable form. It's basically the idea of like your wealth is a pie chart of all of the stuff you've got, your assets, your stuff, these dogs. That's all part of your total wealth. Okay. A chunk of that is actually cash is what the demand for money is talking about. So if I say something like price level goes up, everything in the economy is more expensive. Well, I'm going to personally dedicate a larger chunk of my pie chart, that is my wealth, to cash so I can pay for stuff. So that would drive the demand for money up. That if price level is higher, I'm going to need to have more cash, which if we look at it, there's a thing that makes sense here. The amount of money in my economy has not changed. The equilibrium quantity stays the same because just because I want cash to exist more, well, doesn't make more cash exist, right? But if I want money more, interest rates start to climb. Why? Because if I want money more, businesses start charging me more for it, whether that be borrowing it or if I'm storing it, all that kind of thing. Does GDP affect demand at all? Yes, GDP can affect the demand for money because GDP is tied to income. And another shifter of the demand for money is income. As income rises, your demand for money rises because as you're wealthier, you tend to buy more stuff, which means you necessarily have to have a larger chunk of that pie chart dedicated to cash, simply because you will actually need to have more cash to buy things. Think of it as if you're shopping for groceries at Whole Foods versus Walmart, you're going to need to have more cash to pay for the stuff at Whole Foods because it's more expensive. So part of it is like as wealth rises, people spend more and therefore need to have more money to spend. That's kind of the logic for that, Owen. Now, I'll say this. Demand for money shifters are much rarer than supply shifters. It's like a 1 out of 10 problems you see with this graph that it's a demand situation. But if they're having you draw a money market graph and the central bank or Federal Reserve hasn't done anything, that is when the demand curve might be getting affected. Price level and income are the two big shifters to be aware of for that. And when it says income, be aware that, like as Owen just asked about, GDP, it tells us income also. So like GDP is total spending and total income. So that works either way for a demand for money shifter. It's a way to do like an ADAS problem to a money market problem. Can we review spending and tax multipliers? You bet. Demand shifters are just GDP and PL changes. Yeah, Ashlyn, that's pretty much it. It's pretty much just your entire ADAS graph messes this graph up, which is incredibly annoying because that means they can always ask it. Will they? I don't think so, but it's possible for sure. Scrolling back up to other questions. So many good questions here. Formulas I forgot about. Ashlyn, that's going to kind of happen as we do problems, I think. Forex market, Claire. You bet we'll do a Forex problem. So, Forex market, aka the market for currencies. Just be normal with the dog in the background of this video. This is why I had the door closed, because these guys don't deserve to be allowed in here, Murphy. You're doing great. He's a great dog. He's the easiest dog to deal with. Forex market for currencies. Let's go through a problem with this, actually. That'll make things make a little bit more sense. Let's use what everyone's favorite thing might have been, which was like last year's FRQs on the AP exam. Because those bad boys were not cool and really messed people up. And I had to grade a lot of them. So let's see if I can find the exact question I'm looking for. Okay, is it the Vortania one that I want to look at? Yeah, it's probably the Vortania one. Okay. Yeah, Murphy has a lot of personality. Yes, I am an AP reader. I've been a reader the last couple of years for AP Econ. I think last year I graded like 5,000 AP exams like a psycho. Okay, so this was last year's FRQ. I'm going to skip the Phillips curve part of this and come back to it later. Okay, we're going to do part C here and D. Okay, we'll come back and do this whole problem later because this problem is a nightmare. Will I go through them at 6:15? No, I said 7 o'clock, Miranda. How dare you? Only because I'm going to have to answer a lot of questions before we even get there. Hi, Murphy. Yes, hi, Bubbles. Okay. So this is an absolutely insane question, namely because these are fictional countries, and also a tariff question in the modern day is very funny because they think it's politically charged, but they wrote this question like 3 years before Trump was elected the second time. So the tariff thing was not what they were thinking about. So Vortania and Rodara are trading partners with flexible exchange rates. The currency of Vortania is the Vortanian crown, VTC. Okay, that's their abbreviation for it. And the currency of the Rodara is the Rodaran mark, RHM. Okay. Assume that Vortania's capital and financial account balance is zero. I hate seeing that because I'm just like, they're going to ask about the capital and financial account here. Archer, don't bark. Now assume that Vortania imposes new tariffs on imports from Rodara. Draw a separately labeled graph of the foreign exchange market for the crown and show the effect of the tariffs on the supply of the crown and the value of the crown. Gross. Such a gross problem. Look at how gross that problem is. Okay. So notice, it only asks me to draw the Forex market for the crown. I'm sure you guys are such buttheads. Draw a market for the crown. Oh, Dale's going to be back inside in a second. I'll pause so we can see the baby. So I'm drawing a market for the crown. Here's what I'll draw. It's a supply and demand graph. It looks normal. God bless the Forex market for at least looking normal while being an incredibly complicated graph. RHM per VTC. Equilibrium. Here, my graph at quantity of VTC. Boy, here we go. We can, nope, over here. There, no, there it is. I can figure this out. Cameras are reversed. It's fine. RHM per VTC. For those of you guys curious, how do I know how to label this y-axis? What's on the bottom of the fraction should be on the bottom of your graph. Your quantity should match the bottom of the fraction is how I think about it. What's on the bottom goes on the bottom. That's because they're asking for the market for the Vortanian crown here. Claire is the reason why I did the crown on the bottom in this one. Because if we're talking about the value of the crown, I should be looking at the crown graph. Archer, can you stop barking? Please. Please, can you stop? Otherwise, we have to kick you out of here. This is why they're rude to me. So yeah, that's why it's that. Now, another thing. Sometimes the question will give you hints. I can't imagine a bigger hint than it being in literally all caps. So draw what happens and show the effect of the tariffs on the supply, of the crown and the value of the crown. So here's what's happening. They're putting a tariff on goods from Rodara. Okay. A tariff is a tax on those goods. So presumably people from Vortania will buy less goods from Rodara because of the tariff. With me on that part? So if they're buying less goods from Rodara, I actually know pretty confidently what's happening on the marks graph, the Rodaran marks graph, which is they're buying less stuff from Rodara, so the demand for the Rodaran mark should be decreasing. There's less demand for their goods because there's less demand for their currency because of the tariffs. So demand for the mark would go down. Notice, not the mark graph. This is the crown's graph. But it tells me it's asking about the supply of the crown. Well, if we're putting a tariff, the tariff's entire point is that we buy less stuff from other countries, which would mean we are supplying less of our currency internationally. There's less demand for the mark, so there's less supply of the crown internationally. So supply would decrease, which makes this currency appreciate in value as the lower supply, here we go, makes the price go up. Would you get docked for drawing both graphs? Or would you recommend crossing out the second graph? I would recommend crossing out the second graph. That's a great question, actually. Mainly because we have to grade whatever you draw. So if you draw two of these graphs, they both have to be perfect. They both have to be perfect. Otherwise, we're in trouble. So if you have to draw the crown graph, if you end up drawing the crown graph and the mark graph, I would cross out the mark graph, like circle it and cross it out, shade it out, just like make it like kind of obvious you don't want me to look at that as a grader. That way we don't score it as part of your thing. In case anything's labeled wrong on that graph or anything's done wrong on that graph, we would take off points for it unless you were to get rid of it. So that's a good question. You can draw the second graph. Just make sure you cross it out. Oh, there's Dill. Pausing to go to the baby. We all want to see the baby. The baby. Dillson.
He needs to speak.
Oh, he needs to speak me? Okay. Oh, he is the wild eyes that we got to deal with here. While we're looking at, I can look at the questions. What time are we going over the predictions, Carolina? I'm going over them at 7 p.m. That's the game plan here. Can we include inflow outflow with this Forex market situation? Sure. If they're buying less from this other country, Vortania would experience a reduction in capital outflow, so less money leaving their economy. And Rodara would see a decrease in capital inflow. Is how I would phrase it. They didn't do a question over capital flow here because of how weird it is to say like less outflow, more inflow. He's here. The baby. The baby. Oh my God, look at him. He's a baby. He's a baby. Oh, hi, Justin. Yes. Yes. Yes, this is the baby. This is Dill. He's a little scraggly. Bentley, yes, we can do the multipliers for sure. The multipliers are like the most likely to be asked about math things. So we're certainly doing a multiplier problem, Ben. Don't worry. Oh God, he's freaking out. He's reacting so normally. He loves this. He's doing so good. Dill. Go. Closing the door now. Those guys are all terrorists, especially Dill. He's cute. Oh, we also have Aaron bought him a new toy, which is these little like pickle chips that have a little pickle like jar that go along with it. He's almost already destroyed it, so not being helpful. I can explain the import-export thing, Serena, for sure, because I actually need to do that still with that same problem. What would you recommend to prepare like now until the exam? I'm very worried because I kind of feel like I don't know how to do FRQs and I'm kind of panicking. Well, good news for the FRQs for you there. The FRQs are only worth a third of your score for econ. It's 2/3 multiple choice, 1/3 FRQ in terms of the scoring percentages. So that should make you a little less stressed. The goal should be tonight, make sure you know how to do your graphs. You might not know how to do everything, but make sure you know how to do your graph drawings because on the FRQs, let me pull up the same question we were just working through. Sure. Okay. On this FRQ right here, I scored this FRQ. This FRQ took a crazy amount of hours for all of us to score because Forex problems are a nightmare. So you have this Phillips curve problem right here for A. That's worth 2 points for having your Phillips curve drawn correctly and having your LRPC in the right spot. This shift right here for B2 is worth another point. So it's 3 points right there just drawn on your graph. C is 2 points for doing the graph right and the shift. That's 5 points out of the 10 points that were of this problem. So if you just knew how to draw your graph stuff, you're already halfway to a perfect score on this FRQ, and you don't need to get a perfect score to get a passing grade. Your goal to get a 3 on the AP exam is to get 57% of the points roughly. So you don't necessarily need to freak out of, do I know everything? There will be questions you don't know how to answer. That will happen. Okay. That I can almost guarantee it. Like College Board loves to throw random things in there. This question has a capital financial account part. Like rude, if I'm being honest. Not that it's impossible to answer it, but it certainly was a thing that I was like, students are just not going to get this point a hell of a lot. Okay. So you got to be kind of careful about that. To finish up this problem, because it helps answer someone else's question, based solely on the change in the value of the crown shown in part C, we said the crown was appreciating in value in part C. Will Vortania's net exports increase, decrease, or remain the same in the short run? The good news is it doesn't say to explain this. God bless. But here's the logic of it. So right now, the crown is worth more. Specifically, the crown is worth more when it comes to the mark. Like it's worth literally more marks now. This price is higher. It takes more marks to get a crown. So what will end up happening for Vortania is because of the higher value of their currency, they can then purchase more goods from other countries. Basically, they get more marks per crown. So any good priced in marks just got functionally cheaper for people in Vortania. So they can buy goods more easily, actually, from Rodara. That's kind of one of the weird things that happens here. So I would say that their net exports will decrease because they'll be importing more, which hurts your currency value. Why did it appreciate? Because there's less of a supply. The less of a supply is what made the value of it appreciate. Rulers, no, but you can use your ID as a straight edge if you're curious. Yeah, that's classic. How late is too late to sleep in? I'm thinking about studying until midnight-ish, but I don't want to be unable to think because of lack of sleep. I would probably try to get at least 6 hours of sleep. That's generally my rule of thumb. If there's anything important going on, try to get at least 6 hours. So whenever you've got to wake up, take 6 hours off of that. Don't stay up to like 3 a.m. studying. Your brain will do better if you're studying in the morning than if you're studying late at night, historically speaking. Do you get scratch paper? Yes. You get pens and pencils. You get both of those. You'll get a pen or a pencil. We accept either, as long as we can read it. They're not going to care. Let's see other things that are on here. I'll come back to that question. Oh, and that's a good one. Rad reviewer, I can explain that pretty easily. There's the appreciation depreciation thing. Explain the imports and export change. Just did that. Paper look like, is it normal line paper? That's a great question, Claire. Honestly, I haven't seen the new version of the exam's paper because it just gets scanned in and we can't really tell if it's aligned or not. Based off of how good people's graphs are set up, I think there are lines on it. But I couldn't tell you. I don't think it's like fully blank paper. I think it's lined so you can see it. Should look like the other FRQs. If you've done other free response questions in a hybrid exam format, like for bio, it'd be the same as that format in terms of the structure. Which units are the heaviest hitters? Like alongside amortization of graphs, which ones should I spend extra time on? It's annoying for econ because basically every unit past unit 3 is just sort of building off unit 3 because like the ADIS graph comes up in like every unit. So I would usually say unit 3 and 4 are where you want to spend the most time. Unit 5 and 6, you just really need to know the graph stuff in those units. So like unit 5, you need to know your Phillips curve and you need to know crowding out. Unit 6, you need to know the Forex market and how all that stuff works. But the entirety of unit 3 and the entirety of unit 4 are like essential knowledge for a lot of questions. Units 1 and 2 make up, I think, like a total between the two of them, like 25% of the exam, which is like, a quarter, but it's a third of the units only makes up a quarter of the test. So it's a little less than you would expect, realistically. So units 1 and 2 are a little less important than units 3, 4, 5, 6, because units 1 and 2 are kind of off on their own, whereas 3, 4, 5, and 6 kind of build off each other. So traditionally, that's how I would say it. Other ones that are worth mentioning. What do you want for Teacher Appreciation Week? I don't care, Cash, whatever you guys feel like you want to do. Can we get a 6-7 shout out? Sure. If there's a question that isn't a Forex graph, but it asks about depreciation or appreciation, how do we know? You would know based off of what people want. Like the logic for appreciate and depreciate is appreciation and depreciation. We're just talking about the value of something, right? I'm going to go back to the full screen for myself so I can see this a little better. So for appreciation and depreciation, we're just talking about the value of something. Basic supply and demand rules apply here. Okay. If you want to buy something from a country more, you want their currency more. That's what you're saying. Like in an indirect way, you want their currency. Because if you want their goods and their companies want their currency, then in a weird, like by proxy way, you want their currency. And the more you want of something, the more valuable it gets. So demand rises for the currency on the Forex market, but that just means the currency is appreciating in value. It's worth more. People want it more. If your country has higher interest rates, that'll also do it because it's like a bank account. You would go and put your money in a bank account that has a higher interest rate. So that'll attract foreign investors and make your currency appreciate. What is it? Crowding out when the government borrows too much and it crowds out. Yeah, that's exactly right. JK Pro. That's the crowding out definition you gave there. Spot on. So basically reverse ADAS, revere ADAS as the econ savior. Yes. Econs, and I would be shocked if the AP exam this year doesn't have you draw an ADAS graph. It definitely needs to. Should we write out everything on the graph like writing out output or price level? When in doubt, write it out. If you're not sure if you're allowed to abbreviate something, don't abbreviate it, especially if you know what it stands for. If you know what it stands for, don't bother abbreviating it. Like other than like GDP, you don't have to write out gross domestic product every time. That's a lot of letters. But for the most part, you should probably not abbreviate it. Now, sometimes it'll tell you stuff where it kind of gives you the answer a little bit. Let's see if I can find the FRQ that has it here. Yeah, I'll show you it. The second FRQ on the same exact questions. This was last year's FRQ section. Pretty much all my students had this version of the exam. So they all had this question or these questions. Again, question 1 was a nightmare. Every kid thought they got physically assaulted by this first question, which is kind of normal. And my kids passed like an 80% pass rate. So don't be scared if that happens. But the second question here is talking about monetary policy when you have limited reserves versus if you have ample reserves. Okay. You don't have to read this whole problem. What I want you to point out is here where it wants you to draw the reserve market, which is our weird like zigzaggy demand curve guy. But look right here. Show how it affects the policy rate. If you forget like a label on a graph, double check the question. It might have a label in there for you. Policy rate is the y-axis on your reserves market. The x-axis is just quantity of reserves. If it's a market, it's always some sort of price and quantity combo. Quantity is on your x, price is on your y. So if it's the reserve market, I'm just going to assume it's quantity of reserves is my x, and they said policy rate, which an interest rate is a price technically. So I put policy rate as my y-axis, and you get really lucky there. So that's probably worth what I would say. Yeah, Claire, that question was answered right below you. That 66 and 33% is perfectly exactly correct. How much would I recommend you spend on each unit to review? Like total or like tonight? Tonight, if you're watching this video live stream, we'll review kind of all of them. So that kind of knocks that out for you, I think. Otherwise, I would say probably like 30 minutes for unit 1 and 2, an hour for units 3 and 4, and then an hour total for units 5 and 6. So like I'm giving you like that's like 4 hours of studying, which is a crazy amount of time, but that's like me being extra. 5 is 80%. A 4 is 68%. A 3 is 56%. Let's see. McRitchie, yeah, you can probably convince Tobin. That seems fine. I don't think that'd be hard. Who do you think the group leader in the big three in 5th period? I don't know. Don't have a 5th period. Ashlyn, I do want to clarify something about your crowding out definition. The JK1 is above you is correct. The government buying bonds is not the crowding out part. It's when the government's borrowing money, which technically wouldn't be them buying bonds. It would be them issuing and selling them. That's how they borrow. But I have to point out the clarification point because kids get the bonds thing confused. My brain. Okay. Leakages for circular flow model. That's when any money leaves the economy in any way, shape, or form or is not being spent in any form. So saving is a leakage because you're not spending it. And imports are a leakage because that money flows to the other economy. That's easy. Can I go over quantity theory of money? Sure. Let me see if there's anything else I want to hit before I go into other things. Some of these graphs I will hit with my like FRQ predictions. So I'm not as concerned about that kind of thing. Scrolling up a little bit to see some of these things. Oh my God, look at all these questions. Shout out to all of you guys in the chat being super active. Some of these are good questions. Some of these are memes, but it's mostly appropriate. So I appreciate that. Forex market, Phillips curve. Phillips curve. Yeah, fine. Let's do Phillips curve. That's a bad boy worth explaining here. Stop sharing. Here we go. Phillips curve. All right. William Phillips, economist from New Zealand in the 1960s, goes to the United States to study our economy, and during the 70s charts out our unemployment and inflation rate under the assumption that he thinks he's right, which is that these two things have an inverse relationship. His theory creates what we call the short run Phillips curve. That when you have high inflation, you have low unemployment and vice versa. Okay. There is a long run Phillips curve, which behaves the exact same way as the LRAS curve did, which is it's not really another Phillips curve. It's really just a line that tells us a reference point of like, if our economy is here, we currently are exactly where we want to be. This LRPC is drawn at the natural rate of unemployment, which is your ideal unemployment rate. If everything's going smoothly, you would be here. You could have your dot hanging out over here, which would mean that you've got way too much unemployment, like your X value is a lot bigger. That'd be a recession because you have a lot of unemployment in recessions. You're below full employment. You're in a negative output gap, different names for that. And if you're up here, you got yourself quite a bit of inflation, my guy. That's an inflationary gap, otherwise being above full employment or a positive output gap. In terms of shifting this graph, your shifters of this graph are as follows: a change in aggregate demand, a change in SRAS, and a change in expected inflation rate. A change in aggregate demand moves your dot along the curve. If we increased aggregate demand, that's more spending. That should get you higher prices and lower unemployment. So you would move like this towards higher inflation and lower unemployment. If aggregate demand decreased, you would have more unemployment and less inflation. So like that. If you change SRAS, think like stagflation, which was caused by a decrease in supply, gets you higher of both of these, higher unemployment and higher inflation. I can't move along the line to show that. I'd have to move my whole line outward like this to actually make that happen. So change in SRAS shifts your curve. An expected inflation rate is technically a supply shifter, so it does the same thing. I always think of it as this is the inflation rate right here. If they raise the expected inflation rate, the inflation rate should go up across the board, the entire thing. So you just move that supply, the Phillips curve up. You can draw this diagonal downward sloping or like a curve. I've always drawn it like this because this is what his data showed, but you see on the AP exam, sometimes they draw it linear. That's fine. Yeah. Are you hallucinating? Yeah. No, econ goat. That is absolutely super true. Yeah. I've seen Phillips curves drawn diagonally also. I just draw it curved because it's actually called a curve. But all of our lines are called curves and they're all technically curved, but we draw most of them straight lines. It's really not important. We don't care. On the AP exam, they're not going to be annoying about that. Thank God. Econ professors in college will be annoying about that. Prepare yourself. Benefits from expected inflation. I love that one. It's a great question. I'm scrolling up. I'm just double checking other questions before I get into other stuff. Look at all these questions in the chat. You guys have done a great job with this. Okay. ADAS shifters, might as well. Claire asked about those, and that's very basic. So your aggregate demand, aggregate supply graph is the most important graph of the entire class because it's the one that's tied into the most things. It is our graph of the economy proper. So here's how best to think about it. It is all of the supply and demand graphs of the entire economy slapped on top of each other all at once, like market for shoes, market for homes, market for loans, market for whatever. Aggregate means total. It's just all of them slapped together all at once. Aggregate demand is our demand for all goods and services or all things produced in our economy. Now, the tricky part with aggregate demand is who demands all of the goods in our economy? And the answer is everybody. So it's consumers, businesses, the government, and foreign consumers also count for this. So aggregate demand, we usually refer to the shifters as C, I, G, and XN. That is consumer spending, us, investment spending, businesses, government spending, self-explanatory, and net exports, which is exports minus imports. Exports because people are buying more of our stuff, benefits aggregate demand. Imports because we're buying less of our stuff, hurts aggregate demand. For SRAS, this is my ability to produce things. So for this, often look at things like costs, like cost of production. That's what I'm usually looking for. Labor, which means either quality of labor or cost of labor. Wages, that comes up a lot. Technology helps us produce stuff. And that expected inflation rate one. I put EPL for expected price level, but expected inflation rate is the same idea. So those are my shifters for that graph. Pretty straightforward in terms of like it's my ability to produce or it's my spending. One of the two. If it's we're buying more stuff, we're demanding more stuff. So I'm like, well, businesses will produce more. It's like they're not supplying more. We are demanding more, which then causes them to produce more. Careful on the logic for that. Hibby dibby dibby. Claire, the NRU is the natural rate of unemployment. It's your ideal level of unemployment. I'm just saying quick questions that I can answer incredibly fast. Let me check emails real quick. Am I getting more emails? Of them Miranda not being able to use the chat, but then she did use the chat later, so I know she figured it out. I don't know why it wasn't working, Miranda. I can't explain how YouTube's chat functionality works. Maybe it's the school computer, not the school email not letting you do it would be like the most likely reason. I don't know. Okay, you got it. Nice. All right. Let's see. I'm trying to think. Important calculations, Econ Goat. The important calculation stuff will be mostly the multipliers, which we'll go over some questions with multipliers here in a little bit. Multipliers is the most important math thing. It happens the most often on the test. They use it in FRQs all the time. I actually don't need my headphones now because the dogs aren't in here. So I would go multipliers first. One of the ones are like the ones they ask about all the time. Your unit 2 math in general, most like unemployment rate, they like to use a lot. Some of the GDP calculations with the deflator are worth knowing. Quantity theory of money is worth knowing. And inflation rate, should know as well. So mostly it's unit 2's math and multipliers, which is most of the math for the entire course, if I'm being honest, but it is super a thing. Yeah, the benefits from inflation thing's really fast, and it's not tied to anything else, so I might as well go over that really fast. You got 3 groups when it comes to unexpected inflation. You got savers, you got lenders, and you got borrowers. Savers, lenders, borrowers. Okay. My students might know this because of the sort of weird thing I said to like help us remember this, but the logic of this is inflation takes place over time, and as inflation occurs, your money purchases less stuff. So think of it as money loses value, or at least purchasing power loses value over time due to inflation. Okay. So let's say you're a saver and you're putting your money in a saving in like a piggy bank, right? For 10 years, you're putting in like, $1 a day to this piggy bank. Over time, what's going to happen is as inflation rises, each of those dollars is less meaningful and less powerful and buys less stuff. So as a saver, you're getting hurt. I usually say as savers suffer. The more inflation that happens, especially unexpected inflation, the more hurt savers are. Even if you have a savings account that pays you interest, because the interest on your savings account is based off of expected inflation. So if there's unexpected inflation, you are going to get hurt by that. Okay. Lenders, you're lending money to someone, they're paying you back later in time. Lenders have to charge interest because if they don't, inflation completely screws them over because the money they get paid back is less valuable than what they lent it the first time. If I gave you $10 and you give me $10 back in 10 years, I got scammed because $10 10 years from now will buy less than $10 does right now. So lenders lose when there's inflation because the money they get paid back is less valuable than when they lend it. Borrowers, by the exact same logic, benefit because the money they are paying back is worth less than what they borrowed, or at least worth less than what it was when they borrowed it. So the borrowers benefit because the money they pay back is less hurtful, is like not as big of a deal. So one thing where like money is losing value, which means my debt is losing value. Big brain. Actually bad still. Inflation still hurts you, but not when it comes to your borrowing. Your debt is doing better. Your ability to buy groceries, not doing great. That one's easy. Should we memorize the income approach to GDP? The formula, probably not. There's a formula for which like wages plus rent plus interest plus profit. That's like never used, so I'm not concerned about that. Should you know that you can add up all the income and get GDP? Yeah, you should know that. And if the dot is to the right of the LRPC, is it in an inflationary gap or a recessionary gap? On a Phillips curve, it's kind of easy to tell in terms of what is the problem going on in the economy, right? Like the Phillips curve is a graph that's charting 2 economic problems on it, inflation and unemployment, right? Because you guys get confused about above and below full employment a lot, which is fine, but also think of it like this. If we are here on that spot, what's the bigger problem, inflation or unemployment? Like look at the graph, look at the coordinates. Our Y value is really high, our X value is really small. Unemployment is certainly not a problem at that point. Inflation is a problem. Inflationary gaps are what we call being above full employment. Now, sometimes you get confused because like on the ADIS graph, you would be to the right of the LRAS. It's like, yeah, unemployment and GDP are inversely related. So if I'm going to the right on my aggregate demand supply graph, I should be going to the left on my Phillips curve because the graphs are inverted, basically. And this dot down here has a lot more unemployment going on in it. And that's what a recession is really problematic for. The recession problem is that you get really high unemployment in a recession. So down here would be a recession. Up here would be an inflationary gap. Below full employment, above full employment. Employment and unemployment are opposite words. Gets people a lot. Hibba-dibba, hibba-dibba, jibba-dibba. Are you suggesting that inflation is bad? I am, Tom. Inflation is not good. Shouts to any of you who've bought gas in the last day or so. Balanced budgets. Bentley, I know you want to do the math. I get it. You know your graphs. Are people on a fixed income kind of like savers in the case of inflation? People on fixed income are generally screwed all of the time. Being on fixed income is bad because inflation is always happening. So you're kind of always losing. Yeah, dude, it's like $4.30 a gallon right now. Yeah, it's super good. Can you talk about shifts in ADIS and how does Phillips curve? Yeah, I mentioned that, but let me show you it, I think. I think showing it's probably better. So here's how I think about this. Every Phillips curve problem is really, and this is super annoying, a 2-graph problem. It is an aggregate demand, aggregate supply graph problem and a Phillips curve problem. So here's the logic of what's happening. Whenever you get stuck on a Phillips curve question where it's like, I don't know what to do on the Phillips curve, if you can tell what to do on your aggregate demand supply curve, you're not screwed. You can figure this out. So here is the logic. I'm just setting up my graphs. I'm making them look really bad. I apologize. I'm not going to have the long run thing here because we don't need it to explain this part. So aggregate demand supply curve, Phillips curve, unemployment, inflation, handwriting's terrible. Cool. Let's say that there is an increase in government spending or an increase in consumer spending or an increase in investment spending. All increases in spending, right? So on my aggregate demand supply graph, aggregate demand spending goes up, which gets me a larger GDP and a higher price level. So my GDP goes up and my price level goes up. The way we do this is we go from this graph to this graph. Why? Because these guys are related to these guys. GDP and unemployment have an inverse relationship. The more productive we are, the less unemployment we should have. So as GDP rises, unemployment rate falls. And as price level rises, remember that inflation is just an increase in prices. So that's the same thing as saying that I need a lower unemployment rate and a higher inflation rate. So if I'm starting here, I need less unemployment, so I'm going left on my Phillips curve. I need more inflation, so I'm going up on my Phillips curve. So left and up would get me up there along the Phillips curve. The elevator doors thing, I've heard that explanation before. I don't hate it. It's that they move opposite directions of each other. I think of it as the vertical line. The LR is like a mirror, and like you're reflecting on that as your point of reflection. So like I'm going to the right, so I'm going to the left. Mirrors don't flip you vertically, right? I'm walking towards my bathroom mirror and I'm upside down, right? So the vertical part stays the same, but the horizontal flips. So the vertical part stays the same. I'm going up, but I'm going left on this. I'm going right on this. That's the logic of that. Okay, Claire. The substitute good thing is not an aggregate demand, aggregate supply graph question. It is a supply and demand graph problem, not aggregate. That is just a single market. I'll still go over it because unit 1 still shows up. But to walk you through it, can you go over how the supply and demand graph would change if a substitute good got cheaper? Like if the graph for trucks is for trucks and the price of gas goes up. What a incredibly relevant question. So supply and demand question. Just how do you tell if it's a supply and demand versus aggregate? Aggregate is all the markets. If it's just like talk about the market for trucks, that's just a supply and demand graph because that's just the market for trucks. That's just a single good we're talking about. So supply and demand graph, price, quantity. Most basic graph we got, basic other than production possibilities curve. Most basic graph we got, the basis for all of our future graphs. Okay. Price of a not substitute, in this case, it's a complementary good, gasoline. It's the market for trucks. Gas gets more expensive. Hey guys. It's going to sound super crazy. If gas prices are higher, are you going to want to buy a truck as much? No, you're not going to want to buy it. Demand's going down. Related goods are related goods for consumers, which means it's a demand problem. Okay. It's like their ability to produce trucks hasn't changed necessarily. But our desire to buy a gas-powered car has dropped off by a lot. If you're talking about me buying a truck now versus me buying a truck 6 months ago, I've been much more interested in buying a truck 6 months ago because gas prices were lower back then. Gas prices being what they are now, I would say the demand for hybrids and electric cars is going up because a substitute is now more expensive. A substitute being gasoline just went up in price. So the demand for things that are substituting that, hybrids and electric cars, would start to rise. That's the logic of it. What if metal got more expensive? Now it costs more to produce, the supply would go down? Yeah. If metal gets more expensive, it costs more to produce, the supply decreases. Yeah, that's right. And then when you move both, you get a weird thing that happens where my price looks like it stays the same. My quantity drops big time. So I've got less of a quantity. There's less demand and less supply of something. The quantity of it's going to go down by a lot, right? We don't want it as much and there's less of it. The quantity is going to drop like crazy. but the price looks like it stays the same because if we want it less, the price goes down. But if it costs them more to produce it, the price should go up. What's going to happen to the price? And that's where we get the lovely word indeterminate. We won't be able to tell what happens to the price because the price could go up or down. I don't actually know. It looks like it stays the same on my graph because I drew them with like relatively equal shifts, right? The supply curve and the demand curve both moved by like roughly the same amount for my graph. So it looks like it stays the same price-wise, but that's not a guarantee. That's just based off how I drew it. That's not like a perfectly set up thing. Okay, there's your supply and demand graph. Very quick, basic go over. Dolly, you're really confused with the Forex market. So is a lot of people. You're not alone in that boat. Forex freaking sucks. We'll come back to that. Did the ADS Phillips curve. Inventories. And sure. Inventory refers to the business's buying of their own inventory, of like confirming that they have enough of their thing. So how does it affect aggregate demand? It's a part of investment spending. Investment spending includes businesses spending on themselves, which would include inventory. So that question from the practice exam where it says inventory, I always, in my mind, would associate inventory with like a business, right? Because I like stocked shelves at Kohl's when I was in college. I'm just thinking of like inventory, right? In which case that's a business's spending. So that would be investment spending, which is a component of aggregate demand. Not a dumb question. The word inventory you guys haven't seen very often. It doesn't show up a whole lot. They do that every now and then to throw you guys for a bit of a loop, but I'm thinking business is there. Expected changes on supply and demand? Sure. I don't think we even need to draw this logic, right? Supply and demand on the basic graph level is a market that you should have kind of a real life understanding of, right? Because you guys exist in markets and buy stuff all the time. And some of you guys have jobs where you've sold stuff too. So if I'm a purchaser, a consumer, and I think the price of a good is going to be higher next month, right now I buy it. I buy it before the price spikes, right? My demand goes up before the price goes up because I want to buy it before the price rises. So if I think the price will be higher in the future, I buy now, right? I want to buy my swimwear in the summer, or not in the summer, in the winter, because it'll be cheaper in the winter than in the summer. I expect the price to rise in the summer, so I want it more in the winter. Ditto for like when it gets to like, it's May now, your winter clothes are probably going to be getting cheaper in the stores. Now's a good time to go buy a coat. Do I need the coat now? No. I'm probably not going to change sizes all that much by the time next winter rolls around if I'm playing my cards right, fingers crossed. We'll see. But I would want to buy a coat now because it'll be cheaper to buy it now as opposed to later. Businesses react to the opposite. They want to sell while the price is high. So if they think the price will be higher in the future, they'd supply less right now, right? Because they don't want to sell while the price is low. They want to sell while the price is high. So I think the price will be higher in the future. They supply less and then supply more when they think the price will be higher. Expansionary monetary and fiscal policies. Yeah. Links I just did the Phillips curve stuff. If you go back a little bit in the video here. Again, if you want a quick video going over stuff, I recommend looking at Jacob Clifford on YouTube. His videos are pretty good for this. They're a little corny, but they're very, very good. I learned a lot of how to teach this class through Clifford. So I really recommend going through his stuff. It's really good, especially if I skim through a thing and it seems like you didn't get what you needed out of it. That's a good secondary resource. Or watch the full video on my channel that has like the full explanation for how to do that stuff. I know that's not quick, but if you really don't understand it, you might need the full thing. Okay, fiscal monetary policies. A thing that drives me insane as someone who teaches government and economics because you guys really don't like learning vocab, I think. Okay. Fiscal, monetary, okay? Fiscal, government, monetary, central bank, which feels like it's the government. It's not. The Federal Reserve is not necessarily a part of the government. It's kind of why President Trump is mad at them right now, is because they're not under his control and therefore don't do what he wants all the time, which is kind of the point. They're independent. That's kind of what it's supposed to be. So government is fiscal. Government in America, when we're talking about economic policies, the main controllers of economic policies in America is Congress. That's the sort of like branch that has the most power because they have in the Constitution what we call the power of the purse, which is the power to tax and spend. Tax and spend. Fiscal policies would be changing taxes or changing government spending. Pretty much it. I think of it as fiscal is simple. I know the government can tax. I know the government can spend. Those are things I already would have known prior to taking AP Economics, right? The government taxes people. Boy, do I know it. I have income. It gets taxed. How dare they? The government can spend money. I work in a public school. So I'm pretty confident the government can spend money. That's literally how my salary is paid. So if we're trying to get us out of a recession, we would do what we call an expansionary policy, which is meant to boost spending. Now, you can do an expansionary fiscal or an expansionary monetary. Expansionary fiscals would be these guys. Expansionary monetaries would be one of these guys, either the reserve requirement, no longer in use in the United States because we have ample reserves now. Open market operations, or OMOs, which is the buying and selling of bonds. So we'll get there. And the administered interest rates, which are the discount and the IOR rate. These guys are all a lot more complicated in terms of defining them, explaining them, and drawing them, because there's like more than one graph you can draw to explain these guys. Whereas these dudes, it's just aggregate demand go up if expansionary, aggregate demand go down if contractionary. That's all my brain got to do. These guys are like the money supply increases, which changes interest rates, which changes spending, which changes aggregate demand. A lot of stuff, right? Now, if you're in a recession, what should I do? Expansionary policies. Which one? Doesn't matter. In real life, both will happen. Like the Fed's going to try to fix it and the government's going to try to fix it because they both want us to not be in a recession. It's kind of the easy logic of it. So the government would do something like increase government spending. The Fed would do something like lower interest rates. Those are both expansionary policies. You do both, you increase spending. That's kind of the logic of it. You're in an inflationary period, you're above full employment. We need to pump the brakes a little bit. We need to do a contractionary policy. So I need spending to go down. Either I would cut spending or raise taxes. Those hurt spending. Or I would raise interest rates. I could sell bonds. I could raise the reserve requirement. That's what I'm looking at here. So when we're talking about differences between the policy, they're different things. So they're very different. The goals are the same. The when I would use which type is the same, but they're two different machines with different people pushing the buttons. It's just that the end result of those machines tends to be pretty similar, if that makes sense. Like the end result of both of these is to change our spending. This one in a very simple, direct way. This one in a much more complicated way that affects how banks work and all that stuff. So if it's a more complicated thing, like buying and selling government bonds, raising or lowering the discount or the IOR rate, or just administered interest rates in general, changing how much money banks can hold on to. These are all weirder, more complicated things, right? So that's all on the monetary policy side. The fiscal policies are relatively simple. You might see specific ones where they make it a little more complicated, where they're like, if they were to change transfer payments, it's like a transfer payment is still a government spending thing. It's just when the government transfers you money. So like welfare, unemployment benefits, when they just, or the stimulus checks would be a transfer payment. More spending is expansionary. More payment, more spending, expansionary. Don't get scared. Maui Wowie, I did a terms of trade problem early on in this video, so feel free to pop back there. So government increasing spending is expansionary, and then you decrease taxes and vice versa. Yeah, decreasing taxes or increasing government spending are both expansionary. Yep. And then raising taxes or cutting spending is contractionary. The last thing I mentioned with this. Oh, crowding out. Yeah, we can tie that into this link. So that's a good thing to point out here. If it's limited reserves versus ample reserves, these guys don't change, but some of them can't be utilized. So if it's limited reserves, there we go. If it's limited reserves, that means banks don't have a lot of money. So any of these monetary policies work. Any of these monetary policies work if you have limited reserves, because banks don't have a lot of money. So the central bank doing anything is a big deal, right? So any of those will work if it's limited reserves. If it's ample reserves in a problem, which they'll tell you, they're not going to make you figure it out. They'll tell you ample reserves. If it's ample reserves, only the administered interest rates work as monetary policy. These first two guys stop being effective if it's ample reserves. Only the administered interest rates still work. Why? It's complicated. The reserve market graph kind of explains it. We'll get to that when we get to the reserve market graph. But functionally speaking, just know if ample, administered interest rates. Ample, administered interest rates. Ample, administered interest rates. The crowding out thing that Links asked about, this is a big difference between these two policies. When you do an expansionary fiscal policy, which, listen carefully, class, this is where we get tricked up. This is being recorded right now, Chase, so it should stay on my YouTube channel after this. Fingers crossed, I hope. Ones from previous years are, and the content isn't different. So if it doesn't get recorded, watch last year's. It's the same stuff. It's not different. My predictions might be a little bit different, but everything else will be the same. We've got to be clear on that part. The content of the exam has not changed. So that makes my life a lot easier. But you guys are new kids, so I'm giving you the chance to ask the questions here. Crowding out, sorry, ADD. When you do an expansionary fiscal policy, like increasing government spending or decreasing taxes, a follow-up question you have to think about is, wait, how the hell does the government pay for that? Like the government's just increasing their spending. How? I was like, by taxing more. It's like, no, we're doing an expansionary thing. I'm not raising taxes. That's not helpful. I'm keeping taxes the same and I'm increasing government spending. So how do you pay for that? Borrowing, right? Same way any of us pay for anything that we don't have the money to pay for, we borrow. So the government is borrowing a crazy amount of money. The government is in $39 trillion of debt because they do a hell of a lot of expansionary policies and don't raise taxes to pay for it. The government's really bad at raising taxes to pay for stuff because raising taxes is very unpopular. And we live in a democracy. So we run into that problem a lot. So when the government's borrowing more, you get a nasty side effect. It's called crowding out. Because when the government borrows, I need to draw this on a graph. When the government borrows, they're borrowing from a lot of the same places that we borrow from. Like they're borrowing from the people who you can borrow from. Banks, rich folk, people who've got money, right? So when the government borrows more, I'm drawing a loanable funds market for this because that's usually what it's tied to. Spoiler, I do believe this will be on one of your FRQs. I think one of your FRQs will have crowding out on it because kids suck at it. So the AP exam loves to ask about it. If you're thinking like, what are they going to ask about? Things you're not excited for them to ask about. Is generally the rule of thumb for that. So loanable funds market, the government is borrowing more money. There's more borrowing happening. The demand for loans is based off of borrowing. There's more borrowing, so the demand for loans should increase. And this is where the crowding out occurs. The crowding out is the interest rate just went up for all of us. The government borrowing from the same places that we borrow from makes it harder for us to borrow from those same places, right? They're like hogging up money that should have been lent out to us or should have been able to be lent out to us. So in doing so, they're making it more expensive and more difficult for everybody else to borrow. That includes us. That includes businesses, which is that consumption / interest sensitive investment thing that Kate's mentioned in the chat. We're talking crowding out there, where that higher interest rate reduces those spending, which is a negative side effect of expansionary fiscal policy. We do expansionary fiscal policy to get us out of a recession. The government increases spending. Good. But if they have to borrow to pay for it, this is going to happen, which makes interest rates go up, which makes it harder for me to spend. So did the expansionary fiscal policy actually get us out of the recession? Maybe not. So that's why in real life, one of the reasons why, like, when we go into recessions, it's not just like we're instantly fixed, right? If it was that simple as we just spend more and we're out of it, we would just spend more and be out of it. It's part of the problem is the government borrows money and that makes interest rates go up. I thought people wanted higher interest rates and consumers wouldn't crowd out. That is international. I hate this part. This is where everyone gets confused because economists sometimes want to use new words and sometimes don't. And it drives me insane. So the logic of this is domestically, a high interest rate is bad for you in a couple of ways, or at least it's bad for you from a spending standpoint, right? A high interest rate means that I'm going to be borrowing less money because loans got more expensive, and I'm going to be saving more money because things like a savings account just got a hell of a lot better, right? Because a higher interest rate, I get paid that interest. So it reduces spending, right? Internationally, you don't borrow money from other countries. So like a higher interest rate in Canada doesn't make me borrow less from Canada because I don't borrow from Canada, right? But I can invest in Canada. I can store money in Canada. I can put my money there and actually like gain interest. You can open foreign bank accounts. They'll take your money. You can buy foreign bonds, in which case you're getting the interest there too. So internationally, high interest rates are attractive. Domestically, high interest rates suck. There is a difference. It's annoying that it is different like that, but you kind of have to think about it where interest rates are the price of more than one thing, right? It's the return on investment. In some cases, people are investing in you. In some cases, you're investing in others. And the situations change. It changes whether or not you like the interest rate or not, right? Within our own country, we don't want interest rates to be very high. They make it harder for us to borrow. President Trump has been kind of asking, you could argue pressuring the Federal Reserve to lower interest rates. Why? He wants more spending to happen. Why? Looks good. GDP goes up. People can buy more stuff. Maybe they can buy a house. That'd be cool. People want to be able to do that. The Fed isn't necessarily doing it because the Fed is worried if they lower interest rates, we will then spend more, which while spending is cool, it does cause more inflation. And if the biggest economic complaint we've had over the last 6 years is inflation being too high, then the Fed's got a point in not lowering the interest rate because that would potentially trigger more inflation. That's the logic of it. The prices of bonds. We'll get into that. That is a thing that I think could be like the rando thing on one of our FRQs. So the price of bonds, it's not tied with inflation rates. It has to do with interest rates. So many rates with so many similar names. I'm so annoyed with all of these things. Is government deficit spending always financed by borrowing, leading to crowding out? Yes. If you see the words deficit spending, like tied into the budget, or the budget is in a deficit, what that means is the government has to borrow money. They're just telling you the government has to borrow. So yeah, that'll be a crowding out, like not even like a hint. That is like a flashing green light of we're talking crowding out right now. If you see the words deficit spending or government borrowing, like they're trying to tell you now we're talking about crowding out. So that's the thing you want to be sort of keeping an eye on because I think it's going to pop up on the FRQs this year. Can I explain the balanced budget multiplier? Could I? Yes. Should you ever need to use it? No, mostly because you could just use the spending and the tax multipliers at the same time. The balanced budget multiplier is basically like you trying to change taxes and spending at the same time to not have to borrow money, but still increase GDP. Technically, you would just solve a spending multiplier and a tax multiplier problem. So honestly, I don't bother explaining the balanced budget multiplier because that's confusing. Candace, that's a bank balance sheet problem. We'll do one of those. I can do one of those. Actually, let's do one of those now because I don't think it'll be one of your FRQs on this year's AP exam. That doesn't mean it won't be. Don't get mad. It could be, but I don't think it will be. I think terms of trade is more likely. So don't be like, yay. It's like, this might not be good still. It doesn't mean it's an easy thing. Like name all the things in econ that have been super easy to do. Not a lot. It's not a lot of super easy stuff. So let me find a bank balance sheet problem. Let's see. Okay. There's one that works. Oh, difference between IOR and discount rate. That can be really fast. So I'll answer Claire's question while I'm pulling up this FRQ. The IOR rate, interest on reserves, is the interest rate banks get paid when they store money at the Fed. Like when I store money into my savings account at Wells Fargo, I get paid interest, right? The IOR is the interest banks are paid when they store money at the Fed. So the higher the IOR rate, the more money banks would want to store at the Fed. Why is that good? If they're storing it at the Fed, they're not lending it. So raising the IOR rate is a contractionary policy because it makes banks want to store their money at the Fed instead of lending it to us. It being stored at the Fed doesn't make the economy grow or make any spending happen because the Fed isn't spending it. But then lending it out to us certainly makes more spending happen. So the higher IOR rate is contractionary because banks will store more money at the Federal Reserve. The discount rate is the price of a loan from the Fed to a commercial bank. So commercial banks sometimes lend out too much money and need to borrow some money to just have enough cash on them, in which case they can borrow from either the Fed and pay back the discount rate, or they can borrow from another bank and pay back the policy rate, aka the federal funds rate. There's a lot of interest rates, Claire. It's overwhelming every time. You can do flashcards for each of them if you really want. I don't think there's easy ways to remember these guys, if I'm going to be honest. Yeah, I've just had to say them enough times that it's stuck in my brain. The good news is with all interest rates in the entire class, a higher interest rate is always contractionary. A lower interest rate is always expansionary. So as long as you know that it's an interest rate, you're good. Like the only one that doesn't apply to is inflation rate, right? Everything else we've dealt with is an interest rate. So as long as you know that it's an interest rate, a higher interest rate is always contractionary. A lower interest rate is always expansionary. Okay. Oh, I have the question up. I wasn't showing my screen. Oops. Is that it? Yeah. Okay. The Bank of Uchena, which I almost certainly read Uchiha the first time, and I was like, oh my God, Naruto reference? That'd be so awesome. It's not happening. Okay. Assets, liabilities, and equity. $30,000 of reserves. Okay, this is me thinking out loud, like in your reading time. Okay. Ashlyn, yes. Your question, yes. I'm looking at it right now. If banks give more money to the Fed, does that not increase the money supply? It doesn't. If banks give more money to the Fed, banks have less money to lend to us. That decreases the money supply. Money held by the Fed is not a part of M1. Money held by the Fed is an M0. That sucks. Absolute nightmare. Okay. Sorry, back to this question. So this is me thinking out loud, seeing this problem for the first time. I've seen this problem before, but it's been like probably a year or two since I've seen it. So I'm going to read through it as if I'm you guys at the table on AP exam day. First, oh my God, it's a balance sheet. No. Then I stop freaking out. Okay. Deposits are $100,000. Equity is $2,000. That's such a small number. Why would they do that to me? Reserves are $30,000. Ooh, it doesn't say excess or required. So that's got to be them both combined together. That's like total reserves. Loans, that's money that's already been loaned out. They've loaned out most of the money. That's normal. Property, $2,000. I wish I could buy a house for $2,000. I think they're lying to me. Okay. Assume the reserve ratio is 20%. Now I know some stuff, right? I see this reserve ratio is 20%. I already know something about this thing right here. Okay. The reserve ratio is 20%, which means of this deposit of $100,000, they have to hold on to 20% of that. So 20% of 100,000, which for those of you guys who don't know how to do that math, we just do 100,000 times 0.2. Will get you 20,000, which that's their required reserves. So this 30,000 is actually split. 20,000 of that is required reserves. 10,000 of that is excess reserves. That's me having to think, just looking at this right here, seeing this 20% reserve requirement and that $100,000 of deposits. I know that 20,000 of it has to be required reserves, and that then whatever's left over, excess, will be excess reserves. So 10,000. Calculate the dollar value of reserves the Bank of China was required to hold. There's my 20,000. Calculate it, you just do 100,000 times 0.2. So 20 grand. Why aren't we including equity in that? Great question, Claire. It's not a deposit. The reserve requirement is the percentage of deposits banks have to hold on to. It doesn't include equity. It just includes deposits. So all I look at is deposits. So great question, Claire. Thank you for asking that. B, given the current reserves, calculate the maximum amount of additional loans the bank can now make. Okay. Amount of money that they can lend out right now would be $10,000. How did I get that? They've already loaned out 70. That is not additional. That has already been loaned out. So I'm not including the 70,000 in this. Okay. I know of that 30,000, 20,000 they can't touch, which means 10,000 could be lent out. There's that. Okay. C, assume that Alike, cool name. Alike raises $5,000 in cash from a yard sale and deposits the cash in his checking account at the Bank of Uchenna. By how much will the money supply immediately change? Hello. As a result of LK's deposit. Okay. Immediately is the key word here, actually. Money supply stuff, when it comes to balance sheets, there's two things to be looking for. If it is, what's the maximum amount of that they can change the money supply by over time through the lending process, that is a money multiplier problem. In which case, you would take the excess reserves, 10,000 of that $5,000 deposit, 4,000. No, yeah, 4,000 times your reserve. 1 over the reserve requirement will get you the change of the money supply, like you would do if multiplier. I'll repeat what I just said because I said a lot of things very fast, as I tend to do. Any of you watching this on 1.5 speed, God bless you for this. If multiplier, which would be like max change in money supply over time, you would do, of that $5,000 deposit, $4,000 is excess reserves. So 4,000 times 1 over 0.2, which is 5, equals the change in the money supply. But it doesn't say that. It says immediately. And now I get to explain M1 again, for those of you guys who forgot about M1, M0, and M2. M0 is a thing. It's not asked about a lot. It's called the monetary base. It's just the money that we know physically actually exists. M1 is the money supply, at least what most people refer to as the money supply. How is 4,000 excess? There's a $5,000 deposit. That's what we're not asking about the table here. They're asking just about this $5,000 deposit. And of that $5,000 deposit, 20% will be held on to. 20% of 5,000 is 1,000. So 1,000 would go to required reserves. 4,000 would go to excess. Okay. M1 is cash. It is your checking account. It is your savings account. So M1 is cash, checking, savings. Cool. Cash, checking, and savings. All right. So you got cash, you got checkings, you got savings. Isn't this cool? We love this. All right. So this person took $5,000 in cash, yellow, and deposited it into their checking account. Blah, blah. So there's now $5,000 less of cash and $5,000 more of checking. So what happened to the money supply? Nothing. It didn't change at all. So for C, the answer is actually is no change. Could you say that it only changed in composition? Yeah. You could say that like it moved between which part of M1 it was in, but the total amount of money in M1 did not change. Y times 1 over 0.2. I know 0.2 is the ratio, but why the 1? The formula for the money multiplier is 1 over the reserve requirement. Technically, you take like the reciprocal of the savings and it gets you how much is being created. It's kind of there's math logic to that, links that I frankly don't want to explain because it makes my brain hurt. Why it's nothing. Okay, you ready, Claire? This is always an oversimplification. Okay. M1. Cash, checking, savings. Okay. What happened in the problem was this person had $5,000 of cash and they moved it to their checking account. But M1 has cash and has checking account in it already. So moving it from this to this does not change this, right? Moving it from one of these to the other does not change the total amount that this is. M1 is cash plus checking plus savings. So if I move it from one to the other, we're good. Econ Goat, what time is the session going until I stop getting questions, which last year was right around 10 p.m. Central Time. So at least another 3 hours. Because I'm insane. What's M2? Miranda, great question. It rarely comes up on the AP exam. So I wouldn't spend a lot of time thinking about it. M2 includes things like mutual funds. Don't know what that is. Money market accounts. Don't know what that is. And like time deposits. Worth knowing what that is. Basically, it is money that you can access, but is a little more complicated. A time deposit, as an example, is like a type of savings account you can use where you put your money in it and you can't withdraw it for a certain amount of time without a penalty. Can you get it out? Yes. Does it cost you some money to get it out? Yes. Therefore, it's a little less liquid is the logic. Okay, liquidity is what we're talking about here. The idea of like how spendable is it? So M2 is a little less spendable than M1, which is a little less spendable than M0. That's kind of the logic of what's happening there. Okay. Maximum change in demand deposits. I just did the multiplier math for you. You saw that. If the Bank of Uchenna is not meeting its reserve requirement, what action can it take to meet the reserve requirement without calling in loans or selling property? We mentioned this. If banks don't have enough money, what can they do? The same thing all of us can do if we don't have enough money. Debt. Borrow money. Like when they say without calling in loans, people get confused by that sometimes, being like, they're not taking out a loan. No, calling in loans is like, hey, I know I lent you $70,000. Can I please get that money back? Please, 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 please. They're not doing that because that's awkward as hell, and banks don't really like to ever do that because it ruins their reputation. So this bank could borrow that money from who you might say, either the Fed or another bank. They borrow from whoever else we would borrow from, same people. So they could do that. Those are like the easy, obvious answer. If they had bonds, they could sell those. They don't, so rip. So in this case, I would say they would borrow money. They love on a balance sheet to do a question like E and a question like C. In fact, frankly, this is a pretty like model bank balance sheet problem where it's like, how much money do they have to hold on to, or what is the reserve requirement is the first question. Given the answer to the current reserves, calculate the maximum value of additional loans, how much money can they loan out to the excess reserves, the deposit answer, MBA timer, yes. That's right, 25,000. You do the $5,000 deposit times your multiplier for that one. If it asks the maximum change in loans, you would do the 4,000 times it. If it asks the max change in deposit, you do the deposit times it. Basically, if you see max change in something in the entire banking system as a whole, which is a multiplier question, take whatever thing they're asking about and multiply it by the multiplier. So deposits, take the deposit, 5,000 times the multiplier, which is 1 over 0.2. So 5,000 times 5, 25,000. If it asks how much money they could loan out, take how much money they could loan out, which is 4,000 times 5. Same logic there for both of those. And out of this problem, because this problem is going to make me go sleepy. I don't like balance sheet problems. It's one part of unit 2, maybe a couple of questions. Business cycle, yeah, Links is right. Business cycle will maybe be a question on the multiple choice section. I've yet to really see them use it effectively on an FRQ other than like, would they be in the expansionary or recessionary phase of the business cycle, which usually you can just sort of tell that their economy is either growing or receding. The business cycle is just another way to visualize like your aggregate demand, aggregate supply stuff. So on an FRQ, no. On a multiple choice question, maybe, but honestly not a terribly hard thing. If you like just quickly look over the graph, I think it is not self-explanatory, but like is one of the like our GDP goes up and down over time. We have periods of growth and recessions. It's just kind of like a basic history of economics. Employed, unemployed, not in the labor force. Owen, you psycho. Can I do predictions real quick? I'll be doing predictions in about 5 minutes. So you'll see them. And Kate's, I'm not just going to predict them. I'm going to like predict them, build the questions, and solve them. So like it'll be a total amount of like an hour or two, which this is recorded and saved on my YouTube channel. So if you have to dip and you want to watch it back later, just bookmark this video or something and come back to it. It should be there. And if you can't see it for whatever reason, put a comment on one of my other videos and I'll message you whatever I find, because I don't know who you are necessarily, because I don't know your guys' YouTube channels. Okay, what am I thinking? Loanable funds graphic? Yeah, I'm pretty confident loanable funds market's going to be on the FRQ. I think so. I think that's pretty confident. That's one of my bets. Okay, unemployed versus labor force, because that's a quick thing I can go over before I get to my FRQ predictions. Okay, employed, easy. Have a job. As long as it's a job that's like legal, like the government knows about. So babysitters and drug dealers, you're out. But as long as it's a job that you're paying taxes on your income for, you're employed, my guy. Easy. Unemployed, don't have a job, but are looking. The second part's important. You have to not have a job and be looking for a job to count as unemployed. Not in the labor force, if you're not looking for a job, or if you're a part of some certain groups. Military, because they're not civilians. Prisoners, because they can't work. People who retire, because they've removed themselves from the labor force by doing that. Well, what else would I say? The other groups are people like discouraged workers is the term that you like to do this. I don't know if I can do the timestamps, but I'll see if I can, Miranda. It'll depend on how alive I am when this video is over. Otherwise, I'll do it in the morning. Can I list the names of all the graphs real quick? Absolutely not. I super cannot list all the graphs right now. They're all on one of the review packets that's on the Google Drive or on one of the many sheets that we got here. So if you're a full-time volunteer that's not in the labor force and you're not looking for a job, correct. If you're volunteering, you're not technically employed and you don't have a job, so you're not looking for one. So yeah, you're not in the labor force. The Olivia question, I'm assuming, Owen's what you're asking about from the practice test. Yeah, Olivia is not in the labor force because she doesn't have a job. Volunteering is not technically a job. And she's not looking for a job because she's volunteering full-time. So yeah, she's not in the labor force. Is the circular flow model going to be on there? Yeah. FRQ probably not. Multiple choice, sure. Circular flow model is not that crazy. You buy goods from businesses. They buy resources like labor from you. How likely is... Yeah, you're an economist named every interest rate. Yeah, good luck. There's a billion. How likely are the advantages and opportunity costs? Multiple choice, guarantee. Usually there'll be about at least two questions, maybe 3, about absolute comparative advantage terms of trade in your multiple choice section. I'd say 2. Usually 1 medium to easy question, 1 kind of hard question. The medium to easy question would be like absolute advantage or just basic comparative advantage. The harder question is almost always a terms of trade problem. So as multiple choice, I'd say there's going to be 2 problems about it, a multiple choice. There could be an FRQ about it. I think I think the math FRQ this year will be a comparative advantage problem. Personally, I've been wrong about those before. I've been predicting that for like the last 4 years. So I've been wrong about that for a minute, but they haven't done it for a minute and they keep asking us to cover it. So at some point they're going to do it again. And I'm assuming it's you guys. It's either that or a bank balance sheet. But I've been assuming that for the last couple of years, and they keep freaking doing unit 2 math and multipliers. They just keep doing the same math over and over again, which is cool, but is annoying because they are usually not that repetitive. Is that all of them? How many questions in multiple choice and how much time? 70 questions, 60 minutes. Is there going to be a spoiler winning when I do it? I don't know what that means. Yes. In that I'm going to do... Oh, you mean like solve them? I mean, you can always pause my video when I have the questions that I'm going through. Best terms of trade? I have yet to see one where it's the best term of trade, but we can go to one of those terms of trade problems really fast before I make up my problem here for the FRQ section. Let's look at a multiple choice questions. I bet there's one that's like this. Sorry, AP Classroom is being very weird and buggy for me right now. I'm seeing some stuff happening here. 60 questions in 70 minutes. So sorry. I said 70 questions in 60 minutes. Talking way too fast. Yes. Sorry. 60 questions in 70 minutes, 6-7. Also, you can look that up. I don't know what to tell you. You can straight up just Google how many multiple choice questions there are on an AP exam. It will just tell you. College Board does post that. In case you were getting confused at any point, if you get nervous or if you forget or if you're panicking, just Google it. It'll tell you. College Board posts that. They're not secretive. And I'm operating on not enough caffeine and far too much brain. There's the question I was looking for. Ooh, Kate's. Remind me of that question when we get to a reserve market thing, because we will do a reserve market thing, and I want to address what you asked there. I will forget. Is APF important? No. I don't know what that means, but also no. Okay, this is the question I wanted to go over with the like perfect terms of trade kind of deal. Okay. So we got home nation and foreign nation. How incredibly creative. They make autos, just say cars or computers. That's a computer. Based on the provided table, which of the following are mutually beneficial terms of trade at which both would be willing to specialize and exchange? Okay. So here's what I need to do. I need to find my opportunity costs for each. Aggregate function. Oh, thank you. Based off my reaction there, no. Like, have I seen even a question about it yet that you couldn't have answered by just knowing that capital helps you produce stuff? No. You won't have to draw the aggregate production function. If you're those in my class who are like, what's the aggregate production function? A thing so basic, I barely cover it. It's in Unit 5, but it's so easy, it's not even worth really doing, I think. Autos and computers. I'm just making the little table for myself. Both of them make 5 cars. Home makes 100 computers. These guys make 20. Okay. Just creating this little table for me. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Just did that. Okay. Opportunity cost for home of one automobile is other goes over 20. And these guys other goes over, oh my God, 20 over 5, 4? Am I crazy? Did I copy that right? No, it's 50. I knew I did something wrong. 10. There we go. Okay. I only need this side done because all of my answers offer opportunity trades with one automobile. So I don't have to worry about the opportunity costs of one computer because all I have to care about are the opportunity costs of one automobile for these trades they've given me. Cool. How do I know what's a good trade? Anything that's between my opportunity costs. My opportunity costs are 20 and 10, so the answer is 17. Is that perfect? No. 17 isn't perfectly in the middle. The best one would probably be 15, but there isn't an answer choice for that. So the best answer you would have, watch this. Oh my God, I'm clicking the scoring guidelines. Wait, is it? It's C. Oh my God, I'm right. I know. They wrote a lot to explain this. Good for them. Sometimes they explain things well. Sometimes they do not explain things well on College Board. on the website. So yes, it's 1 for 17 would be a good one because it's a number that is between 20 and 10 as your opportunity costs. Otherwise, 15 would be a better answer, but they don't give me that. So that's the only one that actually works out of these 5. I know you can use pi for interest rates. Yes, pi is, I think, this is on AP Classroom. Yeah, pi is the symbol for interest rate. Super stupid that you can do that. How much can you abbreviate the axes on the graph? Like if you write real interest rate or what you wrote there is fine. As long as I can tell that that's what's happening, that I can tell that's real interest rates, not like real inflation rate, which sometimes you guys handwriting your T's and F's look kind of the same. So be, wary of that. But as long as I can tell what you mean by your abbreviation, you're good. Generally, try not to abbreviate things. You should have enough time on your FRQs to write out the word interest instead of INT or inflation instead of inflat, right? So don't be afraid to write it out. It's not like it's bad at it out. I'd rather you write it out than not. Candace, that question is really weird. I wouldn't worry about that question that you're stuck on. Wages are sticky in the short run. That's all I would deal with. Okay, time to do my FRQ predictions because it is now 7:03 p.m., so I'm a little late with it. I'm super sorry. Spoiler warning, Todd. I'm about to do them. I don't know why you need a spoiler for this, but I'm about to do my FRQ predictions. Okay. FRQ predictions. So the long FRQs, first disclaimer, I don't know what the FRQs are going to be. College Board does not tell me no matter how many times I ask or how good I am at my job. They refuse to tell me because then I would just tell you and all my kids would get good grades and corruption, whatever. Rude. Okay. I grade their exams. They should let me know. Okay. I don't know what they're going to be. I've been kind of right about this a couple of times, enough so that I'm willing to share them, but I'm not right about all 3 usually. Okay. I'm usually right about like one of them, maybe 2. I think like 1 year I got like most of 2 1/3 of them right. Like I knew like 1/3 of the last question, which is pretty good, but it's not a guarantee. So please, for the love of God, don't hold this against me if I'm wrong. Here's what I think is going to end up happening. Your 3 FRQs, you get 3 on your AP exam. There's what we call the long FRQ, which is like parts A through like F or G, which it's just a little longer than a normal FRQ. And then 2 short FRQs, which are like parts A through D or parts A through E. Okay. You have 60 minutes to solve all 3 FRQs. That sounds like not a lot of time. It's actually kind of a perfect amount of time to solve them, I find. Like most kids finish it between 45 and 60 minutes. So they're good. No, you cannot use your phone for a ruler for the graphs. Good question. You can use your ID, and that's about it. Also, you don't need a ruler for your graphs. They don't need to be perfect. What was I going to say outside of that stuff? Sorry, I was doing my predictions still. Predictions going forward. So the long FRQ, 2 short FRQs. Historically, how it works is the long FRQ is a mix of a little bit of everything, because of course it is. One of the short FRQs is more like math oriented, and the other is a little more graph and concept oriented. Now, they can play a little bit around with these 2 things in terms of what you have to deal with, but for the most part, that's the general structure. There's a long FRQ, which has a little bit of everything. A short FRQ that's a little more math, a short FRQ that's a little more graph. You can't bring a calculator. You cannot bring a graphing calculator because you could program those. They will give you a simple 4-function calculator, like just addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, or there's one built into AP Classroom, like you can see it here on my screen. I'll show you right here. This dude, which you'll have access to this because when you're doing your FRQs, you'll still be seeing the questions on AP Classroom. So there'll still be a calculator built in for you on AP Classroom for this. So you will have a calculator access during the test. If you don't get a calculator, you need to tell somebody, like your testing coordinator, AP, whatever. If you don't have access to a calculator, that is a real actual problem. You're supposed to have one. Okay. FRQ predictions. Sorry, getting sidetracked. ADD is a nightmare. Long FRQ. So here is what I would assume for the long FRQ. And I'll sort of create a sample example of this question so we can work through it as an idea. But I'm going to give you like the short and sweet of it first. Okay. Last year's long FRQ started with a Phillips curve. Usually the long FRQ starts with either an ADIS graph or a Phillips curve. So because last year was Phillips, I'm going to say that this year it's ADIS. Starting off with ADIS. I would say it'll probably be either above or below full employment, negative or positive output gap. It's another way to phrase that. It could be at full employment at the start. Yeah, but it's an ADAS graph. It's either at, above, or below full employment, which are all three versions. So it's not like it's narrowing down at all, right? From there, what I would wager is there will be sort of two parts to an ADAS problem here. There will be something in the realm of like fiscal policy, of like, okay, you're in a recession, what should the government do? Oh, an expansionary fiscal policy, like increase in government spending. Cool. Could be a monetary policy, but I would assume fiscal because they've done a lot of monetary policy stuff the last couple of years, and I still think they could do it on another FRQ if they felt like it. So fiscal policy, and then I also think the long run self-adjustment, where they'll do a question where it's like, okay, assume that they didn't do that fiscal policy, what will happen in the long run? It's the, in my class, we call it the Mad Libs, the in the long run, what happens? Firms change wages, which changes supply, which changes my ability to produce, that whole thing. So that, which I'll explain this when I go through a practice problem version of this. I'm just giving you the idea of what's happening here. I think with that fiscal policy, they will tie this into one of your multipliers, your spending, or your tax multiplier, depending on which fiscal policy it asks you to do or you do. Kind of depends. So this will be their math little thingy that'll be thrown in there. Okay. Fiscal policy, long run self-adjustment multiplier. I think they'll do loanable funds market for crowding out. Because if we do a fiscal policy, we can then draw a loanable funds market for crowding out stuff. They'll ask about interest rates and how it affects stuff in the economy. I think it ends with something Forex related. It doesn't necessarily mean drawing the graph. That could just mean, based off the change in interest rates, what happens to the value of your currency. So it doesn't have to be like a 3-graph problem here. It's usually a 2-graph problem on the long FRQs now. That's what they've sort of fallen into as a habit, which they'll have you draw 2 graphs in this problem. That's a good thing. That's like 3 or 4 of the 10 points is just from drawing graphs right. You want that. Okay. You might get some of the points wrong there, but it's helpful when they're graphs. Actually, it's easier. So I think it'll be an ADAS graph with some fiscal policy, spending or tax multiplier thingamajigger, a long run self-adjustment. So in my class, the Mad Libs, loanable funds market for crowding out connection, and a Forex market to talk about the value of the currency changing. Okay. So I'm going to go through a problem just like this, listen carefully for the question, and then I'll sort of draw my way through the answers. Okay. So I'll say the question, you can pause, go back, replay it, and sort of see if you want to solve it yourself as a practice. And then I'll go and solve through the components. So I'm going to sort of, this is me just spitting off the top of my head, my FRQ sort of idea. Okay. I've made up fake ones in the past. So if I do so well at grading for such a long time, they'll let me design my own and they get to name it after me, McRitchie Land. Oh, okay. Uchenna, the bank, is the last name of one of our chief readers, which makes sense. Okay. So here's the question for this. They're still doing the long FRQ. I'm just going through that one first. Okay. Long FRQ. Assume that the economy of McRitchie Land, because it's me, is currently operating above full employment in a positive output gap. Draw an aggregate demand, aggregate supply graph of that economy with your equilibrium output and price level labeled Y1 and PL1, and your full employment level of output labeled as YF. I'm going to repeat what I just said. Assume the economy of McRitchie Land is currently above full employment in a positive output gap. Those are synonyms. Okay. Draw an aggregate demand, aggregate supply graph of that economy, labeling current output as Y1, current price level as PL1, and full employment output as YF. Okay, I'm going to do that first. Occasionally, they will give you labels for the graphs. A lot of the times, they will give you labels for the graphs. That doesn't mean they necessarily have told you the axes, because sometimes that's obvious and sometimes that's not obvious. But yes, they will oftentimes give you the labels for the graphs. Good question, Dahlia. Oh, I'll be explaining the long run thing, Links. Don't you worry. That's part of what this question is going to be. Is I have to explain the long run to explain one of my answers to one of the things I'm going to be throwing at you, because the long run is the weirdest thing. Okay, I'm going to show you the answer for what you should have drawn for this. So spoiler, spoiler. Okay. This is your economy that is above full employment. Your full employment is where your LRAS is at. Where you are is where SRAS and AD meet. That's your current output and price level. Output and GDP are the same thing. So if you do forget / don't realize / don't know what to put as your axes in that situation, you could put output and you would be fine, because output and GDP are synonyms. So this is my above full employment graph. Current above where I'm supposed to be. We're kind of overproducing right now in what we would call an inflationary gap or a positive output gap. There's my first drawing. Okay. Oh my God, the whiteboard just like slid out. Oh my God, it's such a cheap old whiteboard. I've had this forever. You can see this thing in like the old videos too. So this has been my house for like 8 years. Gross, this thing's decrepit. Okay. So next part. Identify a fiscal policy action the government of McRitchie could take to return the economy to long-run equilibrium, and draw what happens on the graph if that were to take place. So 2 parts to this. This would be like B1 and B2. B1, identify a fiscal policy action the government could take in order to return the economy to long-run equilibrium. Fiscal policy action, fiscal policy, fiscal policy action the government could take. And then draw what would happen on the graph. Label your new equilibrium price level as PL2. Do you have to label output or inflationary gap on the graph? No, you do not. You don't have to label what the economy is currently in. This tells me what it's in. So I don't have to have that loud. You don't have to have a title for your graphs, which is a weird thing, I think. Honestly, that is kind of weird. You don't have to title your graphs, but I'm not going to complain about less work having to be done. So let me try to fix this. So again, I'll repeat the question. Identify a fiscal policy action the government of McRitchie could take to return the economy to long-run equilibrium. Oh boy, I'm gonna look really. Oh, I see why. Hello. Oh boy, this is not going to be good. Well, I'm just going to hold it and hope. So we've got a couple of options for this. Your answer choices for the fiscal policy. Oh, I don't know why I'm erasing the graph, but whatever. I just decided to erase the graph for no friggin' reason. Your fiscal policy answers, I see one of them in the chat, is cut government spending. That would work. Or increase taxes. Dahlia got the other one. Beautiful. Yes, decrease government spending or raise taxes. That is your fiscal policy action. Which I would say, be careful. Don't write more than you need to. If it doesn't say to explain it, don't, because you might explain it a little wrong and then lose the point. We don't want that. Okay. If it just says to identify the fiscal policy, just say increase government spending, or in this case, decrease government spending or increase taxes. If you put both, does that count against the point? It doesn't count against the point if both are right, Bentley. But the problem is if you write both and one of them is wrong, you lose the whole dang thing. Yeah. So you got to be careful for that on this exam. If it only asks for one answer, you don't have to give more than one answer. It's a cool flex that you know both. It is good. But if you accidentally write one that's wrong on that, that would be a super embarrassing way to lose the point, I think. Okay, I'm resetting up my graph here. Apologies for erasing it like a dum-dum. Y1, PL1, PL, YF. Okay, so either way that I do exactly what I said, just want to make sure you don't need full sentences. Yeah, you don't need full sentences, Owen. You don't write complete sentences. It says explain I should write in complete sentences, but you can use arrows in your answers. Like if you want to say up arrow instead of increase and down arrow instead of decrease, that's easy. How do you cheat? I don't know. I wish I could tell you. Ask ChatGPT. They'll tell you something good. Okay. So we either cut government spending or we raise taxes. Either way, same shift happens on this graph. Okay. We're going over my mock FRQs. Just go back in the video like 10 minutes. Okay. So we're cutting government spending or we're raising taxes. Either way, we're talking aggregate demand because these affect our spending. Aggregate demand is tied to our spending. So either less spending or more taxes. Both of those hurt aggregate demand. So AD1. It said to label the new equilibrium price level PL2, so I actually label that AD2 to match that because that feels better. Reserve market's certainly going to get gone over. Don't you worry about that. That's happening. And then we got this bad boy right here. Decrease in aggregate demand because of the fiscal policy. The point of the fiscal policy is to get back to full employment. So we should get back to full employment. At least is what I'm thinking. Okay. So that's the part B of that FRQ would have been that. Part C. Assume instead the government chose to do nothing to fix the economy. What would happen in the long run to output and price level as the economy returns to a new long-run equilibrium? I'm going to repeat that whole thing. Okay, this is part C. Assume instead the government does not take the policy action you identified in part B, so they don't do B. What will happen in the long run to output and price level as the economy returns to long-run equilibrium? Explain. If it's a long-run self-adjustment, they will have you explain it because that's what they want to see you do. So for those of you guys who don't know how to do it, so this part C would be our Mad Lib. Jensen, yes, this would be our Mad Lib. If it asks what happens in the long run or as they return to long-run equilibrium, that's kind of the logic. So C, I'm just going to write our Mad Libs out for the people that are in the chat that are not in my class necessarily, which if you're not in my class, shout out to you guys for just being on YouTube and looking for help here. Just writing out my thing. Okay. Yeah, what is a Mad Lib? Welcome to my people who aren't in my class, so they don't know what I'm talking about. So Mad Libs were a little like book thing back in the day where it's like a fill in the blank kind of situation, right? It's like Steve and Terry go to the place and it's like a ice cream shop, and then like you just fill in the blank with a bunch of different stuff. I call this the Mad Libs because the explanation for what happens in the long run is very, very, very repetitive from problem to problem. So I just write it out like this. So here's your explanation of what happens in the long run. Okay, so in the long run. So here's what we know about the long run before we get into this. Okay, the long run, two things are true. Wages can change in the long run. We assume that wages are sticky or fixed in the short run. Think of like how often do you guys get pay raises? I'm going to assume not terribly often. Wages tend to be fixed in the short run. In the long run, all wages and prices are flexible. They can and do change. Okay. So first thing I know is that wages can change. And second thing I know is in the long run, the economy always self-corrects. Meaning it always gets back to full employment. Like the business cycle graph, you always like return to the trend line is kind of the logic of this. Everything will be okay. Will work for this. So here is your logic. In the long run, firms will do something to wages. It's a conscious choice that they're doing. They're opting to do this, which causes them to do something to workers, either firing them or hiring more of them, which messes with their ability to produce. Here's what I'm thinking. We were above full employment. We need production to go down. So I know that their ability to produce has to drop, which means if they're producing less, they probably had to fire or lay off workers. And if they're firing workers, that's probably because they were raising wages. In the long run, firms would raise wages, lay off workers, decreasing their ability to produce. Now, note, I asked what happened to output and price level. Does this say what happens to output and price level in it? Not yet. So be careful for that, kids in my class who want to write this and then put their pencil down and be like, freaking nailed it. This doesn't say what happened to output and price level. It says my SRAS decreased, which will tell me these answers and work as an explanation for it. But I still have to answer this. If I decrease supply, my price level goes up, my output goes down. So if you see like it asks for something, read the question. If it asks for you to say something specifically and you have not said that thing yet, how are you going to get the point? So be mindful about that. For our answers, we can use arrows, or do we have to write it out? You can use arrows. 1000%. Output is GDP. Yes. Output and GDP are the same thing. Yeah, you can use arrows. That's perfectly fine. As long as I can tell that your up arrow means, I'm going to assume up arrow means increase and down arrow means decrease. So yeah, you'd be fine for that. So yeah, it's increased wages, which causes them to lay off workers and decreases their ability to produce. If you're above full employment, this is what they're going to do. If you're below full employment, they do the opposite. They would lower wages, hire more people, and increase their ability to produce. That's it. Like, it's just those two answers for what happens in the long run. That's literally always the answer, which is why I give my students the Mad Libs, because it is like a fill in the blank. Here is your answer for one of the more weird and complicated things to explain in the class. Because they make you explain it a lot on the AP exam, and I've asked at the readers, at the AP reading, like, does this work like pretty universally? And they were like, yeah, honestly, it works. If the question was about PL and output, do we do the right Mad Lib and cross it out, or that's just there to help? If it says output and price level, but you still have to explain it, to explain that output and price level thing, you will still need to do this to explain why output and price level did this. Like, why did output and price level go down? Because supply decreased. Why did supply decrease? Because of this. So I would, frankly, if you wrote all of this as your answer, you get the point on the AP exam. We would give it to you. You explained it, and this explains this. So we're good on that. Yeah, you could have just left this like it. A quick question. When are we going to go over the reserve market shortly, and GDP calculations out of curiosity? Yeah, we'll go over those two for sure. I'll definitely go over the reserve market because it's scary. GDP calculations, we can do like 1 or 2 problems over. That's not too bad, I think, actually. How can you, any tips on the cause and effect chains? No. It's not that I don't know any tips about it. It's like, realistically, you follow the question. The questions will steer you towards what you should be looking at. It's going to ask, like, based off your answer to this, what happens to this? So it's like, okay, I'm just looking at these 2 things. This happened, so what happens here? Just follow those dots. There's too much of a web. There's too many things that are connected if you just leave it to yourself. Follow the question. Go with what the question asks. Don't think past the question. You might throw yourself up. We'll still do Forex or dollar because I'm not done with the long. That's not even the entire long FRQ, gang. That is not the whole FRQ. That is part C of all the way through part F. Yeah, I haven't even done the multiplier part of it. I'm walking you through it very deliberately. Okay. I'm trying to think of anything else. Okay. So what was I talking about? Oh, the long FRQ. So part D. Assume that the current output, current equilibrium output prior to your Mad Libs and prior to everything else, like the Y1 value of output on that graph is, let's say, 800 billion. Y1 is 800 billion. YF is, let's say, 300 billion. No, not 300 billion, 500 billion. Let's do 500. I want the difference to be 300. YF is 500 billion. And your MPC is, let's go with 0.75. Let's go with 0.75. How likely is it that we have to use this? Pretty likely, I think. The Mad Libs, anyway. Now, you don't have to say it exactly like that, but that works every time, so I like using it. So here's the information I gave you. Y1 is 800 billion. YF is 500 billion. Your MPC is 0.5. I want you to calculate the minimum required change in spending and taxes, either, like both / either, you would need to close this gap. Calculate the minimum required change in spending and calculate the minimum required change in taxes. 2 separate problems. It's like a D1 and a D2 to close this gap in output. Like, you should have said change spending and taxes in their first answer, right? But now we're figuring out the numbers behind it. So calculate the minimum required change in spending and taxes to get back to full employment. With an MPC of 0.75, Y1 of 800, and YF of 500. I'm going to draw the graph to sort of help us have the visual here of what I just said. And then I'm going to set up the actual math. Drink some water. While you're solving that, I'm going to grab an energy drink.
Archer did all of Archer's food. Then he proceeded to puke.
Oh.
And my temporary crown fell off.
Never looked at
Oh, crown.
So you had a rough one.
Yeah, it's been a really bad day.
Hey.
That happened while I ate dinner, so. I will be at Ideal Digital first thing in the morning. Look when the door's open, be like, help. So, I crushed it. I called mom. Ever since they didn't know what to do, and she said crowns fall off, so we should. Yeah, Murphy puked. Like noon, and then Archer puked as I was on one crush.
You ate too much too fast there, but
Yes, but I don't remember. But then we went to go eat the rest of the food after.
what a great day. Well,
We'll see you in another few hours.
I'll take a break and we'll come back out here. Okay. All right, I'm back. Sorry, everybody. I got my drink. Okay. Shouts to you guys who are trying to explain things in the chat, because some people I do see the right answer in there. Yeah, hardware, you've actually got the right answers. So here's how we do it, gang. It's a multiplier problem. This is the math you definitely have to know. They've loved using this on the AP exam the last couple of years. They're psychos about this right now. So MPC is 0.75. That means my MPS is 0.25. Why? Because of what the words mean, damn it. The MPC, marginal propensity to consume, translate into human words. For every dollar we earn, it's how much we spend. 75 cents. So 75% of our income we're spending. The MPS is how much we're saving. I'm spending 75 cents. I'm saving 25 cents. Bang. Now, the first question was, how much would they have to change spending by to close the gap? Again, current output is 800. Full employment output is 500. So here's the part you've got to catch. This is the hard part of the problem, actually. The gap is a gap in GDP. I need GDP to go down by 300 billion. So the formula I'm using for multipliers is change in spending times your multiplier gets you the change in GDP. The change in GDP needs to be negative $300 billion. I need GDP to go down by 300 billion. Okay. My multiplier is 1 over your MPS, 1 over 0.25. And I'm solving for this change in spending. Sick? With me on that? Okay. 1 over 0.25 is 4. 300 divided by 4, well, negative 300 divided by 4 would be 75. And since there's a negative, it is negative 75 billion is your change in government spending you would need to close the gap there. You don't have to change spending by as much as you think because of the multiplier effect. Whenever we change spending, that prevents more spending from happening, so it actually hurts it by more than you'd think. So negative 75 billion is the answer for the first one. Okay. If you wanted to write it out, you would say that they decrease spending by 75 billion. If you said the change in spending is negative 75, we would still interpret that correctly as a cut in your spending. But it's where the negative's coming from. Now, for the tax part of it, it is almost the exact same setup. There's one difference. So the formula here is change in taxes times my tax multiplier equals the change in GDP. Can we see this okay? We can. Okay. My tax multiplier, which is different, is negative MPC over MPS. My GDP change is still negative 300 billion. I don't know what this change in taxes is. Negative MPC over MPS would be negative 0.75 over 0.25. 0.25 goes into 0.75 3 times. That's a negative 3. Negative 300 divided by negative 3 is positive 100. So I can raise taxes by 100, or I can cut spending by 75 billion. Either way gets me the same answer. Hardwood, you were right. You had that exactly right in your answer. Would you really need to make the gap negative? No, you don't. In your work, you wouldn't need to do that. No. In your work, we could interpret what you were doing. If you left it positive and then wrote your answer as a decrease, we would understand what you're doing there. I'm just doing the negative there to make this answer make sense when I'm, when I'm showing it. But like realistically, if you just wrote 300 here and then at the end wrote they're raising taxes, I will say be careful about that. It's a good way to double check yourself with signs. With the sign part, it's double check based off logic. We need GDP to go down. So I would want spending to go down or taxes to go up. So my change in spending should be negative. My change in taxes should be positive, right? I understand the government spending, but I'm still confused about the tax a little. What did you do at the end there? So the difference between the spending and the tax problem is you have a slightly different multiplier, okay? Your tax multiplier is negative MPC over MPS. Now, why it's negative is that higher taxes gets you to spend less and lower taxes get you to spend more. So there's like an inverse relationship, which is why we throw a negative sign. But the negative MPC over MPS would be negative 0.75 over 0.25, which is negative 3. To solve for this change in taxes, I just do negative 300 divided by negative 3, which gets me 100. MPS is always on bottom. Correct, Jensen. For all of your multipliers, spending, tax, and money, the savings part is on the bottom. Your spending multiplier is 1 over MPS. Your tax multiplier is negative MPC over MPS. And your money multiplier is 1 over the reserve requirement, which is how much the bank has to save or hold on to. That's the logic of it. Couldn't you also see the tax multiplier as 1 less of the spending multiplier and make it negative since you're in an inflationary gap? Can you do that? Yes. Do I recommend doing that? Not necessarily, but you could. Is that technically mathematically true? It is. Do we all love that as teachers? Not necessarily. So it's still a good realization. Shouts to Sweezy for that. Okay. So that's the multiplier part. Crowding out part E. Assume that they had a balanced budget following the change in your government spending or taxes from part B. What will happen to their budget balance? And then based off the change off of that, what happens on your loanable funds market? So it's a two-parter for E. Listen carefully, I'll repeat myself. Based off of the fiscal policy identified in part B, which we said either decrease government spending or raise taxes, a contractionary policy. If they had a balanced budget before, what would their budget look like after? And then part 2, draw what would happen on your loanable funds market based off of what's happening to the government's budget. PL and output don't have a direct relationship, no. PL and nominal output do. PL and real output don't. Actually, I think we should clarify that. It's real output and price level don't have a direct relationship. Price level and nominal output, you could say do. But honestly, I wouldn't think of them as being related at all. It's not a dumb question. It's actually a good question. Thanks, just so we're clear. So again, I'm going to repeat it. We are either decreasing government spending or raising taxes. What happens to our budget? And then what happens on the loanable funds market? Yes. I like that it's frizz-free. That's why I like this one. I technically prefer the blue managed drinks a little bit more. But these are cheaper, so. And at 7-Eleven, I can get like 3 of them for $5 with the whatever their rewards thing is. So I get Celsius. I don't super care. I don't drink these for, okay, Serena, Red Bull tastes like battery acid to me. So I'm not going to make the comment about the yellow drink you drink every day. Your yellow Red Bull. We've not gone over the CPI formula. Okay, let's go through this because this is a weird one. This is technically not a crowding out problem, but it sets up and feels like it would be, which is why I did it like this. Because College Board loves to do tricks and pranks and absolutely annoying crap. So could they do a crowding out problem? Sure. Could they do a crowding in problem? Oh, it's not really called crowding in, but people call it that because it's the opposite. So reminder of what we said in Part B. The government's pursuing a contractionary fiscal policy. So they're doing less government spending or more taxes. Either way, the government would actually have more money in that situation, right? They're spending less, so their budget's doing better. Like if you spend less, your budget looks a little better. Or they're making more money off of higher tax revenues. So they'd be in a budget surplus. They have more than enough money in the situation, right? So it's not a deficit. If we were in a recession, them spending more gets us into a deficit. Like if you start spending a bunch more money on your credit card, you go into debt, right? Cool. Loanable funds market. Because the government is borrowing less, presumably, because they're now in a surplus, they no longer have to borrow as much. You could argue there's possibly two answers to this. I would allow for either, so don't be scared if you think it's something else. I'll explain both. I'll just tell you what I tell my students first, and then the other answer that works. So loanable funds market. The government would be borrowing less money because they don't need it to spend as much. So I'd say the demand for loans goes down, which is what Owen said earlier in the chat. Owen, that was right. Less demand for loans brings down the interest rate. Okay. If you wrote that there's more of a supply of loans because now the government is borrowing less, so there's more money that could be lent out to people, that's also true, and you could write that. So either decreased demand or increased supply on this graph. Not every problem has multiple answers, but specifically like the crowding out / crowding in kind of thing does, because you could kind of view this graph in more than one way. Some teachers teach it as like market for just loans people can get. Some people teach it as loans that everyone can get, including the government. It kind of depends on your teacher / textbook for that. I'm not going to get into that. I teach it as a decrease in demand. But if you drew an increase in supply here, you're good, which is beautiful. Get a lower interest rate. That's what happens on E. And then part F, which I said was a Forex related thing. I don't think this would be a drawing problem, but I'll draw it for the sake of people asking for extra help on Forex. Suppose the McRitchie land uses the McRitchie land dollar, hell yeah, and is a trade partner with peso. Could you argue that, one second, let me answer Owen's question here really quick. So the lower interest rate make it go back up. It super could slip. Could you argue that the demand doesn't change by saying if the government had equal taxes and spending, then becoming a surplus, they wouldn't need to get any loans? You could. I would still argue that there's less pressure on the demand for loans in that situation because there's less of a concern the government will need to borrow. Because having a balanced budget is nice, but you're on the teetering edge of having to borrow if you're in a balanced budget. So putting them in a surplus certainly puts less pressure on the demand for loans. I think that's a better answer, but I think both of them would be fine. Haven't gotten to the Forex part just yet, Johan. I'm making sure that I double check everything else here. So let me make sure that I've got it. Anyone else is messing up here. Hardwood caught his mistake and fixed it after everyone else mentioned stuff. Good stuff there. Yes, government demand loans going down. Cool. Part F, Forex market. So suppose McRitchie land uses the dollar, bang, and is trade partners with Tobin land, which uses the euro. Okay, Tobin land uses the euro. McRitchie land uses the dollar. Cool. Tobin teaches European history. Okay. Using a Forex market for McRitchie land's dollars. Correct, Dahlia. That's right. That is correct. Government does not need loans, so there's less, so demand goes down for loans. That's correct. So we've got McRitchie land's dollar, Tobin land's euro. I only need the Forex market for the dollar. Only the Forex market for the dollar. Based off the change in interest rates, what happens in the Forex market for McRitchie land's dollar and the value of McRitchie land's currency? I'll add a part 3 to this, but I don't want to add part 3 until we get through parts 1 and 2. So Forex market for McRitchie land's dollar. We can use the same US dollar and euro symbols for this to make our lives easy. And we're saying based off the change in interest rates on the previous graph, which is that interest rates went down. That's what happened on our graph. Okay, the demand went down for loans, makes interest rates go down in McRitchie land. We've got lower interest rates here, gang. What happens in the Forex market for McRitchie land's dollars? For those of you that aren't in my school, I'm McRitchie. Tobin is a teacher at our school who teaches AP European history. And a lot of those kids are in this chat. I'm going to personally also draw Tobin Land's graph just so you guys can see it, but you only have to draw the McRitchie Land graph in this situation. On a Forex problem on the AP exam, they will only ask you to draw one of the two graphs. You can draw both, but note that if you draw both, they both have to be perfectly right. My interest rate went down. The interest rate in McRitchie Land went down. That's the scenario that we're drawing here. Okay, so here's my graph setup before I've shifted anything. Have not shifted anything, but here's my graph. Okay, dollar graph, quantity of dollars, euros per dollar, or euro price per dollar is your y-axis, price and quantity at equilibrium. If you drew the euro graph, you didn't have to. You didn't have to, but if you did the euro graph, quantity of euros, dollars per euro, what's on the bottom of this graph is on the bottom of this, bottom of axis, bottom of the fraction. Those have to match. AP Euro tested on Monday, Dahlia. Theirs was nice and early. It was the first one, I think. Good for them. So there's a lower interest rate in McRitchie land, meaning people from Tobin land won't want to invest here as much. They won't want to put their money in our banks. How dare they? They won't want to buy my bonds because my bonds now have a lower interest rate. Rude. So there would be less desire to invest in America. Or sorry, McRitchie land. Same thing. So the demand for McRitchie lands should go down. You could technically, which would decrease these, there would be less euros being supplied, is the logic of what's happening on the euro graph. They're supplying less into our economy. There's less demand for our currency. Why wouldn't lower interest rates give foreign countries more incentive to buy from us? Because the interest rate isn't the price of anything other than a loan in your own economy, and they don't borrow from our economy, right? You can't like lend money internationally because it's really hard to get that money paid back. So there's not more desire to buy from us if we have a lower interest rate. If we had lower prices, that would be exactly right. If it's at like lower price level in McRitchie land, then yeah, for sure that's what would happen. But when it's interest rates, we're talking about like, think like opening a bank account, like a savings account, got like Wells Fargo and like Chase or Bank of America, something like that. Where would you open your savings account? Whichever has a higher interest rate, right? Same logic applies in the Forex market, is that we would want to put our money in whichever country has the higher interest rate. So there'd be less demand for McRitchie land's dollars, less of a supply of the euro, and the dollar depreciates in value is the second part of the answer here. The depreciate part you can tell based off the price dropping right here. Dollar depreciates, Tobin's appreciates. That is exactly correct. Dollar depreciates, Tobin's appreciates. That's exactly right. So there's my setup here. Technically speaking, you could have done a different answer for this. There's a second way to answer this, okay? Which is my interest rates went down relative to Tobin's. So people in my country might want to invest in Tobin land because they have higher interest rates than us. In which case, higher demand for Tobin's, higher supply of mine. That also works and is also correct. I would probably view this as less demand for me and less of a supply of them, but you could technically view it either way. Okay. And then I think like the last part there would be, 1 second, need an energy drink real quick. They can maybe ask about like the current account with net exports or just about net exports in general. And we'll get there. But that's the long FRQ, I think. So long FRQ, I think, is going to involve in some sort of capacity ADAS graph, fiscal policy and long-run self-adjustment, a little bit of multiplier math. Classic, 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 classic. They love to do it. They just love it. That was a bit weird, very weird Trump impression, I think. We then jump, for whatever reason, to loanable funds market because they can talk about the budget with a fiscal policy. They can talk about crowding out, or in this case that we just did, crowding in. Ooh, okay. And then because interest rates get messed with, Forex. Would you have to draw the Forex market, or would they just ask what happens to the value of the currency and explain it? If you've already drawn 2 graphs, I would imagine they would ask you to explain it rather than draw it a third time. But can your graph be an explanation? Yes, it can be part of your explanation. You can use your graph to explain stuff if you want. So if you wanted to draw a Forex market graph to help explain it, of what's happening there, you could. You'd have to draw it perfect, so be careful. But you could do that if you want to like pull that off. Okay. Anything else we want to mention? Will these countries end up in a BNHS D&D campaign? I doubt it. Interest rates increasing appreciates your currency. Dahlia, exactly correct. A higher interest rate causes your currency to appreciate. That is exactly correct. Let's do it. Let me think. My second FRQ theory, the math one I think is a comparative advantage problem. Sucks. What was the other one I was thinking might happen? What was my third FRQ theory? I'll just do a reserve market problem because why not? They love doing this stuff now. What about imports and exports? Sorry, Sweezy. Let's just do that really quickly because they can always ask that, so we might as well. The dollar depreciated there, which means what'll happen to imports and exports. Let's absolutely make sure this makes sense to people so they're not confused by this part, because this part, good Lord, does college. Last year's AP exam had a question like this on it. Kids for the life of themselves cannot get this right. The good news is it's either like increase or decrease. So it's kind of a coin flip, but boy, they flip wrong a lot. Currency depreciates. The dollar is worth less. Literally, it's worth less euros. Okay? So the question is, what happens to imports and exports for McRitchie land? If my currency is less valuable, can I buy as much stuff from Tobin's country? No, because it now takes more of my currency to get his. So all the goods priced in euros just got more expensive for people using dollars. So imports go down. If your currency is worth less, your purchasing power goes down. Okay. But if your currency is worth less, all of your goods that are priced in dollars just got cheaper for people in Tobin land. So exports go up. When your currency depreciates, that hurts your ability to buy stuff, imports, but helps your ability to sell stuff, exports. I think I mentioned this before. China tries to keep their currency value as low as humanly possible. Why? China is an export-oriented country. They make most of their money off of exporting goods and services, meaning having their currency value nice and low helps them sell a whole bunch of goods. Will they make a connect that export change to economic growth or AD? They could. Probably not in this exact problem because they've already had an ADIS graph, but could they do on the second FRQ instead of what I'm talking about, do like a Forex, net exports, aggregate demand? Yo, yeah, they could. They for sure could, my guy. It's absolutely a great question. Thank you for the subscription, by the way. I don't have this channel monetized at all. That's not the point of this. This is just, me trying to help my students who are in a massive panic trying to study on their own. They're so bad at studying on their own. Do you know if scarce reserves will still be included? Yeah, limited reserves should still be included. I don't think scarce will, but limited certainly. I don't know if your teacher uses scarce as a substitute for the word limited, but scarce I don't see. Limited is what I see instead of scarce. We're gonna get this channel monetized. I don't care about it being monetized. There's not enough people on here for it to matter to me necessarily, gang. I don't do this for the money. I do this because I like helping kids. Making money off of it makes it feel a little less morally good. Unless, of course, you want to buy me gifts and bribes, in which case, my students, it's perfectly fine. You guys who aren't in my class, shout out to you for being here. I'm just proud of you guys for wanting to study the night before your exam and getting creative and exploring stuff. I will need to take a quick break at one point just because I will need to let my brain not fry. So I will have to take a 15-minute break, probably like 8 o'clock, so that I can breathe, because this is going to go to 10, and I'm a psychopath for trying to do it like this. How many minutes should we spend on each question? Serena, good question. I would say long FRQ, 30 minutes. Each of the 2 short FRQs, 15 minutes. You have 60 minutes total for your FRQs. So 3 FRQs. The long ones a little longer. The short ones are shorter. So I do 30, 15, 15, generally. You should be okay on your timing of this. MCQs can be a little bit of everything, but yeah, I would say majority of it is 3, 4, 5, and a little bit of 6. Not a ton over Unit 1 and 2. However, the Unit 1 and 2 questions are kind of easy, but only if you know your stuff. It's a weird punishing thing. If you know your stuff from Unit 1 and 2, those questions are usually pretty simple. The math questions are just plug and chug. So Should I shotgun an energy drink before the test and during a break? I wouldn't say shotgun it. That's psychotic. I would say drink one, maybe, would be a good idea, especially if your brain's poopy. Usually you guys are hyped up at the beginning of the AP exam in the afternoon, but in between multiple choice and FRQs, I would maybe have like half of an energy drink. I don't think you should chug the whole thing. You guys don't need caffeine as much. I have ADD, so even the Celsius is not going to hit me very hard. I can have like a cup of coffee like 30 minutes before bed and still fall asleep fine. So this is more to try to trick my brain into thinking that I have energy, which is the important part. Okay, what was I gotta like go back and okay, let me just take the break now so I can think about what my second FRQ prediction is. I know what one of them is, which is a terms of trade problem. I gotta remind myself what the other one is. So let's take for ourselves here real quick a nice small break. I'm not sure how to do a break on this other than to just mute myself. So apologies on this, but I'm gonna mute myself. I will bring the dogs in here at various points to help people decompress, but I'm going to take a break here. Let's say we'll come back here at 8:10. So about 15-minute break here. Come back at 8:10 so that we can all breathe, take your mind off of it, doom scroll for just a little bit, just some classic doom scrolling. And then I'll come back with my other two FRQ versions, my other two FRQ ideas, and then whatever I haven't done after that, I will get through whatever you want, which I will hit the reserve market. I know you want it. I know people need it. One of the problems is the terms of trade problem, so you will see that. And what else did I predict? I don't remember. We'll get back to it. Cool. So we'll go through those things. You guys can stay active in the chat, but taking a break here, 15-minute break. I'm back a little early just to check the chat. Is he going over balance sheets? I did go over them like 2 hours ago in this video, I think. At least one practice problem with the balance sheet. If you need me to do another one, we have time at the end. Remind me. I can go through another one. I do have a separate video about basically everything. The second FRQ prompt I'm doing is an ample reserves prompt. So I'll be doing an ample reserves problem here in a moment. Deadweight loss is a micro topic. It's not on the AP Macro exam. Edmund, you're right. Administration is how to regulate the banks now. That's correct. The reserve requirement's still 0. Deadweight loss, not a worthwhile thing. Anyone else? Testing. Yeah, I knew I was still muted when I had the dog in there. Dill. Yes, we all want. Actually, we got 3 minutes. Let's get him in here. Dill's in. Him and the other dog are hiding each other. Yeah. Dill. This is his bag of pickles, which he's already taken a big old chunk out of. Didn't even notice it? Man, you're blind because of all the hair in his face. Nope, it just squeaks like that on its own. Dill's in. Yes. Dill is 9 months old. He's an Australian Shepherd and golden doodle technically mix, which you can't see the golden doodle outside of the fact that he doesn't shed, which is beautiful. Dill's in. Yes. Can you sit? Dill, sit. Yes, I go boy. He's so good. And by good, I mean mostly chaos. He terrorizes my girlfriend every day. Slaps her face constantly. Yo, get out of here. Yeah, go. Come on. You bother your brothers. There he is. He's off to attack Murphy. He knows better than to attack Archer because Archer is old and does not care. Do they all not shed? Only Archer does. The other two, as doodles, do not shed, which is awesome. But Archer sheds like crazy. Okay. Evil, but he's just a baby. That is a correct way to interpret it. I love him, though. He's so cute. Okay. FRQ number 2. So I'll wait for my clock to literally say 8:10 before I start explaining it. But there's 3 FRQs. What is money? Anything you can use to buy stuff is technically money. It's the whole thing. Maybe we should go with the functions of money. Maybe that's an important thing to hit. Let me think. Yeah, I remember my FRQs now that I was going to do. What else would I say that I want to hit before I finish up? Yeah, reserve market we're going to hit on this next FRQ topic. And then the third FRQ topic, I think, my guess, don't be mad at me if I'm right. I would hate to be kind of right. Would be, yeah, ample reserves. Yeah, I got you, Kates. Thanks for the reminder there. That'll come up in this because I can just walk you through it when we draw this graph out. Okay, so FRQ prediction number 2. FRQ, which this could be number 2 or number 3. The next 2 doesn't really matter what the order is. FRQ number 2, I'm thinking it's a reserves market because that's happened on the last 2 AP exams because it's new and College Board wants us to sort of like dunk on people to show that we know what we're doing. So I'm going to say it's reserves market, probably, which is really just them talking about ample reserves. There will likely be a question about like impact on aggregate demand or impact on like economic growth or something like that. So I'll say economic growth because we haven't mentioned that as much. Economic growth, a question mark. I'm going to say something really random here because I saw it on Jacob Clifford's predictions, and Clifford usually has a pretty good read of what's happening. And College Board loves to throw a very, very, very random thing on an FRQ every now and then. So I'm going to say price of bonds. as part of this. And then I'm going to say LRAS or LRPC. Like natural rate of unemployment, natural rate of output, something kind of weird. One of these FRQs will hit a lot of weird stuff. I'm going to say it's this one, just as like a thought experiment. This is probably wrong for some of this, but these are all good things to hit anyway. So I'm just going to try to hit them all in one FRQ because you can, so might as well. So reserves market, ample reserves, economic growth, question mark, price of bonds, LRPC. Also monetary policies coming into play here, for sure. This is a monetary policy question. So here we go. All right. For students in my class, you should be ready to deal with this now. You forgot everything, but you should be theoretically because I taught you how this graph works. So here's how this is going to work. I'll set up the problem for me. So listen carefully for the setup. First, the current unemployment rate in this economy, say in country A, the current unemployment rate in country A is, let's say, 9%. The natural rate of unemployment is 7%. So 9 is our current unemployment rate. The natural rate is 7. Okay. And assume this economy has ample reserves in its banking system. These are all things they would say like above A, like in the sentence above A. So current unemployment is 9%. Natural rate of unemployment is 7%. And then we have ample reserves. First part, draw a reserves market graph of this economy. This is like A1. Draw a reserves market graph of this economy. 2, identify a monetary policy action the central bank could pursue to return this economy to full employment. And then 3, draw what happens on the reserves market based off that monetary policy. So there's 3 parts to this problem. Again, I will repeat. Current unemployment is 9%. Natural rate of unemployment is 7%. We have ample reserves in our economy. I know I'm throwing a whole bunch of stuff here. Okay. Draw a reserve market graph of this economy to start. Identify a monetary policy action the Federal Reserve or central bank could pursue to return them to full employment. 3, draw what happens on the reserve market graph as this happens. That's our setup. Okay, I will also use this as an opportunity to explain the reserves market graph for anybody who's forgotten it and or for the people who aren't in my class who have not gotten a good explanation for this graph because this graph is a nightmare. It's not actually the hardest graph in the world from a shifting standpoint. It's actually kind of the easiest graph from a shifting standpoint because there's like only one shift you really worry about. Yeah, we're doing this right now. Gov tests already happened, not going over it. So here is our reserve market graph setup. Okay, let's explain what the hell's happening here because this demand curve makes people want to freak out. Okay, quantity of reserves, the amount of money that banks have, for lack of a better word. Usually it's stored in the Federal Reserve is the idea for it, but sometimes that gets confusing. Policy rate, as if there aren't enough interest rates. You could also see the target rate written here or the federal funds rate written here. Those are all the same thing. They have 3 different names because the world is cruel, I think. We've got this weird demand curve and a vertical supply curve. Now, here's what I would tell people. This is just the money market graph, but more accurate and more advanced. The money market graph was like supply of money, demand for money, that kind of guy. This is just a more advanced version of that. So the supply curve being over here is because we have ample reserves. Okay. When you have ample reserves in your economy, that means the supply of reserves has gotten so far onto the graph that actually moving this line right and left no longer affects interest rates. Cool? Like if I move this supply curve over to the right here, my interest rate would stay the same. My policy rate would not change, so interest rates won't be affected. If I move the supply curve to the left, as long as I don't go to this diagonal portion, if I stay down here, which this is like ample reserves range is how I think about it. Ample reserves range is this lower horizontal. If I move the supply curve left and right, it does not change the interest rate. Now, what we had a question earlier from Kate's was if that supply curve moved all the way to limited reserves territory, Could that happen? In real life, it hasn't happened yet. Could an AP exam question ask it? I guess in theory, like suppose the supply of reserves decreases to a point of limited reserves. It's like, why would they do that to you? I don't know why, but limited reserves is just on this diagonal right here. Right there. So if it decreased to that point, you would just draw the supply curve over there. Will you see that? I would be completely shocked if you did. Okay. Policy rate you should just think of as an interest rate. Yes, you should. Specifically, the policy rate is the rate banks charge each other for loans, but it's the like most important interest rate to our interest rates. Okay. These two horizontals, let's explain this, right? So up here is what we would simply refer to as a scarce reserves. Basically, banks have such a small amount of money that banks won't even lend it. Will not use this. You won't ever draw the supply curve up here, so don't sweat that. Okay. Why this exists like this has to do with what banks charge each other. So I'll repeat that I said that this policy rate is what banks charge each other for a loan. Okay. So there is a direct competitor for that we've learned about in this course, right? Banks can borrow from each other, or banks can borrow from the Federal Reserve, right? If they borrow from each other, they pay back what's called the policy rate. If they borrow from the Fed, they pay back what's called the discount rate. There's so many names. I'm so sorry. I also hate this. Okay. So here's the logic. This upper line right here, this upper horizontal, this dashed line right here is the discount rate. The logic is banks won't charge each other more than what the Federal Reserve is charging. Because, say, the Federal Reserve is charging like 5% for a loan, right? And you're a bank and you need to borrow money. I can borrow from the Fed at 5%, or I can borrow from another bank. Well, if I'm another bank and I want them to borrow from me instead of from the Fed, I would charge them less. So the discount rate kind of acts as a ceiling, a cap, a limit on the policy rate. So the discount rate's like a competitor, and the policy rate's going to try to stay below that. So this solid line up here isn't like legitimate. It's more like it would never make sense for them to charge more than this as an interest rate, because otherwise no bank would borrow from them. They would just all borrow from the Federal Reserve instead and pay the discount rate. Down here is the IOR rate, your interest on reserves, because banks can store money at the Fed and get paid the IOR rate, or they can lend it and make money off of that. So if the Federal Reserve is offering, say, like 2% interest from banks just storing money at the Fed, right? So banks can store money at the Fed and get paid 2% interest. Then if I'm a bank and it's like, I'm going to lend money to another bank, I need to be making more money than that 2% IOR rate, because otherwise, why would I lend it? I would rather just store it into the Federal Reserve as opposed to lending it to somebody else. So the IOR rate acts as a floor. The discount rate acts as a ceiling. This demand curve is actually a normal demand curve. It should be fully diagonal. It just has a ceiling and a floor because there are like some competitors that it has to deal with. Kind of like if you see like a street full of gas stations, all of their prices stay pretty close together, because if one of them had too high of a price, everyone would shop at all the other ones. If one of them had too low of a price, they would all flock. They all have to lower their prices along with it. So there's kind of like this small range that they can actually have the prices at. Same logic's happening here. Okay. So we've got this idea. This is just the logic for the graph. Do you need to know this logic to answer this problem correctly? No, you don't. So this was all just set up for the graph. This is me just explaining the graph for those of you guys who don't remember how this graph works. Okay. On the drawing, this is what you have to draw. Cool. Here's what happens. So I said that the natural rate of unemployment is 7% and the current unemployment rate is 9%. Dahlia, yes. Okay. So here's the logic. I am currently in a recession. My unemployment rate is too high. The unemployment rate is higher than it's supposed to be. So I'm in a recession. I need spending to do what if I'm in a recession? I need spending to go up, which means I want interest rates to do what? If I want people to spend more, I need interest rates to do what? That'd be go down. So my answer for the second part, which was like, what should the Federal Reserve do? If it's ample reserves, the only big thing there is that it limits my answer choices. I can't say every monetary policy. All I can say are the administered interest rates, which I would decrease. Lower the administered interest rates. For those of you that don't know what the administered interest rates are, that's the discount and the IOR rate. These guys. Yeah, review econ is great. I've met Jacob Reed at the AP reading. He grades for AP Micro. So Jacob Reed goes to the AP Micro reading, and I'm at the AP Macro reading, which is in the same building. It's like next to each other. If you said lower IOR rate, you're correct still. Part 1 was just drawing the graph, right? Part 1 is just setting up the graph. Part 2 is what's the monetary policy. Part 3 is draw this on this. So here's where I show you the easy part about the graph. So the person who said lower the IOR rate, reminder, this is the IOR, and this up here is the discount. I just said we're going to lower the administered interest rates. That is these guys, the IOR and the discount rate. The ceiling and the floor on this demand curve are now going to get lowered. So lower the ceiling and the floor. This demand curve slides right down. We get ourselves a lower policy rate, and the graph shifts like that. I don't think of it as the demand curve has changed. I think of it as like the ceiling and the floor of the demand curve has gone down. Johan, I'm going to need you to be more specific on what part do I need to explain again. Do you need the top dotted line? Technically, you don't. I like to do it because it tells me that it's like intentionally flat, but it's not an equilibrium, so it's not a required label necessarily. Can they both move or just one? If you say you lowered administered interest rates, you should move them both because those are both administered interest rates. If you just said lower the IOR rate, you would just drop the bottom because that's just the bottom one. If you lower the slope, do you lose the point? I don't think so. I haven't seen us change that grade, change that from a scoring standpoint. So you would drop the thing down and go from there. Are the progress checks on AP Classroom good practice? Yeah, they are. Those are the questions that are on the AP exam are the same ones that are on the progress check. So the same difficulty style of questions. Yeah, they're good practice for sure. Let's see. Is it true that if you get one thing wrong on labeling the graphs, is the whole thing wrong? Depends on the labeling problem. Like if you put aggregate demand somewhere on this graph, then your graph is wrong because as a grader, I don't know what graph you were even trying to draw. If you had most of it right and like wrote policy rate in kind of a weird way, well, you might miss some questions here. Does an increase in administered interest rates increase or decrease the money supply? Good question. Higher interest rates is a contractionary policy, so that'll decrease the money supply. Lower interest rates is expansionary, that would increase the money supply. Do you always move both? So always move interest rates whichever way? Yes. That's what I do anyway. At least that's like the easiest part for me to like logic is I'm moving this whole damn thing down if I lower these guys or up if I raise these guys. The good news is for everybody who's scared about this graph, that's the only shift. Like in the last 2 years, AP exam FRQs that have had this graph, their answers have been either lowering or raising these rates. That's it. It's the whole thing. So you either slide this demand curve down or up. That's it. So as scary as the graph is conceptually, it's not that bad, actually. Okay, reading, there's a lot of questions here. Why is this so hard? Because it's AP macro. It's hard. They curve it a lot if it makes you feel better. Like AP physics is curved like crazy because it's a super hard one. Can you define discount and IOR? Discount is if you borrow from the Fed, what you pay back. IOR is what the Fed pays you for storing money there. Why does aggregate demand shift left when there is an increase in policy rate? Policy rate is an interest rate. When interest rates go up, it makes it harder for us to borrow money. And it makes it better for us to save money. Either way, that makes us spend less. So aggregate demand decreases. Higher interest rates hurts spending because it hurts borrowing and helps saving, is the logic. Is saying lowering IOR incorrect? No, lowering IOR would work. That is an administered interest rate. If you just said lower discount rate, you'd run into some problems because that just moves the top one down, but that doesn't change your equilibrium. I'm checking all these answers. Can you go over the unit 6 stuff? At some point, my teacher went over it in like 3 days. So did I, Econ Goat. I went over the Forex market a couple of times. That's the big thing there. The only other thing to really check up on is your current and capital financial account, which we can see if we have time to go over one of those. Do I have to say administered interest rates or does IOR work? Either would work. I'm currently going over my FRQ predictions. Can you go over a little bit more between the interest rate and exchange rate directly related? Higher interest rate makes your currency appreciate. People want to invest there. Lower interest rate, people don't want to invest in your country, so interest rates, so your exchange rate goes down. Supply line doesn't move with it, right? Correct. I don't move this supply curve. I'm not moving this guy. It's kind of meaningless to move it if I'm over ample reserves territory. It doesn't change anything, so I wouldn't move it. Can the supply and the slopes move together? Probably not. Do I agree with Clifford's prediction for the third FRQ? Yeah. In fairness, I think both me and Clifford for the last couple of years have been like, they haven't done comparative advantage in a minute. It's got to be coming some point soon. When I was at the reading, I know it was on the international version of the exam, but not on either of the main versions of the exam. There's a bunch of different versions of your AP exam. Different time zones get different versions and a whole bunch of things. There's like FRQ set 1 and set 2. I graded a bunch of different versions last year, and I heard the international version had a comparative advantage problem, but we didn't have anything else. Stop just 1? Hell yeah, Brooklyn, congrats. We love that. I'll be going over a comparative advantage problem shortly because that's what's going to happen. Wait, what curve is better, macro or micro? About the same. It's about the same curve for both of those courses. Did I go over the business cycle? No, but the business cycle is not tested in terms of you don't ever have to draw that guy. What happens in the money market graph changes the money supply? Comparative advantage. I did the whole macro course over spring break and I forgot it all. What do I do? Advice. I would, depends what you have access to. If you have access to all of AP Classroom and all of the little review videos topic by topic, I would go through those. Otherwise, I would go through, I have a Super Saturday video on this channel that has like my review of all of the graphs in kind of sequence. It's long, it's like 3 hours, but it goes through all the graphs. I don't think 40 minutes is enough to review it. Did the rest of the world get the same test or is it each time zone? The rest of the world, there's more than one international version. There's like, I think there's a total of like 18 versions of the exam people get. So it's a lot. So when you see like leaks of FRQs and stuff, don't buy those because that could be kids in China with a different time zone who took the test like a day before you because a different time zone have a very different version of the test. So those kind of leaks things are not super like accurate. I'd be careful about that. So on the money market graph, if I put interest rates instead of nominal interest rate, do I lose a point? You would not, Amir, only because nominal means regular. So if you just wrote nominal interest rate or interest rate, those are technically the same thing. Like saying nominal GDP and just GDP is technically saying the same thing. Now, if it's the loanable funds market where it's real interest rate and you wrote nominal interest rate, then you're in a problem area. Interest rates go down, what happens in the money market and AD, as well as we're in a recessionary gap. Interest rates going down doesn't affect your money market. Them lowering the administered interest rates is expansionary monetary policy, so it would increase the money supply. Yeah, it'd be increasing the money supply. That's what I'd recommend. Anthony, I don't know. I don't know how well you know my stuff. I was here the entire time, Pablo, but it's a small channel. I got you. I know. It's the whole thing. Been here the whole... The good news is if you end up having to take this class in college, the channel is still here and still helps you for college macro. Blindly practicing is your best bet. I would say blindly practicing is your best bet. Follow through with what we're going through here in the videos. See what stuff you need to repeat or if you need to understand. But I would also say don't beat yourself up too much if you fail an AP exam. It's a single test. People fail them all the time. You can always if you take the class in college, what we've found with professors, because I talk to professors a lot, the kids who get 2s on the AP Econ exam or even 1s on the AP Econ exam are doing way, 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 way better in the college econ classes than kids who did not take AP Econ. So even if you take this AP exam and don't do well on it, you're still in a way better position in those college economics classes if you have to take them than any kid who's walking in there. You're walking in with a much higher grade and a much easier time. Keep your journals, keep your notes, keep everything you got from this class. Trust me, it's helping kids a lot in college. So even if you're not going to pass the AP exam for this, you're still in a much better spot than basically anybody else going into those college econ classes because you had an extra semester of learning this stuff. So don't get too discouraged, I would say. Past FRQs. Sorry, I haven't finished these FRQ predictions yet. Let me get through these. I'm distracted. The ADD is freaking going. So I said reserves market first, and then I said economic growth. So what economic growth, Mr. McRitchie? Well, because we lowered interest rates. So lower interest rates, and they ask about economic growth and the price of bonds. Okay. So we'll start with economic growth. The lower the interest rate, what happens to economic growth? So economic growth is tied to one thing and one thing in particular, and it's a word to keep an eye out if they ever ask about economic growth on the AP exam. It's tied to capital. For capital, we're talking physical capital. That'd be tools, technology, machinery. Man-made resources is the logic for physical capital. Or, oh my God, ow, hit my foot. Human capital, which are your workers' knowledge and skills. So there we go. What you have to think of is, what do interest rates affect and how can I explain that to tie to economic growth? Well, the technical relationship in economics is interest rates really affects businesses a lot, because while people borrow money occasionally, like to buy a house or to buy a car or to go to college in a lot of your guys' cases, you don't do that all that often. Okay. Businesses, though, do it kind of constantly because they're looking for opportunities to expand a lot, right? They want to buy a new location. They want to open a new facility. They want to expand their factory. They want to hire more workers, whatever. So they're always looking to borrow. So when interest rates go down, businesses tend to spend a lot more, which means economic growth goes up. Because as businesses are going to spend more due to the lower interest rates, they'll be able to acquire more capital. Can you say investors will invest more in capital goods and this increases productive capacity? Yeah, that's right, Slip. That would work. That's a nice way to phrase it. Economic growth goes up because investment, at least like investment spending by businesses, increasing capital. I'm writing as little as possible because I have a tiny whiteboard here. But logically, economic growth is going up because there's more investment, which is improving capital. That's kind of the logic. Because loans are cheaper, businesses borrow and spend more, which improves our ability to produce, not just in the now, but in the future, assuming that they buy the right stuff. You do have to clarify this bit. If they're asking about economic growth, we're looking for this. If we're asking about growth, we're looking for this. Okay. How many here would you say are from your class? I don't know how many people are watching this live. I teach about 150 kids for AP Econ, so a decent amount that'll be here from my class. But I will have, my video last year, I think, had like 15,000 views, and those kids are from not my class necessarily, so that happens a lot. So there's this economic growth part, which lower interest rates gets you more growth, higher interest rates get you less growth. Can you say the long run paragraph again too? No, but you can go back in the video and find that. Don't you worry. And also, if you look on my channel, when you can, I have the lectures for every single one of the lessons for my class. So like the Mad Libs is in the long run self-adjustment sort of video. So you can find that explanation in all those videos are like the full in-class lectures with all my like dumb stories and weird tangents and different haircuts and hair colors and a different apartment because I've moved and all that kind of stuff. Could I say AD would go up? AD would go up. That does not necessarily mean economic growth goes up. I have a question. If real GDP increases because of investment, true. Wouldn't the PL increase and make countries' exports decrease because the dollar appreciates? I have to clarify parts of that. So let me make sure I clarify certain parts of this. Because AD is going up, price level would increase? Yes. The exports decreasing because the currency appreciates. I don't know why the currency is appreciating in this situation. We have a lower interest rate, so our currency would probably depreciate, which would have the opposite impact on exports. So careful. Now, in fairness, that's a lot of things to connect there. What you want to be careful of is trying to connect too many dots in between questions. Follow the question, go in the order that it asks. So if it says there's this increase in investment, what happens to GDP? It goes up. Cool. Based off the change in aggregate demand, what happens to price level? Cool. Based off the change in interest rates, what happens to your Forex market? Okay, don't base your thinking off what the question is asking. Don't freelance, because the more you know in econ when freelancing, the more you can confuse yourself. It's like a weird double-edged sword when it comes to econ. Sometimes you're good at it and it hurts you a lot. Okay, sorry, let me finish that question. Price of bonds. So this was mentioned by Clifford in his FRQ prediction, and it's always worth explaining to students because it's a super weird thing. Okay, so this is still the same FRQ part 2. This is the reserves market FRQ. We lowered the interest rates. What happens to the price of previously issued bonds? Okay, interest rates go down, so the price of bonds goes up is the answer. But Clifford's guess had them having you explain it. So let's make sure we can explain this, because this is weird to explain. So you got to listen carefully and don't type a question right now. Let me explain it and listen carefully for this. Okay. So price of bonds. What they're talking about with the price of bonds is the resale value. Like when you buy sneakers and you try to resell them, or Pokemon cards and you try to resell them, right? Okay, it's the resale value we're talking. So say you buy a bond from the government. So you're giving the government like $1,000. They're going to give you this bond and it's got 5% interest on it. Cool. That interest rate is fixed. So you're going to be getting paid 5% interest on that bond for the term of the bond. 1 year, 2 years, 10 years, whatever. Cool. You can resell that bond. That's the cool thing with bonds is they're transferable. So you bought it from the government, but you don't want to hold on to it for too long. Maybe you need cash faster than that, so you sell it to your buddy. They're asking about the resale price here. So here's what happens. You buy that bond with a 5% interest rate. That thing is fixed, locked in. You're getting paid that interest, right? Interest rates start going down. So interest rates are going down. Your bond still has a 5% interest rate, but any new bond being issued by the government, will have a lower interest rate on it. So what's a better bond to have? The old bond with the higher interest rate or the new bond with the lower? The old bond is better to have because you're getting paid the interest here. So you want that higher interest rate in the situation. This is an investment, not borrowing. You're lending here. So you want the higher interest rate. So if interest rates go down, your old bond that had a higher interest rate is now more valuable and you can sell it for more. Is that complicated? You bet, which is why they usually don't ask you to explain it, which is crazy. Slip, that is exactly right. No, the price is going up. The price of the previous year's bonds is going up. The resale value, which is that price, is higher. Because your interest rate is staying the same on it, that's not the price of the bond. That's the payback for the bond. You can sell your bond for more because it has a better interest rate than the new bonds do, is kind of the logic. The simple thing is interest rates and the price of previously issued bonds are inversely related. Hi, Ava. Like in simple terms, those are inversely related. Yes, correct, Amir. Yeah, they're just inversely related. Could you say they're inversely related when we give you the point on the AP exam? I don't know because they haven't had kids explain this before. And honestly, it takes a lot of writing to kind of explain that right. And they don't love making you guys write a lot on the AP exam. Outside of like the long run self-adjustment explanation, which is not that long, for being honest. They don't like having you write a lot for econ. So I don't know if they'd have you actually explain this or if they would just ask. So that's the basic idea there. And then I mentioned like LRAS, LRPC. Again, Clifford's video, he mentioned like what happens to the natural rate of unemployment based off of the interest rate change. The answer is freaking nothing, my guy. If they ask about the natural rate of unemployment or like the natural rate of output or what happens to LRAS or LRPC, rarely is the answer that that thing is changing. The natural rate of unemployment is made up of structural and frictional unemployment, which unless they specifically talk about that in the problem, we have no way of knowing if that's changing. So I'm not touching that. Okay. LRAS can change if there's a change to capital stock. So depending on your answer to that economic growth thing, you could maybe say LRAS would increase. Would you draw that ever happening? No. But could LRAS increase? Yeah, if there's more capital, it would go up. LRPC, you would only change if the natural rate of unemployment changed. So there is always a possibility on an FRQ problem that the answer is no change. That happens. So don't be surprised if you're like, wait, does that even change? And it's like that's a good question to ask on the AP exam FRQ, especially if it's like a one-off FRQ. It's like FII, natural rate of unemployment, no change. Like that's very classic. They love doing that kind of thing. Let me see if there's other questions we have. 3 and 4 are the biggest chunk. That is correct. Did you give a review that has a problem going over like every unit from Super Saturday? No, but there are the previously recorded live streams in here that have me going through like 8 or 9 questions per unit and an FRQ per unit. So that's a good way to do it. Reviews from 3, 4, 5, and 6 are the most commonly tested units, which that's like most of the class. So sorry, but you really can't review most of econ without reviewing previous stuff because it all kind of builds off of itself. So it's like you can't review unit 5 without reviewing unit 3. It's kind of like that. I hate asking test format, but is it just multiple choice and FRQ separate, or is it like Euro? Oh, I know what you mean. It means by timing. No, there's multiple choice for 70 minutes, 60 questions, 10-minute break, FRQs. They're separated. Let's see. Can we do another problem so I can study for a push? We will in a second. Multi-graph problem, 7-graph problem, difference between current capital financial account, money market, and tax market. Current and capital financial account, I mean, we'll do that after we do our third. We should for sure do a 7-graph problem. Guys, I want to be able to sleep. Okay. If you want to do a 7-graph problem with me, come to my classroom tomorrow at like 7:30 in the morning. Okay. Here's what I want to do. The last FRQ idea that I have that Clifford agreed with, I think we largely have the same ideas for these FRQs. Mostly because I've learned that Clifford is really good at predicting these things, and me and him see kind of eye to eye on a number of this stuff. Again, I was trained by him at one point, so that's not really that crazy. Will I be in my class for first period? Dog, I get to my school at like 7:20 in the morning, so school doesn't open until 7:45. Sucks. The door next to my room is a thing that exists, and I get there at 7:15. FRQ 3, the last FRQ. My fear would be bank balance sheet, because they haven't done that in a minute either. My expectation is terms of trade comparative advantage, or it could be Unit 2 math. Unit 2 math kind of always sort of just slap that around and throw that in randomly. So I'm going to say it's comparative advantage because I think that's accurate. So I'll say PPC, comparative advantage, terms of trade, bang. Something like this. So here's what I mean by PPC with it, because they can do a PPC where they throw in terms of trade at it. So here's what they might give you. Say we've got 2 countries with the following production possibilities curves. My dog, Archer, is barking. What a jerk. Let's go with Korea and China as our 2 countries. Let's go with wool, and let's go with why am I blanking on a thing that would be a good production product for, let's just go with, no, I don't want to do 2 that are wheat, or 2 W's. Let's go with wool. Let's go with coffee. I like to use coffee as an answer for this. So coffee and wool. Let's say that Korea can make 10 wool or 30 coffee, and that China can make 60 coffee or 40 wool. So something like this, where they'll give you a PPC, 2 PPCs, 1 for each country. China can make 40 wool, 60 coffee. Korea can make 10 wool, 30 coffee. They can give it to you in a PPC like this. They've done it a couple of times in the past. It's been like well over 12 years, but College Board's funny. Okay. And the AP Econ exam has not really changed that much in the 12 years. Other than the reserve market, it's been largely the same. Can you just convert the graph to tables? Yes, that is exactly what I would do. Could you have 1 PPC with both countries on them? Yes, you could. That gets kind of confusing visually, but yes, you could. I just did it as 2 separate ones, but you could have them as 2 on the same. I'm going to convert this to a table. So 30 and 10 for Korea, 60 and 40 for China. So I'm converting this to a table. Tic-tac-toe board. Korea and China. Wool and coffee. 10, 30, 60, 40. I have exam 1 hour later. Good luck and thank you, Mr. McRitchie. Good luck, my guy. When in doubt, write it out or draw it out. Graph your stuff. Okay. Wool. Man, my handwriting's so good. That says wool. Coffee. 10, 30, 40, 60. I think that's right. Okay. First question that they might ask would be, who has the absolute advantage in the production of coffee, and explain. So I'll let you think about this. You have a total of 10 seconds to think about this. Don't type your answer. It'll take too long to type it. Who has the absolute advantage in the production of coffee, and explain it. Waiting 5 more seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. China has the absolute advantage in the production of coffee because they can make more given the same resources. That's always the endpoint you want with absolute advantage. This is assuming they have the same amount of resources. China can produce more given the same resources. So China has the absolute advantage. Technically, China has the absolute advantage in both goods. They can make more wool. They can make more coffee. Bang, bang. Cool. Next. Oh, they could also ask a question like the one that I had very beginning in the early part of the video where it was like, if they're producing this combination, how are they doing? That kind of thing. I thought you assume the same amount of time, not resources. Time is a resource. That still works. Time is a resource. Now we do the comparative, right? They might say first, calculate the opportunity cost of producing 1 coffee for Korea. So calculate the opportunity cost of 1 coffee for Korea. Is this input or output? Claire, good question. It is output. The way you can tell is it's the amount of these things being made, amount of wool and amount of coffee produced. So it is an output problem. Amount of things being produced is output because output measures production. Yeah, if it was amount of minutes or hours to produce a unit of it, it'd be input. Yeah, that's right. So these are my opportunity cost setups. The opportunity cost of 1 wheat, 1 coffee, 1 wheat, 1 coffee. Cool. It's an output problem. So the way to find it, other goes over. Hannah, that's exactly right. I take the other column's number. It goes over this one to find this. So to find this guy, other goes over. So for Korea, the opportunity cost of 1 wheat is 3 coffee. For China, it'd be 60 over 40, which is 6/4, which is 3/2. So 1.5. Cool. Claire, that's exactly right. And then you do the same thing the other way around. So to find the opportunity cost of 1 coffee, it would be 10 over 30, a third, which is the answer to the question I just asked. And then 2/3 for thing. Dumb question, how do you know which is the other? You start in one, like I'm looking for this answer. This is the other. Because I'm sticking with the same producer. I'm talking about the other good they're producing. Goes over this one. So to find the opportunity cost of 1 wheat, or 1 wool, sorry, I take the other, it goes over this. It's a good question. It's a good question, Claire. Can you explain comparative and absolute advantage? Absolute, who can make the most. Comparative, who can produce at a lower opportunity cost. Edmund, that's correct. No, you could use workers too. It's any resource that would be acceptable for your input problem there. So comparative advantage is who has the lower opportunity costs. What I've just found are the opportunity costs. So like the opportunity cost of 1 wheat for Korea is 3 coffee. Every time they make 1 wool, sorry, I keep saying wheat. Every time they make 1 wool, they could have made 30 coffee or 3 coffee. Every time China makes 1 wool, they could have made 1.5 coffee. Think of it as they're like 1.5 times as productive in coffee than wool. That's like the logic there. Okay. So who has the lower opportunity cost for wool would be China, because 3/2 is less than 3. Like 1.5 is less than 3, right? And then who has the comparative advantage in coffee would be Korea, because 1/3 is less than 2/3. But 1/3 is less than 2/3. That's kind of the logic of that. So it's basically like who's more efficient is kind of what comparative advantage is getting at. Absolute advantage is just who can raw outproduce the other country, which like America, absolute advantage in a whole bunch of stuff. Comparative is about efficiency. Yeah, it's about who's giving up the least is the logic of it. This is in terms of trade FRQ I'm building right here, Claire. I'm just starting it off with comparative advantage stuff. Is this PPC type of problem? Yes. Can you explain bonds? Already kind of have, Alex. But I can go back and do it after we get to this question. So we've got these as my opportunity costs. Here is my setup for comparative advantage. So I just asked, like, what's the opportunity cost of producing 1 coffee in Korea? It would be 1/3 of a unit of wool. That would be my answer. The following question would ask, like, who should specialize in the production of wool and coffee? Specialization is just a synonym for comparative advantage. So who should specialize in wool? China, they're more efficient. Who should specialize in coffee? Korea, they're more efficient. So if they say specialization, be aware that is the same thing as asking who has the comparative advantage. So you're still doing all this. If they ask you to show your work for this is how I would show it. Literally is how I would show it. Now the last part, the part that everyone gets scared of, which is terms of trade. So we'll do this 2 different ways. One is identify a mutually beneficial term of trade. The other way is this a good term of trade? Okay, so first, identify a mutually beneficial term of trade. So let's say the question asks you to calculate a mutually beneficial term of trade of 1 wool for each of these countries. Okay, mutually beneficial trade of 1 wool for each of these countries. If you think you know how to do it, pause, solve for it really fast, come back. And while you're doing that, I can answer Madison's question. How do you know if it's input instead of output? It's based off of what they're telling you in the table. Okay. If the numbers in the table are the amount of a thing being produced, like I said, the amount of wool and coffee being made, it's output. The output is production. Output is GDP. It's stuff being made. Okay. It's output. Things you put out for sale. Okay. Input would be the numbers in the table are the amount of resources used to make something. So if there's like a sentence above this table and it said amount of hours needed to make a thing of wool and coffee, then it'd be input. So it's like 10 hours, 30 hours, 40 hours, 60 hours. That would be an input problem. Okay. So now let's go through this terms of trade problem. I'm seeing some answers in the chat, and I'm seeing some answers that look right to me. So here's what you do. I'm erasing this part because they only asked for a trade of 1 wool. So all I care about are my opportunity costs of 1 wool. I'm going to write those off to the side here. 1 wool for 3, which was Korea's. And 1 wool for, I'll write 1.5 because I'm just going to turn it to a decimal to make my life a little easier, but same idea. Okay. And then 1 wool for, I don't know how many, because that's going to be my answer. And that's China's in the bottom. Okay. Short version answer. Short version answer is as long as the trade falls in between their opportunity costs, it is mutually beneficial. So that inequality that Slip put works. What Claire did also works. Anything in between 3 and 1.5 would work. Those are all good answers. Why are Lakers getting smoked in 4? Because our leading scorer is out. And LeBron is 41 years old. It's crazy that he's playing this well. And also, the Thunder are really good. I don't know what to tell you. Watch basketball. I'm a Lakers fan. We should not beat the Thunder. They're better than us. Basketball is a sport where the best team tends to win because it's a 7-game series. In football, that's not always the case. So 1 wheat for 3 coffee, 1 wheat for 1.5 coffee, 1 wheat for don't know how much coffee. So let's say it's 2 because I like Claire's answer there. That's an easy one to logic through. Okay, here's what we do. Here's how to explain this if it asks you to explain it. So I need to think about what these countries were doing before and after the trade. So China is the one giving up the wheat in the trade. So I'm circling China's wheat here. China used to give up 1 wheat and get back 1.5 coffee in our thing. What's up, Matt? That's not back in the chat again from last year. Hope you're doing well, buddy. Okay, so 1 wheat for 1.5 coffee was China's old trade. Now China's giving up 1 wheat for 2 coffee. That's a good trade for China. Used to give up 1 for 1.5, now giving up 1 for 2. They're getting an extra little bit of coffee out of this deal. Sick. Korea is the one in the trade not giving up the wool, but giving up the coffee. They specialize in the coffee. So I need to read this the opposite way for Korea. Korea used to give up 3 coffee for every 1 wheat. Now they're sending to China 2 coffee and getting 1 wheat. So they're giving less than before. That is good. Lower cost is good. We like low cost. Low cost is great. So Korea benefits because they're giving up less coffee. China benefits because they're getting more coffee, but it is mutually beneficial. As long as the trade falls in between their opportunity costs, both sides benefit. One side gains more than before. That'd be China. They're gaining 0.5. One side gives up less than before. That's Korea. Technically, Korea is actually benefiting by more in this because they're saving a whole coffee per wheat. I was a social sciences major, which includes economics and poli-sci. But in college, I took like a total of 3 econ classes. So I would call myself more of like a government and history major than an econ major. But I've taught AP Macro for 10 years now, which is why I'm pretty good at this. My knowledge of economics is macroeconomics 1 and 2, basically, and microeconomics 1 and a little bit of micro 2. I can get you through basically all of that stuff. Once you get past that point, I don't know what's happening in some of those econ classes. Could I figure it out? Probably. But have I looked at any of that stuff in more than a decade? No, I would never do that. Okay, so in case you're curious, am I an expert in this? No, I'm an expert in AP Macro. I'm confident I can answer every question on the AP Macro exam correctly. You throw me in like an econ for seniors in college class, will I do that? There's a lot of weird specific stuff they have to do in that class. Austin Reeves is playing like a bum, but he's also injured. I'm not going to count it. And also, the Thunder's defense is pretty good. Austin Reeves is not your number 1 scoring option. He's a number 3 scoring option. It's okay that he does not play well when he's going against a great defense. So yeah, that would be your terms of trade problem right there. You just have to find one that's in between the opportunity costs. If they were to give you one, say they said, hey, who benefits from a trade of 1 wool for 4 coffee? Logically, okay. I'd still go back to previously where like, okay, China used to give up 1 wool for 3/2 of a thing of coffee. Again, they're giving up wool. So this is great for China. But Korea, reminder, they're the one giving up the coffee in the trade. Used to give up 3 coffee for 1 wheat, but is now giving up 4 coffee for 1 wheat. That is worse. That is a worse thing to do. That costs them more. So don't want that. Okay. Those are in certainly not short time. It took about 2 hours to get through that. Granted, with a 15-minute break in the middle of that, but still, like better part of 2 hours, my FRQ predictions. So to repeat them, again, you go back in the video to watch the full thing, but to repeat them, it is, I think, couldn't tell you if this is true or not, aggregate demand, aggregate supply graph into a long-run self-adjustment, fiscal policy with multipliers kind of problem that then goes to your loanable funds market because of government borrowing, crowding out, that kind of thing, which then leads into like a Forex-y kind of question about currency values appreciating and depreciating based off the change in interest rates, right? That's the logic of what's happening there, okay? The second FRQ prompt that I think might happen is a reserves market problem. It could be money market, but I would assume reserves market problem, where they try to fix an economy, lower interest rates, raise interest rates, something like that. They then ask about a bunch of weird things tied off of interest rates. They could do the reserves market into Forex if they wanted there. That would make plenty of sense to me too. Where they do like, you lower the interest rates, so what happens on the Forex market? Same thing we talked about in the previous problem. And then the third thing, the mathy question this year, I would wager is probably comparative advantage terms of trade. It could still be unit 2 math, which I'll pull up an FRQ that's like that because they have a lot of those over the years that they've done. So I'll pull up a unit 2 math problem just so we can all see it in case that it's that. It could be a balance sheet. I've already done one of those in the video, so feel free to go back to this guy. Okay, let's go through all the stuff. Let me make sure that I sort of just like look through questions real quick. Would a shift in the LRAS shift the LRPC? Incredible question. Kind of depends on what happened. I would say kind of no, only because the LRAS is drawn based off of the amount of resources you have, whereas the LRPC is drawn based off whatever your natural rate of unemployment is. So they're drawn based off of technically different things, even if they both represent the same idea of full employment. So I would say probably not. Now, if LRPC moves, I would move LRAS. So it's kind of like a square rectangle situation there. I wouldn't worry about that question. Looking for more questions. Did I go over the Phillips curve money market? Phillips curve, yes. Money market, not really. Can I explain cost push and cost pull inflation? It's not cost pull. Wait, okay. It's cost push and demand pull inflation. Okay, Roomba. Cost push inflation is inflation caused by rising costs of production. Think, like right now, oil prices that are spiking because of the Iran conflict, right? The Strait of Hormuz being closed, which is driving the price of oil up. That would be what we call cost push inflation, because most businesses have to pay for oil in some capacity. So higher oil costs will drive a lot of businesses to raise their prices up because they have to pay for shipping of their goods too and shipping of their resources. So Those oil prices being higher is going to make a lot of things more expensive. So you get cost push inflation. The rising costs are pushing prices up. On a graph, you would see that as a decrease in short-run aggregate supply. It's rising costs hurts your supply is the logic there. Demand pull inflation, I usually call like the good type of inflation because it's usually caused by good things happening. It's caused by an increase in aggregate demand, which usually it's good stuff. It's us spending more, which is almost always coming as a result of a good thing happening. Lower interest rates, so cheaper borrowing, lower unemployment, so more income to spend, that kind of thing. So demand pull is what we're kind of rooting for. Like in an economic setting, we assume there's going to be a little bit of inflation every year because ideally you're making more money every year, which means you're spending more money every year, which means prices should rise every year, if that makes sense. Okay. Like ideally, your wages and your prices are going up by like roughly the same amount, or your wages are beating the price increase by a little bit. That's not always the case, but that's what you're generally hoping for. On Forex, if it's euros per dollar on the y-axis, then it's quantity of dollars on the x-axis. Saw that Jordan answer. That's a good answer. Thank you, Jordan. So in this case, we would question benefits, asking who benefits. In this case, it would be both. I don't know what we're in reference to. I've already finished AP Macro. What is the next level I should pursue? In high school, AP Micro is just a good thing to sort of balance yourself out, but there's not another advanced economics course to take on a high school setting. In college, you'd be taking more advanced macroeconomics classes, which you'd take like Macro 2 first, in which case that's fine. You're going to learn a little more complex versions of like GDP and stuff like that, and a couple more graphs like the bond market and some stuff like that. At that point, if you're still planning on studying economics, you kind of have to figure out what specialization you want to go down. I did international trade as my like bigger specialization. Double checking all my answers here. Scrolling. Do we need to do the business cycle? Yes, but not a lot. The business cycle is not a hugely important graph. You don't ever have to draw that kind of thing. Can I quickly go over the 1 over MPS thing in the CPI? Okay. What's Rumpa's question? I think I already got Rumpa's question. Oh, cost push and demand pull. Yeah, I got that already. Using both monetary and fiscal, OMO for limited reserves, multiplier math can do, loanable funds, demand and supply shifters, multipliers again. Would making a mind map be helpful? You can do a mind map. It's not a problem. You just might confuse yourself with a mind map because so many things affect so many things. You might scare yourself. If the SRPC moves, okay. Oh, I see. If SRPC moves, if the 80 shift and it shifts on S, the way I think about it is the point along the Phillips curve moves. You move along the Phillips curve if there's a change in aggregate demand. You shift the entire Phillips curve if it's a change in SRAS. The way I think about that is like AD along, A along, SRAS shift, S shift. That's kind of the logic of it in simple terms. Watch this Phillips curve video to get a better explanation. What is open market operations? Claire, you're screwed. No, I'm kidding. Negative supply shock is cost push. Yes. Resources from AP Macro multiple choice questions except for College Board. Khan Academies are pretty good. Khan Academy usually does a pretty good job. You can kind of get AI to create some okay questions. You have to be very specific where you're telling it, I need questions for the AP Macroeconomics exam using College Board's level of difficulty. Give me some questions over unit 2 or 3 or whatever. You can try. AIs are a bit funky on being able to do these exactly well. But Khan Academy's multiple choice questions are pretty good, I think. Global funds market, I'll come to that. Economic Olympiad, that's not bad. Can you tell if a bank is limited or ample from the reserve market graph? Yes, you can. Claire, the open market operations are the buying and selling of government bonds. So when they say open market operations, they're just saying government buying and selling bonds, or the Federal Reserve, buying and selling bonds. That's all of that open market operations are doing. They're called open market operations because they're buying and selling them on the open market, meaning from us. That's why it's called the open market. Which one did I want to do here? Someone was asking about multiplier question. Real quick. Okay. So multipliers is the math. Oh, no, I've done a couple multiplier questions. Let me do CPI real fast. Okay. And unemployment rate in some of the unit 2 math. Actually, let's just pull up a question for that. I don't need to make this up in my head and confuse myself with numbers that are going to be funky. Let me go find myself a question. Alex, I just saw your question in email because I haven't looked at my email in 2 hours. Are the MCQs and the FRQs weighted the same? They are not. The multiple choice questions for econ are worth 2/3 of your score. Your FRQs for econ are worth 1/3 of your score. I'm emphasizing FRQs because that's usually where kids tend to blow it, because you can't really fake it on an FRQ. Multiple choice question, you have a 1 in 5 shot of getting it right just by picking, the right multiple choice answer. So you can kind of get lucky on a multiple choice question. On an FRQ, if you don't know how to draw the graph, you're not getting that point, my guy. So that's why I got to emphasize those a little harder here. But score-wise, the multiple choice questions are worth more than your FRQs, which is, for most of you guys, good news. What was I looking at? I was looking at, Unit 2. Unit 2, FRQ, give me some math questions to show these dudes. No. Oh, God, that question looks like a nightmare. Oh, I remember it. Again, it's these freaking... Sorry, I'm trying to find a question that I think would work pretty well for what we're trying to do here. I'm trying to see if there's one that has both of what I want. Okay. Got one. Demand for loans increases, you get interest rates. Yes. What is debt in simple terms, and how does it work on domestic versus international level? Debt is just money that is owed. Domestically, higher levels of debt correspond with higher interest rates. Internationally, higher levels of debt can attract foreign investment potentially, depending on people trying to take advantage of you being in debt. Velocity of money really quick for Kate's, because they've asked some good questions and it's not going to be tied into any of these other FRQs. So I'll do this really fast while I pull up this other FRQ. Velocity of money, which is tied to what we call the equation of exchange. M times V equals P times Y. What a lovely little bunch of algebra this is. If I take the money supply, multiply it by what we call the velocity of money, which is basically how many times a dollar bill is spent in a year, that should get us the price level times real GDP. What does that mean? Okay. Price level times real GDP is nominal GDP, because real GDP has factored price level out of this. So multiplying price level back into this just gives you nominal GDP. Cool. If I take the amount of money that exists times how often it's spent, that'll tell me total spending. If we have $200 in the economy, we spend it 3 times. That means $600 were spent. That's kind of it. Like that's the logic of the equation of the equation of exchange, quantity theory, money kind of thing. What they do with this equation is 2 things. Math, where they just give you numbers to plug in. Money supply is 100, velocity of money is 2, price level is 1.5. What's real GDP? Like that level, very basic math. Have to know what the letters stand for there. That's just a flashcard kind of memorization game. Or they mention like, hey, if you increase the money supply, what happens to price level or nominal GDP? Which, like, if the money supply goes up, then in the long run, price level, real GDP tends not to change in the long run. Think you always get back to full employment. So increasing the money supply tends to just cause higher price level unless we spend a little less frequently. Which makes sense. If we just print a bunch more money, then prices just tend to rise, right? Doesn't mean we're more productive. It just tends to make like hyperinflation happen. So that's the equation of exchange. Really, the velocity of money is just how many times is a bill circulating in the economy. That's like the speed at which it circulates is the frequency, how many times it circulated. Is velocity of money tested a lot? No, I'd wager it's one multiple choice question, or it's like, your part E of an FRQ where they've done a bunch of other random crap and they just happen to throw in a velocity of money like this kind of question, which, like, how would they do that? Real GDP, price level. They could give you numbers and you have the money supply from like a money market graph, or you have the real GDP from an ADAS graph, and they just throw this in as a thing. So that's not common for you to see it on an FRQ. Multiple choice question, for sure, you could see it. You can just look up Khan Academy. They've got some multiple choice questions over this in Unit 5, topic 1, 2. Monetary growth, I think, is topic 2. Do you have to memorize the formula for compounding interest? No, you do not, Mason. You don't have to compound any interest in this. That is a good question because you see interest a lot. You don't have to do any interest calculations. Okay. Found a question. This is Unit 2 math. We've got Gala Land, which I'm going to read as Gala Land, even though it could be Gala Land. I'm going to do it like it's the Ryan Gosling film. Gala Land. They've got 400 loaves of bread, $6 per loaf, 1,000 gallons of water, $2 per gallon, 800 pieces of fruit, $200 per piece. Okay. Gala Land produces 3 final goods: bread, water, fruit. Understood. Table above shows this year's output and price for each good. Got it. This is not the CPI problem, but there is stuff involving price indexes here, so we can hit that. That CPI problem that you guys have seen is like a one-off. It's not very common they do that. So first question, calculate this year's nominal GDP. All right, when you guys get stuck on formulas, what you want to sort of break it down to is, what does that word friggin' mean? Okay, like if you forget a formula, formulas are based off the definition of terms, right? So nominal just means in that year's price, which means normal, because normally you would just use your own year's price, which, cool, I only have this 1 year. That's easy. GDP is the total dollar value of everything produced in your economy. Okay, total dollar value of everything produced in this economy. All right, so what's total dollar value of everything produced in this economy? Okay, total dollar value of bread would be 400 times 6. Total dollar value of water would be 1,000 times 2. And total dollar value of fruit would be 800 times 2, because the total dollar value of these things is price times quantity. 400 times 6 is 2,400. 1,000 times 2 is 2,000. 800 times 2 is 1,600. So I said 2,400, 1,600, and 2,000. That would be 6,000. Done. B. So nominal GP would be the same as the basket of goods. The basket of goods slips is dependent on the question. So the market basket is not something that you can just assume what it is. A question has to tell you what the market basket is. So if this question said the market basket is 400 loaves of bread, 1,000 gallons of water, and 800 pieces of fruit, then yes. But they could easily say, like, the market basket is 100 loaves of bread and 100 gallons of water and 100 pieces of fruit, in which case you would do 100 times 6 and 100 times 2 and 100 times 2. So the market basket can change quite a bit. Do you see that question very often? No. They don't do CPI questions very often. Could they do it on this year's AP exam? Yes. But let me remind you guys of an important rule for AP exams. The curve is based off of y'all's performance. If you guys all do terribly because they give you a bunch of very hard FRQs, that means the curve gets bigger. So if you see an FRQ where you're like, oh my God, how the hell do I do this? You're probably not the only person in that boat, which means the curve will probably be stronger. So Claire, don't be scared. It's just people forget to review Unit 2's math, which is why people get screwed on those kind of problems. Okay, B. Assume that in Gala Land, the GDP deflator, price index, is 100 in the base year and 150 this year. Calculate the inflation rate and this year's real GDP. Okay. Inflation rate. That part's pretty easy. For those of you that you forget, again, formulas, definitions, right? Your formula for inflation rate is GDP deflator or price index of year 2 minus year 1 over year 1 times 100. So it would be 150 minus 100 over 100 times 100. Order of operations, people don't get mad at me. This top part should be parentheses, double parentheses up there. There we go. Nope. Oh my God. No. You ding dong. How am I mistyping? There we go. 150, because that was what they gave me here, minus 100 over 100 times 100. These last two bad boys cancel. 150 minus 100 is 50. 50% is my inflation rate. Do we have to account for consumption in nominal GDP calculations? If they give you consumption, then yes. There's multiple ways to find GDP. This method is what we call the most basic method, which is just price times quantity. If they give you types of spending, consumption, investment, government spending, net exports, those kinds of things, then you would do adding up the different types of spending. Consumption, investment, government, net exports, that kind of thing. So it's dependent on the information you're given. If you see multiple formulas for GDP, that's why. It's because there's more than one way to figure it out. But it's just total value of production is what GDP stands for. So 50% is my inflation rate, which I already would have known that without doing the math, because that's the whole point of a GDP deflator or CPI, is it is a price index, which what that means is some weird math crap, but take it like this. Indexes make it so that 100 is your base value. Meaning if I see a CPI or a GDP deflator of 100, that means no inflation has happened. We are at our even point. Prices are exactly what they're supposed to be. If my GDP deflator is 150, that means the prices are 50% higher. If my GDP deflator was 110, that means prices are 10% higher. It'd mean the same thing for CPI. It's just inflation of what that is the difference. Less likely slip does not mean unlikely, because College Board is hilarious. So I would say CIGXN is the most common way you see it. But on an FRQ like this, I don't see a CIG or XN. So they're both fair play. You got to know them both, which sucks. I wish they gave you a formula sheet. It'd be cool if they did. They don't, which is pretty rude. But also makes the curve better. I don't know. Okay, real GDP. Okay, real equals nominal divided by deflator times 100. What time is it right now for me? It is 9:17 p.m. in Texas. I've been going since 5 p.m. So this is, 4 hours and 4 minutes on the live stream here. I'll be going for probably another hour or so. So real equals nominal divided by deflator times 100. My nominal was 6,000. My deflator was 150. And 600 divided by 150. I could do this in my head. I should do this in my head. I am sort of doing this in my head while I reach for my calculator on my phone. But I don't want to use my brain that hard. It's 40. I'm stupid. So this would be 40 times 100, which is 4,000. Got it. So there's my idea. Will you leave the live up after? When I end it, it saves on my YouTube as like a previously recorded live stream. So if you go to my videos and hit previous live streams, it'll be on there. So you don't have, it gets saved onto my channel after. I assume it gets saved onto my channel after I do this on YouTube. I usually do it on Streamlabs and it works that way. So I'm going to assume it still does that here. If it doesn't, my ones from last year and the year before are still here and they are the same. Please, for the love of God, tell me this won't be a FRQ. It could. I don't know what to tell you, Jensen. I can't control what's on the FRQs, my guy. Difference between nominal and real GDP. Nominal is in this year's prices. Real is in a base year's prices, meaning real adjusts for inflation. The term real in economics, like real income, real wages, real GDP, real interest rate, real just means adjusted for inflation. Because inflation can inflate some of your numbers. If the prices jumped here, we would have a higher nominal GDP. Does that mean we're more productive? No. We're more productive if the quantity goes up, but nominal GDP uses these prices, so it would get messed up by that. C, and I'll show you a quick trick here, Jensen, to help you even if you don't know how to do most of this. C, since the base year, workers have received a 20% increase in their nominal wages. If workers face the same inflation you calculated in Part B2, what has happened to their real wages, and explain. Okay, they got a 20% wage increase. But if they deal with the same inflation rate I identified in B1, which was 50%, good Lord, what has happened to their real wages? Real, as we mentioned to Claire, adjusts for inflation. So I have to take into account the fact that prices go up. Okay. So my prices have gone up by 50% here. I'm getting a 20% raise. Is that enough? Hell no. So their real wages have decreased as inflation is greater than the wage change. They got a 20% raise, but everything's 50% more expensive. So they're doing really freaking terribly. Here's the trick for what Jensen was saying about not being able to do this math, right? Which can happen. You guys can have a brain fart or just forget how to do math. Read how C said this. Based off of your inflation rate you calculated in Part B1. Okay? Say you don't know how to do this. So you don't know how to put this answer here. You have no idea how to get this 50% number. You're just completely like botched and don't know what to do here. I see there's a 20% increase in nominal wages. I'm putting 20% as my answer to this. and no change to C. I'm not getting the point for B1. I already know I'm not getting the point for B1. Unless I'm really lucky and it ends up just magically being 20%, I'm not getting the point for B1. But if there's 20% inflation and I got a 20% raise, I know exactly what happened to my real wages. Nothing. The point for C is based off of your answer to part B1. If you don't know how to get the answer to part B1, put an answer you can work with, right? If you forget how to do this for A, but remember this, the real equals nominal divided by deflator. If you remember this formula, but forget this guy, put a number here, whatever number it is, and then just plug that number into this, and you'll get the point for B2. You'll just lose the point for A. Your mistakes can carry forward in a good way, where if you use your mistake correctly, you'll get the future points. You'll just lose the first one. So don't get too discouraged if you do that. For C, can't I just say purchasing power decreased? You can. I think you have to specify that real wages have decreased because purchasing power decreased. That would be valid. Okay. If the GDP deflator in Galaland increases unexpectedly, would a borrower with a fixed interest rate loan be better or worse off? So if GDP deflator goes up, that just means inflation has happened. It measures inflation rate. That's all it does. It measures how much inflation is happening to GDP. Okay. So there's more inflation. A borrower with a fixed interest rate would be better off. Borrowers benefit when there's more inflation because, yeah, negative 30% is right. The real wages went down by 30%. Lahai. That's correct. I don't know if that's how to pronounce any of that, but whatever. Are corrections still due since Canvas is down? Corrections are super not due because Canvas is down. You guys are lucky. You guys are so freaking lucky Canvas got hacked today. Was that why? Did you guys hack Canvas to not do test corrections? You guys are psycho. What exactly does GDP deflator do? GDP deflator measures how much inflation has happened to the components of GDP. So it's a price index that uses a weighted average to figure out how much inflation has happened to all of the things that are counted in GDP. The difference between that and CPI is GDP deflator covers everything in GDP, whereas CPI just measures the market basket, which is just consumer related. So like, I'm a consumer, CPI is what I would want to look at to figure out how much inflation I'm dealing with, right? Because I'm a consumer. But if I'm trying to look at the entire economy, which includes consumers and businesses and government and like foreign consumers buying my stuff, like export style, I would use GDP deflator. Because inflation of what is a very important question. Like inflation rate of the entire economy, do you mean the economy of everybody or do you mean the economy that consumers deal with? CPI, consumer price index, is just about the consumer side of things. GDP deflator, GDP, is not just consumers, it's everybody. How would the deflator be 150 in B2? It tells me this. The deflator would be 150 if you had 50% inflation since the base year. Mathematically, that's how it works with like the nominal versus real and deflator thing in that formula. It's technically like a ratio to help give you that math. Do you need to understand that? Technically, no. But the logic would be the GDP deflator above 100 means inflation by the difference has gone up since the base year. So 150 means 50% jump in prices. So like, if I looked back, the prices last year should have been like half of this. College Board hacked Canvas Trust. That'd be funny. Guys, do we get scratch paper? Lahai, this is a really good question, actually. You're supposed to, I don't know who's coordinating your test. You should get scratch paper for the multiple choice. They also, technically speaking, according to the instructions from College Board, should let you keep that scratch paper through the FRQs. So when you're going through multiple choice questions, you can write stuff down, take notes, and then use those on your FRQs, which is very helpful because sometimes multiple choice questions have a graph drawn for you, in which case you can copy that onto your scratch paper. And then if that same graph shows up on the FRQs, there you go. If they didn't tell me the GDP deflator, I could not figure it out. You can only figure out the GDP deflator if you have the nominal and the real GDP. The deflator formula is deflator equals nominal over real times 100. So in order to get the deflator, I have to have these two variables. So they have to give those to me, or I have to be able to solve them with whatever information they give me. So the deflator is nominal over real times 100. I've shown my students this. I think Clifford has shown this too. We call it the nerd triangle, which is very applicative because we're in AP Economics, which means you are all kind of nerds if you think about it. It's okay, I'm king of the nerds. Call it the nerd triangle, NRD, nominal real deflator. The GDP deflator in the base year and is 100 in the base year and 150 this year. So they're talking about the GDP deflator is 150 this year. It's okay, it's late. So I would cover what I'm solving for. Oh, you're fine, you're right. We're getting late here. I've been here for 5 hours, so my brain ain't working good either. So I cover what I'm looking for. I'm trying to solve for the real GDP, cover that. Nominal over deflator. Oh, trying to solve for the deflator. Oh, nominal over real. There you go. You cannot solve for nominal this way. Don't do that. That's the problem with the triangle. You can't just do it that way. But for real and deflator, cover what you're solving for. It'll tell you how to get there. Is there a packet that's going to have graphs we need to draw, or are they using our scratch paper? There is a packet where you write your answers. Yeah, the FRQs are handwritten, so you'll have like a workbook basically that you will write your answers in, that they then scan and upload, and we grade those. So your FRQs are handwritten. Yeah, they don't give you the graphs ahead of time, so you have to know them out to draw them off the top of your head. That's the problem here. And then part D, yeah, part D already said the borrower would be better off because the money they're paying back is worth less than when they borrowed it in the first place. Okay. So CPI captures the increase in price of foreign goods and GDP deflator does not. Not foreign goods. Neither of them cover foreign goods. They are both about inflation within your economy. CPI measures how much inflation consumers are dealing with when buying goods domestically. It's actually a fair point here. It's only for the market basket, which the market basket should be composed of only things produced within your own economy. Sometimes countries are confusing with that and use foreign goods in their CPI, and I don't think that makes a lot of sense. A GDP deflator includes all parts of the economy, but that's still domestic. They're both domestic. GDP is domestic as it's in the name. So for an ADAS graph, demand shifts to the right. Will GDP increase? Whoa. No to all of them, you're right. It's discussing the FRQs after taking the test aloud, not for at least 2 days. The FRQs will get released 2 days after you take the exam, at which point you talking about them ain't a big deal. But prior to that, you're not supposed to talk about the FRQs prior to them being released. Part of that's a security thing. It's not a huge deal, but they do care about it, so please don't post anything about it. The kids are talking about their FRQs on TikTok. Could easily get all of their scores voided, so please don't be that kid. Is there a formula sheet in the assessment booklet? Nope. You gotta have memorized. Is it like the AP stats where, yes, it's like AP stats there. So, stats was a hybrid exam, so is econ, where multiple choice is online, FRQs are on your computer, but you write your answers in a workbook. I'm going to have the test like in 2 hours. Welcome to the people who are in different time zones. I got you, my guy. This is a class thing that happens here every time. We talk about the use of both monetary and fiscal policy. I'm kind of confused about how they interact with each other. Yep. Oh, that's why my AP Bio ones are out. Yeah, Claire. Like the Gov ones are released. I saw those today. So the Gov ones got released today. It was the supremacy clause in the third FRQ, like we thought. McCullough v. Maryland is the supremacy clause question. Welcome to other countries, Jensen. They're over in Southeast Asia, most likely. We got a lot of people there. It's a classic bit. Let's see. What was the question I was going to solve? Monetary and fiscal policy. Okay. It's a good question. So if we do monetary and fiscal policy, well, first things first. Okay, there's the easy part of this, which is easy. They should give scratch paper at the beginning of the exam. Yes, they should give it to you right before the exam starts, basically. Here's the easy part for fiscal and monetary policy. If we're in a recession, the answer is expansionary of both. Like, I'm going to do the same type of policy. If I'm trying to get GDP to go up, I would do an expansionary fiscal policy, like increase government spending or decrease taxes. I would also do an expansionary monetary policy, like lower interest rates or buy bonds. I would still do that, okay? Those are my expansionary policies. I would always use them together. If I'm in an inflationary period, I would do contractionary policies of both. In real life, both. Like in real life, when we went into the pandemic, in America, the government did stimulus checks, which is the government spending situation, and the Federal Reserve lowered the reserve requirements to 0, bought a crazy amount of bonds, and dropped the administered interest rates to like 0.25%. So like expansionary like crazy. So they all do that, okay? So they're going to do both. They're going to do both, okay? They're going to do both. The interaction point that is weird has to do with crowding out. So let's explain that, okay? So expansionary fiscal policy, okay? Expansionary fiscal policy. we increase government spending, right? It's an example of that. The government spending more, though, increases borrowing. I can hear Archer on the other side of the door. Increased government spending increases borrowing, which increases interest rates, crowding out, right? The government's spending more, meaning they have to borrow, which makes interest rates go up because of higher demand for loans. Cool. If you do an expansionary monetary policy, we increase the money supply in some way, shape, or form. I'll say by like lowering like the reserve requirement of buying bonds. Let's say buy bonds. Buy bonds increases the money supply, which decreases interest rates. Wait just a gosh darn second. That is different. Welcome to the biggest difference in practical effect between these two policies. Okay. Now, reminder, goal of expansionary is to get us to spend more. Increase government spending, we'll spend more. Buying bonds because interest rates go down makes us spend more. If you do both, you get a weird thing that happens to interest rates, which is we kind of can't tell what happens to the interest rate because it depends on how much these change by, right? If it's perfectly the exact same, they would offset. There would be no change to interest rates, which is why you'll sometimes see on multiple choice questions like, what combination of policies could they do to keep interest rates stable? And you're like, what? It's like, if they both do expansionary, then it actually does keep it stable. Okay, you will always use expansionary of both or contractionary of both. It would never make sense to do expansionary of one and contractionary of the other. What the hell are you trying to get GDP to do then? Nothing? That's pointless. Okay. The problem is if you do expansionary fiscal policy, because crowding out happens as a side effect, not the point of it, as a side effect, you get a higher interest rate. Whereas if you do an expansionary monetary policy, you get a lower interest rate. So if you do both, a weird thing happens to your interest rate. That's the combination part. That's like weird. But which type of policy do I do? The same type of policy. Expansionary of both or contractionary of both. You have to know your expansionary and contractionary policies. That's a different problem. Imports not included. Could we try 2016 FRQ question 1? Maybe. I need to look at that one. Yeah, good luck to you guys taking the exam soon. Is tripe for demand and nice people for supply? Yeah, it is. Could you explain current versus capital account? Serena, I have not explained that yet. Let's explain that. Okay. Now, I'm going to explain it, and I'm going to explain it the same way I keep explaining it, which is annoying. Okay. Slip, confusing in how this is written, but I think you have the right idea. Crowding out affects the aggregate demand aggregate supply graph. It is a fiscal policy problem, not a monetary policy problem. Yeah, this is based off of government borrowing. If government borrows, interest rates go up, yep, which shifts aggregate demand back down, but monetary brings interest rates down, which pushes aggregate demand back up. Yeah, technically. Doesn't it become indeterminate, Amir? Yeah, that's how I would phrase it, as indeterminate. It's probably the best way to do this. The max change in deposits for that bank balance sheet question, you just take the initial deposit times the multiplier. That's all you got to do for that. Banks make revenue by charging interest. Yeah, exactly how they make money. Current expectations for FRQ. My teacher says ADAS, GDP, CPI. So basically, they have the same guesses as me. It's just that their second FRQ, instead of being comparative advantage, is GDP, CPI. That's certainly possible. So there's never a point where both policies make the interest rates go up or down together. Technically, no, that's correct. I'm going to sleep. Thank you, Mr. McRitchie. Good luck, everyone. We're all getting 5s. Good luck, sir. Metroid, if you go back in the video, I go through the FRQ predictions. I don't know when that was. Is that how they create more money, increasing interest on loans? No, they create more money by lending out that same money multiple times. Like I take out a loan. When you take out a loan, you usually don't hold on to that money. You deposit it in a bank, and then the bank's like, ooh, cool, money to lend out. So they lend out that money multiple times over, which is them technically creating money. That's the money multiplier effect in a nutshell. What was I looking at? What was I trying to do? Oh, current account versus capital financial account. Sorry, Serena and Jensen. Okay. Current capital financial account. All right. This is for a record of international transactions. So first, has to be international transactions. Has to be international trade happening. Okay. These are just two accounts. We record all those kinds of transactions because the government needs to keep tabs on all the money going in and out of our economy. Okay. Capital financial account has one thing in it: assets. You buy or sell an asset overseas, it's going to go in the capital financial account. If I buy a stock in Mitsubishi, which is a Japanese car company, Mitsubishi, right? That would be capital financial account because I'm buying stock, which is an asset. It'd be counted as a debit, which means we're giving up money as a country because I'm giving money to Japan, technically speaking. It's like capital outflow for us, capital inflow for Japan, kind of that logic. So it'd be a debit on our capital financial account. If someone in Japan buys stock in Microsoft, an American company, that'd be a credit on their capital financial account. Cool. If I buy property in a foreign country to try to make money off of it, it's an asset. Trying to buy a thing to make money off of it. That's the logic. Okay. Current account, three things in it. First thing, most important thing that's in it is net exports. So any import or export goes into the current account. Imports and exports are goods and services. So as opposed to buying stock in Mitsubishi, say I buy tires from Mitsubishi. Again, it's a car company. So if I buy Mitsubishi's tires, it's an import coming to America. Those tires are. That would go in the current account because I'm buying a good. It'd be a debit because I'm giving up money. With me on that. So buying a good or a service, current account. Buying an asset, a thing to make me money specifically, capital financial account. Cool. Next thing, net transfers, which is when someone just directly sends money overseas. If those of you that live overseas or have family overseas, think of this as like when grandma sends you money, or like my mom who lives in England gives me money for my birthday. That says net transfers. How the hell is that even remotely legible? That says transfers. Good Lord. That's horrible handwriting. Even I feel bad there. Net. This is super better for sure. To be clear on the person who said it, a new whiteboard would be a bribe. Yes, I would take that. Net transfers. Beautiful. Which is just when you send money overseas. Or foreign aid. Another good example of that. And net foreign income. I'm just writing net income here. But that's money made passively off of stuff overseas. So not the buying or the selling of the asset, but like passive revenue earned off of the asset would be there. Like interest on a bank account or dividends paid off of a stock or like rent off of a property that you got overseas. Any passive generation of income would be here on the current account. So if CFA is assets bought either from and current is just exports and imports, it's net exports is the biggest chunk of it, but also these two random guys I like to throw at you every now and then. Okay. Net transfers and net foreign income are also in the current account. So there's a question on AP Classroom I found that's a pretty good example of this that kids get bugged by. Do both of them added equal 0 or 1? 0. It's a good question, Don. They offset each other entirely. So if the current account is like negative 800, the capital financial account is positive 800. They have to fully and completely offset. The reasoning for that, Khan Academy's got a lovely like 16 to 30 minute video that explains it, and it's super complicated, weird accounting stuff. You don't have to know why they offset. Just know that they offset. That if one's positive, the other's negative, and don't hurt your brain any harder than trying to understand that. Let me see. Let me find my good question. Yeah, that's exactly what I want. There's a good one. Multiple choice question, not an FRQ. I'm not going to do another FRQ for a little bit because my brain's going to explode. Okay, this question. This was on one of our tests recently. So here we go. The table gives the value of selected accounts in a nation's balance of payments in millions of dollars. Exports, imports, net income from abroad, net unilateral transfers. Unilateral just means single direction. That's still just a net transfer. They're just saying in one direction. So what they've given me right here is actually a current account. Because net exports, which is exports minus imports, so 100. Net income, negative 150. Negative because we're giving up more than we're getting. Net transfers, 20. So the logic for this, in terms of like what's their current account look like right now, is positive 100 for net exports, negative 150 for net income, positive 20 for one transfers. So 120 minus 150, negative 30 is the total value of their current account. With me on that. Like net exports is 100, minus 150, so negative 50, plus 20, so negative 30. So their current account is in a deficit. It's negative total, which means your capital and financial account, because they offset, because they offset, is in a surplus. So the current account should be in a deficit. The capital financial account should be in a surplus. The answer should be C. Let's see if I'm right. Oh my God, I'm right. Oh my God. Thank God, I better be right on these. If I get these wrong, I feel really dumb. So yeah, should be C there, because your current account here in total is negative, because this is not a positive 400. Imports are bad for your GDP. Imports are a negative thing for your current account because money leaves your economy. So net exports is 100. Net income is minus 150. That hurts your current account. So there's a current account problem sort of given to you as a general example of that kind of thing. On the AP exams FRQs, if current and capital financial account show up, think net exports. That is your guiding principle for this. Okay. Fiscal and monetary policies, I went over those earlier in the video. Feel free to go back and find it. Yeah, feel free to go back and find it. I do a little chart where I go over the fiscal and monetary policies a little bit. So if current account is deficit and capital is in a surplus, what's the difference between inflow and outflow? Slip, yes. Inflow, money flow in. Outflow, money flow out. That's it. Capital flow is just the flow of money between countries. So if we, buy more goods from Japan, we'd have capital outflow as money leaves America. Japan would have capital inflow as money enters into Japan. That's that. That's all capital flow is. Affects how much money is in your economy, which technically it's like a supply of loans shifter on the global funds market, because if there's more money in your economy, then banks have more money. So supply of loans increases. If you have less money in your economy, then supply of loans decreases because there's less money in your economy. Jensen/Serena, I hope that helped you understand the capital and financial account, maybe. Can you explain how shifts in the ADIS graph affect the Forex market? Sure. Let's do a two-graph problem, because I know Claire was asking about that earlier, and enough of you guys certainly probably need help with Forex because it's the last unit, so I'm betting a lot of teachers don't get to it very well. So ADIS to Forex. Yeah, sure. Why not? Okay. It did, Serena? Perfect. Good to hear. Glad to help. Okay. Aggregate demand, aggregate supply graph. I'm going to do 2 Forex graphs down here. Okay. Aggregate demand, supply graph problem. Let's come up with a scenario real quick. Let's go with what do you think reserve market will be this year's FRQ? Yeah, I do. I think it's going to be in every year's FRQ for a little bit. They really like to hit it. I'm not until I stop seeing it on an FRQ. I'm going to keep assuming it's going to be on an FRQ. I don't know why, but that's just how I'm feeling it. Yeah, Connor. Yeah, they do. They're really proud of themselves for putting this on the FRQ section. The college teachers think it's really cool that we have the reserve market in our AP exam, which that's the nerdiest thing they could be excited about. But they're econ professors, so they're big old nerds. In fairness, it's nerds about money. So there's dumber things to be nerds about, but as someone who plays Dungeons and Dragons, kind of a lot. There's a lot of dumber things to be nerdy about than money. So let's go with this problem. Let's say the scenario is government decreases taxes on corporations, allowing them to produce more. Logical answer here. Okay, government decreases taxes on businesses, allowing them to produce more. Okay, there's a tricky part here because I said lowering taxes, but I specified on businesses, not on income. So notice that, right? If I said lowering taxes on income, that means we spend more, which make aggregate demand go up. But if I say lowering taxes on businesses, increasing their production, the word production is kind of a dead giveaway here. Supply should increase. This marker freaking sucks. How dare they? Garbage. You. Be good. Wow. Even deader. None of my good markers are here. They're all in my classroom. Hey, there we go. Supply increases. Lower taxes on businesses. They can produce more stuff. Causes the price level to go down in your economy. All right. So there's 2 ways to connect ADIS to Forex. To start with an ADIS problem and go to Forex. You can do Forex to ADIS because of how net exports get messed with. That's easy. But when it comes to ADIS to Forex, there's 2 ways they can do it. The first is price level. The second is income, which is tied to GDP. Okay, so listen carefully. This is America's Forex. This is America's economy. We're going to do market for the dollar. and market for the peso, Mexico's currency, as well as a lot of South American countries. So we're going to do dollars per peso on the peso graph, pesos per dollar on the dollar graph. Okay. To supply and demand. Yeah, we're doing a double shift right now. I got you, my guy. So quantity of pesos down here, quantity of dollars down here, pesos per dollar. Again, what's on the bottom of this fraction should be on the bottom of your graph. Bottom of this fraction should be on the bottom of the graph. The peso graph has the price of pesos, which is how many dollars it takes to get a peso. I'm angling this poorly. The dollar graph has the price of $1, which is the amount of pesos it takes to get $1. My brain hurts. So I'm sure you guys who are watching this the whole time, your brains also hurt. Respect to you guys for being here. Okay. Imagine coming up with all the stuff in your own head. Man, I wish I could remember people's birthdays better. That'd be so helpful. Instead, I know this and like most Pokemon's evolutions. Not useful. Okay. So if I go off the price level change, so let's say this is America and the price level in America goes down. What happens on the Forex market if our price level is lower? Pausing. Okay, prices of goods in America are lower. We're talking about international trade. What will people in other countries want to do if our prices are lower? Buy our stuff, right? They'd want to buy more stuff, which would then lead to a higher demand for the dollar, higher quantity appreciating in value, and a higher supply of the peso. For those of you who haven't seen me do a Forex problem yet, reminder, here is the logic of what's happening on a Forex problem. They want to buy more stuff from us. Why? Because prices just went down in America, so everything in America just got a little bit cheaper. So people from other countries start buying more of our stuff. Now, they're paying in their currency, but our businesses want our currency. So they're going to exchange that currency for dollars, meaning there is more demand for dollars now internationally. Why the supply is going up here is this is not the domestic supply of their currency. This is the international supply of their currency. They are supplying more pesos internationally to buy stuff from America. They're getting converted to dollars at a certain point, but they are supplying more pesos to have that happen. So the value of the peso goes down, the value of the dollar goes up. The pattern for this graph, which thankfully is a very easy pattern, is supply of one, demand of the other, same direction every time. If I know there's going to be more demand for dollars, I know there's going to be more supply of pesos. If I know there's less demand, I know there's less supply. Bada bing. That's it. Okay. The income thing, because GDP is going up, income in America is going up. So you could argue due to higher income, people in America would buy more stuff from Mexico, higher demand for the peso, higher supply of the dollar. So there's two ways to go from this graph to the Forex, and it actually gives you different answers. So it's dependent on what the question asks. Don't think freely. Think guided. The question is guiding you to think a certain thing. Based off the change in income, what happens on this graph? Okay, our GDP is going up, so our income's going up. When you have more money, what do? Buy more stuff. Alex Mahan, I do that in the video. Go back about 2 hours. I got you. I go over the ample reserve thing pretty in detail about 2 hours ago in the video. So don't be afraid, it's in there. Just go back. I got you, my guy. Trust me, you're not the only person who's asked for that bad boy. The ample reserves model's a nuts little guy. Well, I'm serious about the opening the door at 7:30. Sure, I don't care. I'll be there. That's fine. It's not going to bother me. I get to the school like 7 in the morning, so that won't bother me if I want to open the door at that point. If a currency appreciates, the exports go down, making AD go down. Slip, that is right. If your currency appreciates, it makes it harder for you to export, which reduces aggregate demand. That's correct. Yeah, your currency appreciating is not good for aggregate demand. Currency appreciating is good for you buying imports, which is cool if you want to buy imports, but it isn't super good for your economy. Like America does not want to have the highest value currency in the world. We have the most stable currency in the world. That's the logic. It's like an hour, 30 minutes back. Cool. How long ago did I go over FRQ3? I had to eat dinner. Well, I finished the FRQs at 9. So FRQ3 was probably about like an hour and 15 minutes ago. I think it's like an hour, 15 hours. It's when I'm doing the comparative advantage problem. So go find myself doing that like an hour, 15 hour, 20 minutes ago. True. Also, when are you ending your stream? Probably in the next like 10 to 30 minutes, ideally, because I do need to go to bed and I do need to sleep at a certain point. And I don't want to do this forever. And if I didn't go over a thing that you want me to go over, reminder, on this YouTube channel, you can find under my my lectures, every single topic in econ, all of the in-class lectures for all of this stuff are here. So if you're like, my teacher never really got around to explaining this, bang, yeah, I made a prediction on the FRQs. Can I go over M1, M2, and functions of money? M1, yeah, I already went over M1 and M2. You can find those in the video. The functions of money, honestly, Slip, that'll be like a one question, multiple choice question. You can absolutely review that. But the functions of money are, all right, guys, like these are fast. Money needs to do three things. It needs to be a unit of account, a medium of exchange, and a store of value. Okay. For something to function as money in your society, it has to check these three boxes. Unit of account means we list prices in whatever that thing is, right? Prices in America are listed in dollars. Therefore, a dollar is a good unit of account. I understand what it means when someone says a thing is $100. Why? Because dollars are our unit of account. I don't know what it means if someone says something's 100 yen. I know that's money, but I don't know what that means because it's not a unit of account for us. Medium of exchange, meaning you can use that currency to buy things. The most important thing for money is that it's accepted, right? So I can go to a store in America and pay in US dollars and buy stuff. I can't necessarily go to a store in America and pay in yen to buy things. So not necessarily the same idea. Store of value just means that the thing that's using as money maintains value over time. Doesn't mean it stays exactly the same. Inflation's bitch like that, but it has to hold it in some way, shape, or form. Like a $20 bill from 1970s is still a $20 bill today, right? So it has to do these three things to function as money. If I'm like putting my money in a bank to use later, I'm using it as a store of value. If I'm using that money to buy stuff, unit of exchange. If I'm using that money to list the value of things, unit of account. Has to be able to do all three of these things for it to work as money in your economy. Those are the functions of money. What if you have money in your pocket from like past winter? What would that fit in? Money in your pocket from past winter is still doing all of those things. Money in your pocket from past winter would be a store of value because that money still has held its value over time. So do investments like stocks not count as any of those? Because those aren't money, right? Stock is not money. Bonds, not money. They're worth money. They have value, but so do Pokemon cards and shoes and gold bars. They're not necessarily money. They're just worth money, right? So for a thing to function as money, it has to do these three things. For a thing to be an asset, it just has to be able to make you money in some way, shape, or form, which that's why basically everything can be an asset if you think about it like that. So yeah, investments are not money. That's why assets aren't in like M1 or even M2. Like the assets like bonds and stocks, where you have to like buy and sell them, are like M3, M4, which there are more than M1 and M2, but for the love of God, you never have to know more than M1, really. M0 and M1 are kind of all you need to know. M2 is worth knowing just to know what's not in M1. Any other ones I want to hit, questions-wise? Double shifts in Forex, just did that. Can you go over the Mad Lib thing for FRQ, Parker? Yeah, sure, real quick, just to go over that again. The Mad Libs is your long-run self-adjustment, which is how the economy gets back to full employment if you're not at full employment, right? Your economy has to always self-correct. Given enough time, your economy will fix itself. The boat will right itself. That is an assumption, but this is macro one, so we're going to assume that. Okay, we're just going to assume that, and don't ask the question that's like, but what if it does? Shut up. Okay, this is macro one. We're keeping it simple. All right. So the economy will self-correct, and how it will self-correct is because in the long run, what can change that couldn't change before was wages. Wages are sticky in the short run. They're slow to adjust. Think of how often do you get a pay raise? Friggin' never, my guy. So your wages stay the same in the short run, but in the long run, they can change. So here's how your Mad Libs tends to work for what happens in the long run. In the long run, firms blank wages causing them to blank workers blank their ability to produce, which is SRAS. In the long run, firms blank wages, causing them to blank workers, blanking SRAS. That's kind of the logic. So if I need production to go up because we're in a recession, I would cut wages, hire workers to increase production. If I'm above full employment, I need production to go down. I would raise wages, fire workers, decrease production. That's kind of the basics of the long-run self-adjustment. Labor force is just employed and unemployed. People who are trying to work is your labor force. People who aren't trying to work is not your labor force. Labor force participation rate is just telling you out of everybody who could be working, who all is trying to work. So it's just the labor force over the working age population. What are the times that price level and or real GDP turn out to be unknowable on ADAS graph? For a thing to be unknowable or indeterminate is the nice word for that on a graph. The only thing that has to happen is you have to have two shifts happen. If you have two shifts happen at the same time, then things get unknowable. I'll use a regular supply and demand graph to show you. I'll use a regular supply and demand graph, but this would still work for a aggregate supply and demand graph. I'm just going to use a regular one because it's where I teach my kids it. Supply and demand, right? Suppose there is more demand for a thing and more supply of a thing. So we have a larger demand and a larger supply. So now we're over here. My quantity definitely increased. If there's more demand for a thing and more of a supply of a thing, there will be more of the thing. The quantity for sure goes up. But higher demand for stuff should drive prices up. Higher supply of stuff should drive prices down. So what's happening to the price? I don't know. It looks like it stays the same on my drawing because I drew it with the same amount of shift for both. But if there was a little bit more of a demand shift, the price would have gone up. There's a little bit more of a supply shift, the price would have gone down. We don't know how much they change by. So if you ever have a double shift on a graph, that's when something becomes unknowable. The way to tell what's unknowable, if you draw it right, it looks like it didn't change. If you didn't draw it right or you're not sure, it's whatever's in conflict. Like the higher supply brings the price down. The higher demand brings the price up. Price is what is in conflict. In both cases, the quantity went up and the quantity went up. So my quantity is not in conflict. My quantity, I know what happened to it. But my price, I don't really know what happened to that. So for an aggregate demand supply graph, if you increased SRAS and AD, GDP for sure goes up. We're producing more and spending more. GDP is going up by a lot. But price level would be indeterminate because if we're producing more, prices should go down. If we're purchasing more, prices should go up. I don't know which is winning. Yeah, we are ruining the curve. Sure. In fairness, we have, I think, 200,000 students a year who take this exam. So have price floors and ceilings been on FRQs as of late years? That's a good question, Slip. They actually removed price floors and price ceilings from AP Macro 3 years ago. So they haven't been. In fact, they haven't even been on the multiple choice section. So Slip, you can dump that out of your brain. That is a micro only topic now. I wish they didn't because I like price floors and price ceilings. I think they're good to know about, but they don't ask it in macro anymore. That's just micro. M2 is savings. Careful on that one, Slip, actually. M2 is long-term savings. Oh, don't worry. The price floor price ceiling thing was snuck into the CED. It's you have to read it really carefully to not see it in there. So don't blame your teacher for that. I'm sure if they just use the normal review stuff they've had forever, they'll still think you have to do price floors and price ceilings, but they took that out of the CED 3 years ago without telling anybody. So your teacher wouldn't have known unless they were at the reading, basically, which is why I go to the reading. Also because they pay me a sick $2,000 to grade last year 5,000 AP exams. So is it worth it? Couldn't tell you. How do you not confuse CPI and GDP deflator? It's the easy way is if it says the word market basket. Market basket is CPI. It's not for GDP deflator. So if I see the words market basket, I'm dealing with CPI. The other way to tell is inflation of what? CPI is just inflation that consumers are dealing with, whereas GDP deflator is for everybody in GDP, which is consumers and businesses and government and net exports. So GDP deflator is more all-encompassing. CPI is a little more zoomed in. Do you think other changes of ADAS models will be in the exam, such as negative AD shocks and positive SRAS? Yeah, those are just shifts of the graph, right? A decrease in aggregate demand or an increase in aggregate supply, that's certainly fine. You won't have weird ADAS models, you won't have a Keynesian versus a classical aggregate supply curve, thank God. But you're going to have, you can have any shift happen on that graph. Any of the four: increase AD, decrease AD, increase supply, decrease supply. Difference between GDP limitations and things that don't count. I love this. I love the difference. Okay. My kids fall for this trap all the time. Things that don't count in GDP: intermediate goods, off-market transactions, financial transactions. These are just things that are not included in the calculation. Limitations of GDP refers to when you're looking at GDP as a data point, what is it not telling me? Which it doesn't tell me those things, certainly, but there's a lot of other things it doesn't tell me that people tend to assume. Like GDP is an indicator of economic health, like how good our economy is doing. So when GDP goes up, total income goes up. Does that mean every person is doing better economically? No, because GDP doesn't tell me how that income is distributed, right? It just tells me the total. So like if one guy in America has $30 trillion, then our GDP goes up by a lot, right? Does that mean we're all better off? Not necessarily. It just means one person has a lot of money, right? So it doesn't tell you like quality of life, right? America's number one in GDP. We're not necessarily number one in standard of living, because GDP per capita is a better measure of that than just regular old GDP, because per person is a better way to average that out. So limitations of GDP are, it doesn't really work for production, for income. It doesn't take into account those other things, certainly. That's kind of an obvious flaw of it. But it tends to underestimate things like household production and that kind of stuff. But yeah, it doesn't necessarily hit any of that other stuff. How heavily will M1 and M2 be asked in the exam? Like one multiple choice question, like tops. Does absolute advantage and opportunity cost have the same formula? Oh, calm down. I'm like sitting at my desk, dude. Relax. That's easy. Okay. Absolute advantage and opportunity cost are not the same formula because absolute advantage doesn't have a formula. Comparative advantage and opportunity cost are lined up, but absolute advantage is just who can make the most. Whereas comparative opportunity cost is for comparative advantage. I'm putting the feet away. I'm in my house and it's 10 p.m., my guy. I sit like a gargoyle in my chair. Okay, I don't know what to tell you. So easy. All right. Okay, I think that's just about it in terms of time, energy, and mental effort I can expend here. I'll do some last closing statements before I log off. Oh, input problems, resources, output problems, products. What parts of the video did you cover? Comparative, absolute advantage, and ample reserves. If you go back through my FRQ predictions, actually, I go through all of those. So basically from 8 p.m., 7 p.m. onward, which would have been 3 hours ago. So at the 1 hour and 50-minute mark, go from there, I would say. So I'll go through my little spiel here at the end. First off, thank you all for tuning into the live stream here, guys. You just being here is a huge sort of indicator of your desire to be successful on this exam. I know cramming and studying for tests is really like hard and hurts your brain and mostly makes you feel like crap because you're like, there's so many things I don't know. Trust me, you doing this is your best indicator of long-term success, not just in this class, but going forward in life. Like the willingness to try to do things is the hardest part when it comes to school, I would say. So you guys being willing and capable of doing this, that is huge. I'm genuinely very proud of you guys for coming in and studying and trying to do well and busting your butt to get this stuff done well. For all of you guys who aren't in my class, thank you for tuning in and for checking out the stuff. Feel free to look through the channel for other resources of me going through more specific things because I go through all of the concepts of the course in my channel, and it's not review stuff. If you want shorter versions of videos that are good for review Econ with Jacob Reed is very good, and Jacob Clifford, his YouTube channel, are both very good for much shorter consolidated stuff, whereas mine is not short. This is a 5-hour live stream. That's not what I do. I ramble, and I will try to explain things as in-depth as I can to help you understand stuff. So thank you all for tuning in and listening. I do hope you get some sleep. Prioritize sleep and eating food and doing normal stuff. And then in the morning, wake up maybe a little earlier than you normally would, shower, get ready, and start studying again. You got until the afternoon for the exam, unless you're taking APUSH tomorrow. If you're taking APUSH tomorrow, God bless you. I'm sorry if you have back-to-back exams. That's an absolute nightmare. If you get stuck on a question or a random unexpected thing shows up, skip it. Get back to that later. Okay. Thank you guys very much. I wish you all the best of luck tomorrow on your AP exams. And thank you all for being here. I really appreciate it, guys. Y'all have a good one. Good night.